I just had to listen to that one part of the song. I couldn't interrupt Peak this time in good faith. Good morning, Vietnam. I mean, fuckos. But yeah, good morning. Good morning, good evening. I don't know what the time is wherever you guys are watching. But, welcome. This month kind of passed by in a fucking flash, to be totally honest with you. Like, August felt a lot longer. But September is like, it's just over. Okay, well, so first of all, we're obviously starting strong with Floof posting the fucking video. But what I find interesting... What is this? Hold on, I'm gonna... No, shut up. I don't care about you. Is this the same video? Is it just like different...
You ever heard of Nintendo?
Oh, it is. Okay, it's the same video. So, hold on, I'm gonna swap over so you guys can also see. But this is actually rather interesting because I'm gonna show you guys. He changed the title of the video, I think. And the thumbnail. See? That's the thing that Floof posted, which is which is also the thing that I saw, I think. But yeah, now it's different. Now this is the thumbnail and everything. It's kind of weird. But also there's this image. Hold on, I'm gonna show this real quick. Let me just check if the audio is working, by the way. Hello? Is it me? It is me. Okay. It's still the same on your end? What? Is it really? Because there's like... If I click on the link that you sent, Floof, it's
You ever heard of Nintendo?
It's just this video, still. That's weird. Did he update it, like, right now? He updated it, like, literally right before the stream. That's weird. But it is, like I said, it is this video. It's like, that's what it redirects to. Nintendo, oh no, that's a different person. Unless I'm like, I don't think I'm missing something, because it's like, that's the last video and then it's this one. It's bad. I like how dramatic this one is. I actually prefer this thumbnail to the old one. It's the same, but he probably changed it right now. He heard that I was gonna watch it. And then he was like, I don't know what he changed, honestly. And now I'm pissed because, like, what if there's something different from before? Anyway, he probably changed it just now. This is the same guy. Shut up. This is the same guy who made the I Hate Mario Kart video, which I watched last time, and, you know, I said that, you know, it's fair to have, to hold that opinion of Mario Kart World. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but you have to be like, you know, there should be some legitimacy to a lot of your your points, and it shouldn't just be like bad mouthing a thing. But I've also, on the other hand, said that I'm honestly really upset with a lot of shit that Nintendo's doing. I've said this for a long time. I think their marketing and what they're doing legally is complete bullshit. I think it's terrible. But this is the weird new Nintendo that we're working with. Yeah, I mean, you know. But I'm curious, you know, the latest, for those who don't know, and then we're gonna start into this video in just a second. I just wanna prepare myself mentally because I feel like I'm gonna lose brain cells here again, because I did also in the old one. If there is a single fucking one single Nintendo Switch giveaway in this video, I'm turning it off. We're never watching anything from this guy again. Because that still rubs me the wrong way from last time around. Is like, oh, you know, I'm gonna shit talk the Switch 2 and Mario Kart World, but I bought it twice though. I mean, that's what I assume. I don't know if he maybe got it as a gift. That's still possible, I guess, but whatever. But yeah, like I said, you know, there's a lot of hate towards Nintendo, as there has been in the last few years. This isn't really anything new. People are more vocal about it than ever, but I'm curious to see what his opinions are, because what I find funny about this channel is that, like, I don't know, we're kind of moving from these like weird challenge videos, right? And also Mr. Beast videos for some reason. We're moving into Nintendo bad territory. I know why. It's because it gives views. But still, you know, it's a little... But anyway, originally titled I Hate Nintendo, now titled Stop Defending Nintendo. I don't know what to expect. I hope he has to sub 5 times. I'm expecting it, quite frankly. Come on.
You ever heard of Nintendo?
No.
They're pretty big.
No.
Pokemon, Donkey Kong, Kirby, Zelda, Mario. They made the games that everybody loves.
I feel like there's a little more than this to Nintendo, but I understand it's kind of hard to fit in like over 100 games into one picture, but I like the choice of putting Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 right in the middle, which, by the way, still pissed about that.
Or they used to. When Nintendo made the NES
Sorry, what
games
was that?
everybody loved. On Donkey Kong, Kirby, Zelda, Mario. They made the games that everybody loves. Or they used to.
They don't make good games anymore.
When Nintendo made the NES in 1985, it exploded in popularity. Everybody wanted this thing. Nintendo quickly became the household console that every family owned. Every kid had
Wrong.
an NES, or a Game Boy, or a Wii, or a DS, or a
That's-
Switch.
okay,
Nintendo
well,
was
we
a part
skipped-
of everyone's childhood. And
We skipped a lot there, from the fucking NES and the Game Boy to the fucking Wii, bro. I feel like we skipped at least 4 console generations, but okay. Like, also conveniently skipping over the times when Nintendo wasn't successful, or not as successful as, you know, everybody says. Is, again, the GameCube was also, like, despite the fact that it was cool, wasn't
because
that great.
of that, everyone loved
Didn't sell
them.
that great.
Nintendo always felt like the most genuine company compared to Sony and Microsoft. Every title they released had so much love poured into it. Playing their games are some of the most fun memories I have from my childhood. I loved Nintendo, and now I hate them. Nintendo is no longer the friendly, familiar face we thought we knew. They've become...
The company is no longer my friend. Some would argue it never was, but I understand also where he's
The
coming
most
from.
greedy, self-indulgent, anti-consumer business that not only doesn't care about their community, but is actively destroying it. Releasing terrible ports of games for more money, charging an upgrade fee to play titles in 60 FPS, raising the price of older consoles, charging creators to make videos on their products, and shutting down a charity event?
Okay, I haven't heard of
What
that one. That's
happened?
just that's funny.
Happened.
I like Rip Iwata. I like that. I like it on the post-it note. I like that. I don't know. This guy talks like a Disney adult. Yes. This is, by the way, this is the guy from that like speedrunning meme, you know, where the dude is hitting the keyboard really hard. That's this dude. Apparently.
Nintendo went from being the most loved gaming company. They practically saved the industry at its lowest, making games that were timeless and consoles that were actually fresh. They were so...
The Nintendo Switch? Well, I mean, I know a lot of people love the Switch. I remember specifically a lot of people shitting on the Switch when it came out. Maybe not the best.
so easy to root for until now. Their entire brand's reputation is falling apart, and they don't even seem to care.
Yeah, because they're still making money, bro. I'm sorry to tell you. Nintending! Literally emulating Game Boy Advance right now.
By the way, I'm trying to...
I say that's horrible and morally reprehensible. And I would never emulate any game ever. If you use RetroArch to emulate any game ever on your computer, you're a sick fuck.
Beat Chipotle in subscribers. I used to work there before they fired...
Fucking... Sorry, what? Hold on.
Hey, by the way, I'm trying to beat Chipotle in subscribers.
Okay.
I used to work there before they fired me. Anyway, according to YouTube's analytics, only like 1% of you guys are subscribed. So if everyone's subscribed right now, we...
Yeah, because nobody gives a fuck about your content, dude. I'm sorry to tell you this. They only care when you do the Nintending bad videos.
could beat Chipotle. Okay, back to it. Nintendo is a terrible company in just about every way. Trust me, you haven't heard everything.
All right,
now, I
let's
understand
go.
this video is very long. Not everyone is going to be staring at the video the whole time. So, I made another audio cue.
right.
If you hear this, that means I'm showing something
That's
relevant on screen. For example, this is my dog.
That's
With all
also
that being
fucking
said,
gay.
please enjoy me
But it's a
talking
nice
about the
dog.
most scummy, brain-dead, pathetic, worthless company in existence. Nintendo. How about we start off with something nice and easy, like some good old software scams. Do you ever want to just donate $10 to Nintendo? Well, great. Introducing upgrade packs. Possibly the scummiest invention since loot boxes.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know. I don't agree. $10 to play the game in better version. You don't have to. You can complain about it, by the way. I should say this right away. It doesn't matter what I'm saying here. You can still complain about it and say that it's shit. It's your right. I don't think it's worse than loot boxes. I don't think it's worse than microtransactions. I think $40 for 2 games, again, one of which they've already released on the previous console, is bad. I agree with that. I don't think $10 for the newer version of the game with possibly more content, I don't think it's that terrible. Just my opinion.
You know that game you bought 8 years ago that runs like shit? Well, you can fix that now. All you
I mean,
have to
it would run fine on the Switch 2 anyway.
do is buy Nintendo's latest overpriced console, of course the $70 game, and then a $10 upgrade fee to unlock the frame rate. I'm sorry, let me get this straight. Breath of the Wild is 8 years old now, and it cost more money? All you guys had to do was add 30 extra frames? And what, a gambling mechanic?
This is... Am I tripping? Is this Breath of the Wild, or is it the other one?
All you guys had to do was add 30 extra frames? And what, a gambling mechanic?
Once per day, you can spin for a daily bonus.
Oh, hell yeah.
This is so pathetic.
What is that?
They add the tiniest, most insignificant
Also,
features,
this is still...
like an extra
that was still Tears of the Kingdom.
save slot, sharing auto builds, and phone navigation.
Your destination is north of here and close. Your destination is above. Your destination is nearby.
That's kind of based, actually.
You have reached your destination.
If they had made it Zelda's voice, that would be even better. I would stroke to that shit.
Shut the f up.
Did we really need Google Maps in Tears of the Kingdom? Isn't the whole point to explore? This is obviously an excuse to charge you money for a higher frame rate cap. The same goes for Kirby, Metroid.
Oh, brother, Kirby adds new content.
And of course, Mario Party Jamboree. This one is especially bad. It's
Okay.
$20 for this upgrade,
Right.
which makes this game worth $80 now. Crazy. In return, you get a couple shitty minigames that utilize the camera, and better resolution, kind of. The new minigames run in 1440p. The old minigames run in 1080p. And if you're playing handheld, it runs in 720p, even though the Switch 2's display is 1080p. And
Well, I mean, okay, but they didn't... The game's not new. It's just added content. That's the new part. They didn't remake the old games, what?
this is $80. Nintendo believes this game is worth more than Grand Theft Auto 5, Hollow Knight, and Minecraft combined. Why
I mean... I'm sure that was at the
not
forefront
let
of their...
people that bought the console
Whatever,
and the
it's
game
fine.
just play the game at a higher frame rate? Because that wouldn't make them any money. You know what does make them money? This guy.
Hell
Everybody
yeah.
loves Mario, right?
That's why they didn't make
Wouldn't
a
it just
fucking
be
game
awesome
about
if they
him.
remaster
Fuck you,
some of the best
Nintendo.
Mario games?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yay.
Okay, good. Because for Mario's 35th anniversary, they packaged Super Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, and Mario Galaxy in one bundle.
Wow.
Whoa. It fucking sucked.
It's true, though.
Yeah, this game is trash. There is no widescreen support. 2 of the 3 games are just being emulated. The controller input mapping is terrible. Super Mario 64 is locked at 30 FPS. They weren't even trying on this game, but they still sold it for $60. And the cherry on top, they made it a limited release.
Which was also gay,
It was
by the
available
way.
for purchase for 1 year, and then all physical copies were stripped and it was taken off the eShop. I'm not joking. That was the whole marketing of this game.
I'm still
It was like they were
fucking-
yelling,
You need to buy this right now. It's running out. Buy.
What
They were
I
preying
still
on
find fucking crazy is that they just re-released Mario Galaxy 1 again for more than it was originally. That's fucking insane. I'm still, like, reeling.
FOMO, fear of missing out. And it worked. This game sold 10 million copies. That is a third of Elden Ring. If they pull this shit again,
Now, some might say that Elden Ring is mid anyway, so that doesn't really mean anything, but who would say something like that? Who would say something like Elden Ring is mid garbage? No, it's not garbage.
and
But it
please
is
remember
mid.
what you're buying. A half-assed, lousy, unpolished, stupid, boring-ass port that runs emulated.
Yeah, so
And
just don't
unfortunately,
emulate
this
it
is
ever.
Just one example. Donkey Kong Country Returns is released on the Wii for $50. Gets ported to every console for $20.
$50? That's fucking crazy, actually. For Wii times? $50? Weren't those games always like 40? Kind of a lot, actually. 50 sounds like a lot.
$60 as a Nintendo Select, then ported to Switch for $60. $60? Why? How? How do these games keep appreciating
Well,
in
they
value?
added
This
a new
port isn't
funky
even
mode.
good.
Come
They're
on.
not adding anything besides making them HD, but this upscaling looks like shit. It has less visual effects than the Wii version. Riddled with bugs, graphical glitches. Who's buying this? Is it you? Please stop. Hey, want to see a magic trick? I want you to picture what the most fun video game would look like. You got the image? Okay,
What?
now I'm going to show you what you're thinking in your head.
My current location is actually inside the game itself.
Would you like a game that's literally just an instruction manual? No. Well, you're getting it anyway. Welcome towards Nintendo's lazy-ass attempt to charge you money for a manual. Please don't call this a game. That is disrespectful to what a game is. This is a game. This is a game. This is a game. Hell, even this is a game.
What?
But this is a waste of your time and money. It's also currently
I mean, brother, don't buy it.
the only game that supports 120 FPS. Why couldn't they just unlock the frame rate for Mario Odyssey or Smash Bros? Whatever, this game is cheeks, especially when you compare it to things like Astro's Playroom, which is free, and Wii Sports.
Yeah, that I
Which
didn't
is
get. It should
free.
be free. $10 isn't
Anyway,
terrible,
I'm gonna
but
come clean. I haven't even played this game.
Oh,
Why
okay.
would I? But fine, let's talk to someone who has. Pinguino Al Pacino.
what? Well, I guess, you know, fucking formed opinions, I guess. Very cool.
have a very important question.
Okay.
Give me your experience.
All right, let's listen to the penguin talk, though.
Of Welcome Tour. I mean, you were in the trenches. You were there.
Do you want me to give you like YouTube voice thoughts or like
Please.
my actual genuine thoughts?
Just be real with me. Was it peak?
It was the worst 6 hours of my life. It's
So-
like trying to 100% like a high school textbook.
Well, gee, that sounds fun. I'm so glad Nintendo understands that what gamers really want is just more school. What's next? A game where you're gonna play basketball in wheelchairs?
Get ready to roll.
I have no words.
I do.
This is just terrible, you know? It's fucked up that you would do a basketball game in wheel. Does he know that, like, this is an actual sport that like, people in there's an actual league, I believe, for... what do you call it? Like, is it just wheelchair basketball? Is that what you call it? Isn't this good? Isn't this, like, inclusive? I didn't give a fuck about this game, but, like, come on, bro. Why is it, what's bad about it?
Ever since I was a kid, I always dreamed about being a crippled basketball player. Yeah, I was
His words, not mine.
on the fence about getting a Switch too, but crippled basketball just pushes me over the fence.
Why? What? Huh? Why is this bad?
The latest in 3-on-3 sports is on the way.
Sounds like Pee Wee Herman if his balls dropped.
Let's cover the basics.
How about covering your mouth? Is the job listing they put out for the most annoying sounding fucking idiots on the planet? Is being a jerk off in the job description? I hope that somewhere, somehow, at some point, the people doing these voiceovers
Also, so is this just a fucking video in another video? Did you just, like, copy paste somebody else's fucking work?
will get the ass beating they deserve. If there's any justice in this world, they'll all go to hell.
What's the problem with this game? Like, genuinely, what's the issue with the game? I don't understand it. The guy sounds annoying. Also, I mean, that could be applied to you too, but guy sounds annoying, and it's robots in wheelchairs playing basketball. Yeah, just fucking nuke them. Just jihad Nintendo right now, okay?
Alright, I'm done.
Thanks, Bearman.
Thank
this
God.
truly is the future of gaming, along with $80 Mario Kart.
What's
Oh my goodness, is that 1 million views now?
I think I'd rather take the Switch giveaway.
Thank you. So what if you accidentally
I like that this is in the scams category because I also feel scammed.
buy one of these games? Maybe your finger slipped or you thought the A button was the B button. It happens. Well, you could always try to get a refund. Their refund policy is something.
We are unable to
Okay, provide refunds or exchange for mistaken purchases and or if you don't like the game. I mean, okay. Mistaken purchases. Don't know how that happens. Because I've bought games on the Nintendo store. There's a lot of steps you gotta go through to buy a game accidentally. Yeah, I mean, Steam does it, sure, fair enough. Or, I mean, Steam gives you the option of picking, like, oh, what's the reason you returned the game? But, I mean, they're cool, I guess, you know? And, or if you don't like the game. That's another thing, like, yeah, though, if on Steam you can't actually return the game and say, like, oh, it's not what I thought it was. Or, like, the reasoning is it's not fun. But even there, it's like, if you have the game or if you've played it actively for more than 2 hours, there's a chance they might still give it back to you, or your money back to you. I don't know if it will always work, though. It's like, I don't know, if you have, like, 4 hours on record and you've, like, spent it achievement hunting or some shit, and then, like, I don't know, later on you get back and, like, say, like, I don't like this. I don't know if they will actually refund it. I've refunded it for stuff like, on Steam, specifically for stuff like Garden of Banban or whatever, right? And they've always done that. They've always refunded me that, but it was also a thing of, like, I actually beat those games in, like, around 2 hours, so. When you purchase a digital account on Nintendo eShop, at the time of your purchase, you consent to Nintendo beginning with the performance of its obligations immediately. Before cancellation period ends, and you acknowledge that you will thereby lose your right to cancel at that point. Okay, so you can cancel it. So, if you buy the thing, there's a cancellation period, however long that is. Okay. I don't know. They should leave the option, I would say, though. I honestly, like... But I don't think any other, like, most other stores don't offer returns anyway, either, right? Wasn't that, like, a huge thing with Sony and Cyberpunk back in the day, that, like, the game was so bad that Sony specifically had to come out and say, like, we're letting you return this one? So, I don't know. Not the only one, I guess.
provide refunds or exchanges for mistaken purchases.
PlayStation gives you 2 weeks for a refund. Steam gives you 2 weeks for a
Okay, how
refund.
does...
Xbox gives you guessed it, 2 weeks for a refund? Yeah. Nintendo will sell absolute garbage that's hardly even playable for full price, and you will shut up and be happy about it.
Not pictured here, the game that's unplayable for full price. But... Okay, but what's the... Okay, hold on. So...
Oh, and we need one? Yeah, for a refund. Xbox...
Okay, let me... I want to Google this. Nintendo refund policy. Oh, whoops, I accidentally... Okay, I just wanna check this. For digital products, there's digital... Okay, check the digital. Except as authorized by Nintendo or as required by applicable law, all payments that you make through Nintendo account, including pre-purchase and subscriptions, are final and non-refundable. Oh, well, but that doesn't... Okay. So, I don't know. They don't return anything, I guess? Which is shitty, but this doesn't, like... A physical digital processors, digital games, DLC. Check the digital. Okay, except as authorized by Nintendo or as required by applicable law. All payments that you make through the Nintendo account services. Okay, but that's Nintendo account service. Including repurchases and subscription payments are final and non-refundable. Okay, well, what? Well, okay, but so here's the thing. Through Nintendo account services, so pre-purchases, I don't know if you can cancel, I guess, unless you've already paid them. Subscription payments, I'm pretty sure you can never refund on any site. You just have the subscription for the designated period, and then you don't have it anymore afterward. But I don't think you can ever get your money back if you've, like, subscribed to something. So, this doesn't really... Nintendo has a strict refund policy. Physical products purchased from the My Nintendo store have a 30-day window for unopened or defective items, while most digital and game content are non-refundable. You'll be entitled to a refund or remedy if the digital content fails to meet a consumer guarantee or is defective. To request a refund... Okay, yeah. Loss of right to cancel. By purchasing digital content, you consent to Nintendo starting performance immediately. Right, okay. So, when you buy it, you lose the right to cancel, which is shitty. I agree with that. That's shitty. You should have, like, at least a week or two. But then, again, on the other hand, also, accidental purchases. Again, I've bought things on the Nintendo store. It's difficult to buy something accidentally. But the thing is also, I don't really ever hear about people refunding a lot of Nintendo games. So I don't know. Even crossing the thought to return Nintendo games. So with Steam, I know that there's like a specific cutoff point, because I've also run past that cutoff point. But with Nintendo, I have no fucking idea. So they should still offer it though. So really.
Oh, you could always try to get a refund. Their refund policy is...
Okay, we
guessed
yeah.
it. 2 weeks for a refund? Yeah. Nintendo will...
By the way, I don't know how this works in other countries, but by Austrian law, for example, no company is ever required to ever give you a refund. They all just do that because they'd rather have you see them as cool. There is no actual law that says you have to have a refund policy. In Austria, I don't know about the rest of the world. There may be somewhere. Also something to take into account, which doesn't make it less shitty. I'm just saying.
Will sell absolute garbage that's hardly even playable
Which,
for full price,
again,
and you will
like...
shut up and be happy about it. Oh, and we need to talk about the hardware.
Let's go.
When the Switch 1 launched, physically, it was not perfect. But that's kind of to be expected for a brand new console like this. Pretty much every console has struggled with thumbstick drift. Xbox, PlayStation, but Nintendo kind of brought it to the next level. They even got their own name, Joy-Con drift. I'd like to take this moment to say, if you have Joy-Con drift, go get it fixed. Nintendo will fix it for free. Yes, you heard me right. Free. I gotta give them a W for this. I honestly expected Nintendo to charge you money for their poorly made controllers breaking. Oh.
Offer free repairs for irresponsive Nintendo Switch controllers.
Wait. They did.
What?
Made controllers breaking. Oh. Wait. They did.
To the European Commission. Okay, fair enough.
In 2019, there was a class action lawsuit brought up against Joy-Con drift. I'm no expert, but according to those who are, these joysticks were practically built to fail. It's called planned obsolescence. Yet despite this hidden defect, they continue to sell them anyway. And before this class action lawsuit,
Is there? I don't think there's a law against planned obsolescence. And if there were, it will be lobbied against, I guarantee you.
Suit, you would have to pay the full price for the
regardless
repair.
of,
That's cool.
you know.
If there's one thing the Switch 2 had to do right, it's fix Joy-Con drift. Luckily, the president of Nintendo acknowledged the problem and apologized for, quote, causing any trouble to our customers, and noting that Nintendo is aiming to improve their products. So, surely they're gonna fix it for the Switch 2, right? Yeah, they didn't fix shit. Are people surprised by this? How? I really need a hit of whatever y'all Nintendo lovers are smoking. The Switch 2 began development in 2019. They knew about the widespread Joy-Con drift issues in 2017. They had almost a decade to figure this out.
I wonder, like, in general, I'm sure there's numbers. How many Switches came with Joy-Con drift? Because, like, I've had all sorts of controllers break on me for Joy-Con drift, and it was usually after a while of playing it. Regardless of this being Nintendo, I'm just saying, like, in general. I don't think I've ever bought a controller, though, that came, even in the Switch. I've bought, like, extra Joy-Cons for the Switch 1. I got the pink and neon green one, or neon pink and neon green one. The one that I always say is, like, Splatoon colors. Because the original blue one that I had started drifting after a while, but, like, genuinely after a while. I'd love to know the numbers on, like, how many came with drift, because I feel like if it's after, I don't know, a significant amount of playtime, it's shitty, but it's like, yeah, I mean, again, it's happened to me with other controllers as well, which is still shitty. There's technology that can... Technology, it's basically fucking just like using the magnet shit control stick hardware instead of the cheap shit that they use. But therein lies the issue. They use the cheap shit. They all use the cheap shit, by the way.
So what happened? The technology to fix stick drift has existed since before the 2000s. Sega used to use it. So why are we still using the worst technology 25 years later? You know why. Yet you guys have the balls to say this while showing the joystick.
We redesigned the system from the ground up and packed in lots of new gameplay features.
What, the mouse? The one used for Drag and Drive and Welcome Tour? Most people don't realize you can get a free repair from Nintendo. And most people don't realize that subscribing to Xander J on YouTube is probably the best life choice you can make.
Can you fucking show yourself?
Saying. But for real, instead of getting a repair, they'll just buy a new controller. For
like actually,
$60. Though? I'm sorry, did I say 60? I meant 70. Fuck, sorry, 80. Actually, wait, isn't it 90 now? Or no, it was 90. How much is it now? I think it's 95? Wait, no, it's not 95. Is that? No. $100 for this shit? Really? By the way, did you know these triggers are still digital buttons? PlayStation and Xbox have been using analog triggers since the early 2000s. Hell, even you guys had analog triggers.
It's real? Okay. That's fucking crazy. I didn't know that.
For the GameCube. How are you innovating backwards? Also, why does this controller only work on the Switch 2? The other day I tried to use it on Steam, and it didn't work. So I searched up why, and it turns out that Nintendo just didn't want to make the drivers for it. Cool. I guess it was also too much of a hassle to let
fucking
third-party
what was that? Sorry?
Didn't want to use it on Steam, and it didn't.
Oh, yeah, this gay shit that exists now. The hyping bullshit.
Why does this controller only work on the Switch 2?
Also, what does that mean? Why does this controller only work on the Switch 2? You mean, like, why doesn't it work on the computer? I don't fucking know.
The other day I tried to use it on Steam, and
why would
it
you?
Didn't work. So I searched up why, and it turns out that Nintendo just didn't want to make the drivers for it. Cool. I guess it was also too much of a hassle to let third-party controllers turn on the console. Yes, that is an exclusive feature to Nintendo's controllers.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Can they get more anti-consumer?
Pressing a button on the Switch isn't that hard, though.
Of course they can.
This
dock is a classic example of...
I found a Skibbity in Borderlands 4. Oh, damn. You should uninstall. I use a Switch controller on my laptop. Fair enough, I guess. I don't know. I never liked the... I've tried it before. I never liked the feel of it. I like Xbox controller better for PC. But fair.
Locking down a product, not for a good reason, but just because we can, or to make a buck, or because, I don't know.
Sorry.
Classic.
More anti-consumer. Of course they can.
This dock is a classic example of locking down a product, not for a good reason, but just because we can, or to make a buck, or because, I don't know, f*** you.
So Nintendo designed the Switch 2 to only work with their dock. You know, the one that costs $120? Bear in mind, you can buy a $30 dock that will work with any USB-C device, including the Switch 1, but not the Switch 2. No. If you want to have an extra dock for traveling or an extra setup, you're gonna have to buy it directly from Nintendo. Pieces of shit.
Wasn't there a dock that worked with the Switch 2, though? I feel like I heard about that a while back. Or somebody posted about it. Might have been Payne, I don't remember.
Not even Apple could come up with this. For years, we've been moving away from proprietary bullshit. Now, Nintendo could fix this tomorrow with a simple update, but they won't. They would much rather watch you buy this piece of junk for $120. How much you want to bet other companies are going to start doing the same thing?
You mean like they have been?
But at least if you buy the dock, you own it. Just like with physical game cartridges. If you buy those, you own the game, right? Wrong.
Also, by the way, the whole proprietary thing... I don't know if people are, like, really understanding what that means. Like, there isn't a law against... Like, I think what a lot of people forget is that the whole Apple thing came, number one, from the EU. And one of the reasons, or kind of practically the main reason, was to reduce the amount of trash. Which is why they're forcing Apple to also make their devices be chargeable with USB-C cables. There's more to it, obviously, but one of the main reasons was definitely to reduce the amount of trash being thrown away, because Apple cables are dog shit. And by the way, Apple still finds a way around this shit, because only their own cables, unless you find a third-party thing that somehow does it, but only their cables support, like, the super fast charging or whatever. So this whole laws against proprietary thing is only, like, partially real.
You don't get to own anything, you silly goose. You actually thought Nintendo put a game on this thing? That's gonna cost them money. But that's fine, you can just download it on the eShop. They're never gonna close those. 2017, they closed the DSi eShop. 2019, they closed the Wii eShop. 2023, they closed the 3DS eShop.
But did that mean that you couldn't play the games anymore? Like, I don't remember. Was that a thing?
Oh, and also the Wii U eShop. Just for fun. Wait, hold on, but I really wanted to play Mario Galaxy. Oh, you wanted to play Mario Galaxy? Just play 3D All-Stars, buddy. Yeah, I would, but you guys also took that down, remember? Oh yeah, I guess we did. Oh well. What do you mean, oh well? How do I play it? Can I use...
Just fucking emulate it, you moron. Why do you have to ask Nintendo how to play it?
Use an emulator?
By the way, emulation is still as not fun as it is. It's still illegal, unfortunately. So, yeah, don't ask
These game cartridges
companies.
that just contain the license are so anti-consumer. There is no game on this. It is just a glorified download key. And before you tell me some games like Breath of the Wild have the full game, that's only partially true. You'll just be missing the expansions, the updates, the DLC, but you could just buy that for an additional $20. But yeah, physical games at best will have just the game. At worst, and most commonly, just a license. Most people hear this and they don't care. But you really should, because once the eShops get closed, and they will, all these physical games are going to be rendered completely useless. Just garbage. But they couldn't just stop at making physical games stupid, they had to make digital games stupid as well.
Introducing the virtual game card.
Really? Virtual game cards? So now, all my games can only be on one console at a time. Truly revolutionary. No more sharing accounts to try to save any money. They'd prefer it if you keep buying their overpriced garbage as many times as possible.
So what I'm hearing is the company want to make money and it make me mad, which is a fair point, but it's getting kind of repetitive. We get it. Companies are dog shit. Welcome to the future, motherfucker.
It's so fun to load and unload all my games from console to console. Thanks, guys. Y'all really know how to make some digital garbage. On the topic of digital garbage, check out this new user interface. Oh, wait, sorry, that's the Switch 1 UI. This is the Switch 2 UI. Oh, shit, sorry, that's still the Switch 1 UI. This is the Switch... No, this is the Switch 2 UI. Actually, wait, I think it was the one before. I can tell because it has this game chat button. You know what it does? I'm not sure.
Like, again, there is a lot of truth to what he's saying. I'm not saying that he's wrong. And again, I've said it a billion times. Nintendo is... in the marketing and in like the legal department and everything, they're dog shit. The only thing they're good at is making games, which is partially the reason why people also still buy the games. The problem is that people who talk about Nintendo in a negative way all make the exact same statement every time for an hour, for longer than an hour. I'm not saying he's wrong. He's right in a lot of aspects, even if it sounds like I'm disagreeing. The problem is that we're focusing on Nintendo specifically when it's an issue in every other aspect of every other company as well. You know, like, none of the other ones they're better in some regards, for sure, like with the refund policy. But like what I find so crazy about a lot of these videos, a lot of people making these points is like, are you literally forgetting the entire reason any company ever does anything is money? Obviously, they're gonna try to get away with charging you for fixing the Joy-Cons, because why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't they try? It's shitty, it's morally shitty, it is anti-consumerist, absolutely. The way to fix that would be if people, you know, stopped buying the things. But people don't stop buying the things. And again, I don't know how big a lot of these issues are really. You know, we hear about Joy-Con drift a lot, we hear about faulty technology a lot. I guarantee you it happens. But is it on a big enough scale to where it matters? To a point where, like, people would actually go and say, like, oh, well, you know, that's an issue. We shouldn't pay for Nintendo products anymore. Probably not. And also, I think a lot of people are forgetting, not everybody is on the internet all the time. A lot of people who bought the Switch, probably parents who bought them for their kids, who don't give a fuck, who just, you know, just want their kids to have a fucking console so they can shut the fuck up and play some shit. It's like, not everybody is always in this mindset of like, or this the stream of information rather, of all the bad shit that Nintendo's doing. You'd be surprised at how many people are just absolutely fucking ignorant to any of the shit that's happening with any company. Why do you think people still buy fucking EA games? Why do you think people still buy the newest fucking Call of Duty? Because they just don't know any better. They just want to play the games because they want to have fun with it. And whether you want to say that's right or wrong, that's up to your interpretation. But it shouldn't come as a surprise why people are still giving Nintendo money. But none of these videos will take that into consideration even. You know, there's no stopping saying like, well, you know, there's a lot of people who buy this stuff who just don't give a shit because they just want to have fun. Because at the forefront of buying a video game system or purchasing any kind of entertainment is always the entertainment. I buy the thing and it makes me feel good because it's fun. You know, like that's at the forefront of everybody's mind. It's the same thing like when people buy shit off of Amazon. Do you think they give a fuck about the horrible working conditions? Like, yeah, if they hear about it, they'll say like, oh, that's fucking terrible. But will they still buy that shit off of Amazon? Fucking absolutely. Because they want the thing. They don't... A lot of people... I hate to say this, but I think the majority of people who are talking about this kind of thing are doing it purely performatively. I think there are plenty of people who actually give a fuck, who will not buy the product, but who will also not be loud about not buying the product, which again which also isn't a problem. If you want to talk about how you don't buy the Nintendo product, fuck it, you know, you can do that. But I think if you're just so opposed to something that you don't want it, you just don't want it, and then you don't buy it. And I think a lot of the time you don't have to make it a point to say that you're not buying it. Which is why, you know, we don't hear a lot about those people, but we also don't hear about a lot of people's opinions because not everybody is constantly on the internet and talking about what they're doing or not doing. They just do what they like, or they don't do what they don't like. It's not crazy. Which is all to say that Nintendo is still a shit company, just like every other company is a shit company. I've decided against buying a Switch 2 because of the BS, but we already talked about it. No, like, it's fine, whatever, like, right? Like, don't buy it. It's fine. And if you want to take a stand up against Nintendo publicly as well, that's also fine. I'm not saying that either is right or wrong. I'm just saying, like, keep in mind that a lot of people only care about what's in their social sphere or in going on in their life. They don't give a fuck about all this shit that's quote-unquote behind the scenes. Trust me, if you go out into the street right now, which none of you do because you're all allergic to touching grass. I'm kidding, that was mean. But if you were to go outside right now and like talk to like anybody on the street and ask them about this Nintendo shit that was going on, they'd probably ask you if you're gay, first of all, most likely. Because only gay people care about shit like this. That's mean. No, but like, they're probably not going to know what's going on. And quite frankly, even if they did, who knows if they give a shit.
Sure, I never click it. I have something called Discord. I even have a server. You should go join it. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's give it a fair shot.
It does suck ass,
How
though.
does this even count as screen share?
Oh, I think I know where you are. Wait.
You know where...
When I saw this, when they released the... when they announced the Switch 2... I kind of immediately knew this was gonna suck ass. I don't know why they did this. This is really weird.
She is? Gee, I'd fucking hope so if you can see her screen. But they even take it up a notch with the all-new Nintendo Switch camera. $50, please. Now you have the privilege of looking at your
Wasn't it 40? Whatever.
Loser friends in your brand new $80 piece of shit Mario Party game.
A Nintendo Switch Online membership will be required to use Game Chat.
By the way, you know they still haven't added themes? You know, these. The ones we've been asking for almost a decade. I'm just wondering, why even have a themes page? What, for white and black? When's the gray DLC coming out?
Hell
you guys
yeah.
even changed the eShop? Oh wow, you actually did. It's now red instead of orange. And there's even this For You page. We got Super Mario Party Jamboree, Switch Sports, Super Mario Bros, Welcome Tour, Splatoon. Yeah, it's all Nintendo games. Real convenient, huh? There's not a single game on this recommendation list that I'm interested in buying. Not to mention that half of these aren't even possible to play without having online.
What?
Oh yeah, and that half of
Okay, well, you shouldn't play Street Fighter anyway. Mario Party you can play locally, Mario Brothers Wonder, Sports, Welcome Tour I don't think you need Nintendo Online for. Splatoon, I mean, the main game there is the online, so that's fair. Rabbids, Kirby, Mario Strikers, I have no fucking idea. And Metroid, so that's, you can play most of these without a Nintendo Online subscription, but
of these aren't even possible to play without having online. Oh yeah, we should talk about online.
yeah. Now
Imagine
I'm curious.
this. It's 2018. You
Could never imagine that.
just bought a Switch with your friend, and you're playing online for free. I know, crazy. But how could Nintendo even do this? I mean, they must be losing so much money on the servers. Well, actually, most of these online games ran a peer-to-peer connection, which means the Switch is disconnected directly to one another. The only servers Nintendo has to uphold is the matchmaking servers. Why?
It's cheaper.
There is no benefits to a player-to-player connection. It's less secure, it's more lag, and shit like this happens. But fine, it's a free service after all. It was a free service. One day Nintendo just up and decided, hey, we should charge money for this. Wait, for what? It's a player-to-player connection.
Yes, sir. But the thing is, we would like your money, please. Money, 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 money.
But what is it exactly that I'm paying for?
Oh, well, we added some NES games.
Is that AI?
How many times can you refeed me the same goddamn dish? It's incredibly unoriginal, and all of these ports are as lazy as you could possibly make them. And what is he doing? The save data? Really? You're locking the save data behind a paywall? I guess no backups for me. It's crazy that you have save backups locked behind a paywall, but you still can't even send a direct message. Hell, I can't even invite a friend to a game. I've been able to do that since I was a wee little kid on my Xbox 360. How is that not possible? This is like a fundamental feature of online.
You are proper cheating. Quickscoping is cheating to start with, but the way you are quickscoping, that is way too quick. Reported. 10 people it is to get you banned. And I've got 10 people, mate.
Are you guys sad? Should I play some Zelda's Lullaby? Oh, wait, sorry. I forgot you guys don't upload your music to Spotify. Like,
That's not a... You're not real, right? That's... baldy.
literally everybody else. No. Instead, you have to download the Nintendo Music app.
Okay.
You also need Nintendo Switch Online. Sure, just shove more monetization into every nook and cranny.
Okay, but if you have Nintendo Online, then you have the whole thing, though. Was that Ted Cruz? I don't think that was Ted Cruz.
It was really starting to bother me how all my music was in one nice, neat place. I prefer having different apps for each different song.
I've literally never had that. That's literally all my music is in different fucking places. If I want to listen to like anime shit, well, actually I do have some of it on Spotify, but the really good shit is all on YouTube. And you could just get YouTube Music, and then you have everything.
Thanks, Nintendo. Y'all are really looking out for the community.
Oh no.
The Nintendo community is quite something. I'm not really sure how to put it into words, so I'm gonna focus on something I'm much more in tune with.
Oh no. Oh god.
the speedrunning community. It's a pretty big part of these Nintendo games, especially with games like Super Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, Odyssey. These games have enormous speedrun communities. How exactly does Nintendo feel about that? They try to handicap it in every possible way. Most of their modern games have incredibly long tutorial sections that are unskippable.
Is that... I don't know if that's the reason why. Also, sorry, but the speedrun rules usually account for things like that. I'm 100% sure.
It's insane. And don't even get me started on the Pokemon games.
I mean, if you're speedrunning a Pokemon game, I think that's it. I'm just gonna leave it there.
This is the world record, by the way. They also seem to love to force you to watch every cutscene.
Like, the fact that they're like, be careful about setting this setting when they hardly even let you fucking skip any settings anyway. Or they let you hardly skip any cutscenes. It's so ridiculous.
In Tears of the Kingdom, after you complete the intro section, you have to watch a 4-minute unskippable cutscene, even if it's your second playthrough. This is at the start of the game. It's moderately annoying for people that want to replay this, but as someone who used to be top 3 at this game, it killed my enjoyment of speedrunning. I really don't understand the argument
to play
of,
other games, bro.
Casuals. Brother, have you ever met a casual that's mad there's a skip button? What are we talking about? The whole point is that it's an option, but even if you're still nodding your head in disagreement, how's this? In Tears of the Kingdom, Nintendo directly targeted glitches that only affect the speedrunning community. I don't think there was any casuals accidentally zuggling. Aw, whoopsies, I equipped a weapon in my hand and then opened the map rune and then changed weapons and dropped the weapon and then did that 13 times over. My experience is ruined. I'm aware that this is somewhat of a minor point, but fuck it, it's my video and it really pisses me off. A while back, I tried to start a bingo community for Tears of the Kingdom, launching an official Tears of the Kingdom bingo server, and it kinda failed. Not because there wasn't much interest, but rather, if you wanted to compete, you needed these movement glitches. I mean, come on, just look at this. Tell me that doesn't look cool. This is an audible cancel. Even if I told you how to set it up, you would fail, because it's practically frame perfect. But of course, they patch it anyway. And I might sound like a drama queen saying this, but I don't care about playing Tears of the Kingdom on the current version because of that. That wouldn't be a big problem if it wasn't for the fact that you're forced to play on the most recent version. There is no way to play old versions. Unless you have a physical copy lying around and you're okay with factory resetting your Switch, then you're gonna have to deal with this stupid-ass version of the game. 1.4. For a game that seems to be about solving puzzles your own way, they really want you to solve it the Nintendo way.
And my brain, by the way, shut off when he started talking about speedrunning. I'm sorry.
Ultra-hand and recall.
That's why I'm not saying anything, because
well, that was an easy shrine.
I wasn't listening.
See what a real puzzle looks like? Go check out how I beat Tears of the Kingdom with only key items.
You know
that was like a month-long journey.
You're gay.
Dude. Yes.
But don't go watch it just yet. There's a few more things we should talk about in the community. Just in case you think they still care about us. 2015, Nintendo creates the Creator Program. Now you can monetize your Nintendo videos if you pay them 30 to 40% of your ad revenue. How generous! 2020, a Splatoon 2 tournament was cancelled when the company found out they were using #FreeMelee in their names. 2022, YouTube channel receives over 2,000 copyright blocks. Their channel was forced to be deleted. Hey, have you heard of Point Crow? You know Nintendo almost killed his channel? What did he do? He tried to make Breath of the Wild multiplayer. No warnings, no discussion, just 2 strikes out of the blue.
Once again, making modifications to a game, unfortunately, still infringes on copyright. Still illegal. It sucks. Nintendo goes after it the hardest. It's still fucking illegal. I'm sorry. Speedrunning no bitches run. This guy fucking got world best.
2025. You subscribe to me on YouTube.
Fuck off.
Thank you. 2020. Nintendo prevented another Smash Bros. Tournament from happening. Then they did that.
Yes, modding is illegal. Technically. Usually most game devs don't really give a fuck about it, because it just keeps people buying and playing the game. But generally speaking, yes. Also, not to forget, to be able to make such modifications to the game, normally you will have to pirate it, or you will have to make a modification to your Switch software or hardware, which is also illegal. Again, it's shitty. Nintendo goes after it the hardest. It is illegal though, so either go try and make it not illegal, or I don't fucking know, just keep complaining about it. But like I said, it's illegal technically.
That again and then again. Oh, and this one was for charity. That's fun. You
Charity's
almost
a scam.
accidentally supported people in need.
It's not
People
true.
wonder why the community
Not all
feels
of
like
them.
it's dying. Because it is. Just look at the views. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe gets 14 million views 8 years ago. Mario Kart World gets 5.
If it gets 14 million views 8 years ago, that I'm not sure about that, because you can still click on that video today and it will count towards the views.
Breath of the Wild gets 31 million views. Tears of the Kingdom gets 16. Super Mario Odyssey gets 58 million views 8 years ago. Donkey Kong Bonanza gets 3.5. Oh my god. There is no pretending that Nintendo is as popular as they used to be.
YouTube
They
brain
are
set.
not.
Like, the video's been around for 8 years. There's a big... Obviously not everybody's gonna... Like, it probably got more views than the videos do now, right? Like, at that point, it got more views than the videos got at... than the new videos get at the point they're releasing. But that's not really... It's not relevant if it says, like, oh, this video is 8 years old and has 14 million views. Like, the views still keep counting even after the video is out for 50 years. Like, it's not how this argument works. If you'd shown the analytics for the point in time where it released and compared it to the point in time when one of the newer videos released, that would make a point.
And despite people saying that they will buy
Anyway.
the Switch 2 whether or not they have a smile on their face, I don't believe them. People buy these consoles for their games, and when Nintendo doesn't deliver on the games, people won't buy them.
I mean...
Or they'll just use an emulator. If you've been living under a rock, an emulator is a software or hardware that lets you mimic another system.
Sorry,
Like if
did
you've been
you
living
just...
under
Game Genie. Emulator.
a rock, an emulator is a software or hardware that lets you mimic another system, like an NES or a GameCube. There's a few reasons why people would use emulators over their traditional consoles. Let's quickly talk about each one. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Convenience. One device can play all your games from dozens of consoles. No need for bulky hardware, fragile discs, or region-locked systems. Switch to. 2. Enhanced features and performance. Games can run in HD or even 4K with better frame rates. Use cheats, custom controls, the world is your oyster. 3. Preservation and availability. You can keep your old games alive when the hardware is rare, broken, or out of print. Oh, and 4. It makes piracy incredibly easy. Yeah, if we're gonna talk about emulation, we have to talk about piracy. Emulators make it very easy to pirate software. No, not him. But seriously, this piracy problem is kind of a big deal. Tears of the Kingdom was pirated and played on Yuzu, a Switch emulator, over 1 million times before the game came out. Nintendo, of course, upset and pissed off, sues them. But
yeah, before the game came out. That might have also had something to do with it. Data mining games is also still illegal.
Here's the thing, emulators are legal. Yuzu...
That's up for debate. They are a legal gray area at best. What was it, 1 week early? It was something like that. It was early. It doesn't matter. It's... Again, emulation is... The emulator itself, you could argue, like, the program is in a, like, legal gray area. Here's the thing. to be able to play the emulator, the games on the emulator, you still have to do piracy. So while the emulator itself may be legal, the program, you're still committing piracy. Which, whatever, fuck it, right? Like, nobody cares, right? Everybody does it. But just because everybody's doing it doesn't make it legal.
Wasn't the one to leak Tears of the Kingdom. That was Nintendo's fault. But just by the very nature of what an emulator is, yeah, it could be played on Yuzu. And there was nothing Nintendo could do to stop them. So what were they gonna do? They were gonna stop them.
Maybe he'll mention it. Also disregarding the fact that Yuzu was starting to ask money for some stuff for the emulator. They were hiding features behind monetization, which was also a reason why they got taken down.
Even though Tears of the Kingdom leaked several weeks early, it ran like garbage. That's because emulators aren't perfect. They need a ton of updates all the time to keep games running smoothly. But there was one place where you could play the game normally. Yuzu's early access build. I wonder how they made a build optimized for a game that hasn't even come out yet. Just saying. The only place you could find this early access build was on their paid Patreon page.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yuzu was making upwards of $30,000 a month off their Patreon, basically selling this early access build. Because of that, Nintendo has reason to sue now. So how much was Nintendo gonna sue for? Couple hundred grand? Try 2.4 million.
Yeah. I don't think it was about the money for them.
I would love to see what black magic Nintendo is using to pull this number out of their ass. As part of the agreement, they had to shut down Yuzu, the Switch emulator, and Citra, the 3DS emulator. Hopefully you don't care about preserving games. They definitely don't. But to be fair, Yuzu was a bit shady. So let's have a look at Ryujinx, another Switch emulator. Ryujinx was also around when Tears of the Kingdom got leaked.
Still there, right? Has no point in the video. Yeah, literally. Like, my point is, again, it's shitty. Yes. Here's the thing, they picked that number because it wasn't something they would have ever been able to pay. So they had to shut down. Yeah, it wasn't about the money, it was about them fucking shutting down because again, it's still illegal. I'm sorry. I hate emulation too, but it's still fucking illegal. I would prefer if he just kept making points about the availability and the he said the term like 3 times, the preservation of these games, because I do think that is incredibly important. I don't like this shit, him talking out of his ass about all this bullshit without recognizing the fact that it's a legal matter. They're gonna go after it. That's what they're fucking known for. Here's the thing. What if you just don't fucking talk about the emulator? What if people just shut the fuck up and quietly shared this shit around? Right? What if we didn't make big-ass fucking Patreon pages that are advertising the thing? What if we just had like a covert little Discord server or something, or stayed quiet, right? But no, because people always go out of their... And again, I'm still fucking mad at Nintendo for it too, but I'm more mad at people being unable to shut the fuck up about this kind of stuff, because that's why it gets taken down. Exactly, that's how the Bloodborne PC port died, is because everybody was fucking talking about it. And funnily enough, that wasn't even Nintendo. Crazy, am I right? And people, again, are also forgetting copyright works different in Japan. They have to do it, otherwise apparently there's some way they can lose the license. They don't want to lose the license. I don't understand, like, this is my biggest issue whenever this topic comes up, because on one hand, I don't ever support emulation, because I also think that, you know, game preservation is extremely important. I absolutely agree with that point. The problem is you have to look at the legality of the thing. And every company ever, if they have a fucking way to get you legally and be in the right, they're fucking going to. Because why wouldn't they? They hold all the power. If you knew that suing somebody would benefit you in some way, guaranteed, would you not fucking do it? I don't think most people would genuinely answer that with a no. Which isn't an argument against what they're doing. It's still shitty. Again, it's bullshit. They should, at the very least, offer the games at a normal price, which, by the way, in my opinion, I pay for Nintendo Online for like a family subscription. I pay like $120 a year, and I get a fuckload of games out of that too. So I don't like the I don't like the argument that, oh, you're only playing to be able to play things online. There are more things included in this package. You're not just paying the $20. Mind you, for one person, for one account, normally it's $20 per year. You're not just paying the $20 per year for the ability to play online. Like the Virtual Boy, that's a terrible argument. Because there's other things besides the Virtual Boy too. But yes, the Virtual Boy is dog ass. And I'm still pissed about the fact they don't just make the games playable, that you have to buy the fucking stupid bullshit ass gay fucking Virtual Boy glasses. Because what the fuck, Nintendo? That shit didn't work back in the 80s or 90s or whatever the fuck you were trying to do that. That shit's not gonna work now. You fucking insane? Are you crazy? I agree though, the Virtual Boy is fucking insanity. But you also have NES, SNES, you have N64 at this point. We've got the Game Boy, we've got Game Boy Advance. I guess Game Boy Color is also in there. You've got Sega, like I think Master System and Mega Drive. You've got some of the GameCube shit now. And yeah, I know they don't have all the games on there. I understand that, but it's like there's still more than just, oh, you get to play online. I care about online again when they add Pokemon games and DS and 3DS. I wonder if they're gonna add DS and 3DS. The legitimate console that I bought off of Temu actually has DS stuff on it as well. I haven't tried it out yet, but apparently it works. So that's, I don't know, food for thought. I think generally, you know what it is too? Like, with the Switch 2 having the mouse thing, you could totally, like, you could totally do the DS game touchpad now, because you could just use the mouse thing, right? Or I guess if you're, was the Switch 1? Yeah, it was. The Switch 1 did have a touch screen, didn't it? I think the Switch 2 does as well. It's like that would work as well. But again, I don't like this argument that, oh, it's just for the online. And even if it was just for the online, it's $20 a year. That's less than any other service other than PC, where you just pay your internet service provider. Anyway.
Was also around when Tears of the Kingdom got leaked, and it was also used to play Tears of the Kingdom. The key difference here is that they didn't have any early access builds on their Patreon. So what happened to them?
Well,
they got nuked. Nintendo?
Yeah, because they also did Tears of the Kingdom early. I don't know how this is a fucking...
Never officially sued them, but instead they approached the owner of the project and offered him a deal. Whether that's money or a threat, I have no idea. But ultimately, the project was shut down. There goes all the Switch emulators. I just want to remind you, emulators are legal. But Nintendo disagrees, and they will do anything and...
Emulators are legal. The way you get the games, or the BIOS for those emulators, because a lot of, for consoles upwards of the PlayStation 1, you need the BIOS. Getting those also isn't necessarily 100% legal. The program itself is. The stuff you put into the program and you need to make the program run isn't.
Everything to shut them all down. Oh, except when they want to use them in the museums.
I want you to listen to this and listen to the sound effects real quick, okay? Did you hear that? It sounds like someone disconnected and reconnected a USB device.
I don't
on
like
a
this
Windows
man's face.
computer. It's like Nintendo's always trying to sell you the idea that emulation is bad and you
It's
should
like
always play the classic games on their original
Andrew
hardware.
Tate on
when even in their
estrogen.
own museums, they don't have the original hardware for people to use.
Don't you just love that? Nintendo using emulators? And it's
Yeah, that
so
was
cute how they're
crazy.
shy about it too. So sneaky, like ninjas. Oh, we should talk about the Nintendo ninjas.
Logically, I can use BIOS on the OG Xbox since I own one, right? No. No. I don't want to be mean, but like, that kind of, literally that kind of thinking is why we have people making these dog-ass, uninformed information. I don't want to be mean to you, Payne, because you're not the only one who says something like this, and I don't even know if that was a joke. That's not how licensing rights work. Sorry, any console you've ever bought is literally just the license of being able to play the game. Any game you've ever bought, any game on any CD you've ever bought, the only reason you are able to play that game is because the company says, yeah, you can have the device and the software and the firmware to play all of this. We're okay with that. They can rescind that right at any point for any console. Obviously, for older consoles that are like not connected to the internet, that's not possible. But for any console that perchance can be connected to the internet, it's absolutely a possibility. So, no, because you have an Xbox, because you own the game, it actually still doesn't make it legal. Because the problem is, even if you rip the games off of a disc, that's technically still piracy. Because that's not what you're supposed to do. The way that you're intended to play the game is put the thing into the machine that's built to play the game, and that's how it's done legally. The problem is, of course, that now with like digital media, the line gets thinner and very blurred, but it's still like, it's still not legal. It's still, you don't own the rights to the proprietary Xbox firmware or any console's firmware. You have paid a license basically to buy, to own a piece of hardware that is able to play a piece of software, which you also need to pay for. Which, again, can be rescinded at any fucking point. One day, if Sony says, you know what, fuck all y'all playing the PS5, and they send out, like, some firmware update that locks up your PS5, you're never going to be able to play it again. And I'm sure there are laws against this. But in general, that's within their right, because they're the only ones who actually own the thing. They're not going to do it, because why the fuck would they? But technically it is a possibility. So no, you have never owned anything ever. Welcome to the real world, motherfuckers. Break out of the goddamn Matrix right now. You've never owned anything.
So in 2013, there was a prominent Nintendo
That's
leaker
not
by the name of Eclipse.
necessarily
now, Eclipse
true.
claimed to have documents that showed Nintendo tracking a homebrew hacker, and it was pretty bad. They made a whole goddamn flowchart on exactly how to coerce this guy into doing what they want. A flowchart. I'm no expert on
Okay.
business psychology, but I think Nintendo went a little far on this one. They had him profiled to the point where they knew when he was at home, when he was at work, where he drove, whether it was a bank or a restaurant. They knew who visited him, listed details of his working life. So what did this guy do? Well, he found an exploit that would make hacking the 3DS possible. So
still
yeah,
illegal.
that kind of makes sense. The spooky part of the story is we never
But
heard
also
back from
crazy,
the hacker.
yeah.
He quite literally made the biggest breakthrough in 3DS hacking and then just disappeared. Hey, you ever wonder what happens when you do steal their intellectual property? This is Gary Bowser, and yes, his last name is actually Bowser. He joined a hacker group known as Team Executor. They produced dongles that bypassed the anti-piracy technology in the Switch and other consoles. He made it easier to pirate games.
Still illegal.
And he got caught. He was ordered to pay Nintendo $4.5 million, and he also had some jail time. Poor guy. But of course, Nintendo wasn't done with him just yet. So they smacked him with a civil suit for $10 million, which they make in a day. Sorry, did I say a day? They make 20 in a day. Oops, 30. Gary only made like 300,000 from this hacking venture. How the hell does he owe 10 million? Nintendo loves playing the league.
What? What the fuck is that argument? Oh, he only makes this much. How can he owe that much? What the fuck are you talking about? Some people, you know, like, they just fucking... Sometimes the right to voice your own opinion maybe isn't the greatest.
Legal game, but most of their lawsuits are just so stupid. We have to talk about it.
Go ahead, let's go.
Did you know Nintendo?
The new video will be I hate the law. Yeah, me too.
Nintendo tried to kill renting games, like the general concept of renting a video game. They sued Blockbuster for it. Yes,
What?
that Blockbuster. Now, they lost this lawsuit because, well, it's stupid, but this was kind of like...
By that logic, my loans should be lower. Thank you. Thank you, Payne.
The first domino falling. Nintendo...
Yeah, it's almost like the amount of money you're obligated to pay isn't based on the amount of money you make.
Nintendo was a bunch of losers, and they wanted to shut everything down. 2009, they shut down a Zelda fan movie. Why do they care? 2000...
What? Why do they care? Because it's their fucking IP, you moron.
2010, a bunch of fans made a Pokemon fan game. They shut it down. MLG...
Yeah. Still modifications to a game. Still illegal because it's not their property.
Hosted a Super Smash Bros. Tournament. They shut it down. A developer wanted to write a
Why did they shut... I don't know why they shut that down.
book about making a Nintendo game. Shut down. A high school student made an emulator. Shut down. A Game Boy Advance emulator was uploaded to GitHub. It was shut down.
All I'm hearing is it's all fucking copyright. Still shitty. Still dog ass. But it's their right, sadly. It's fucking copyright law.
What, you really thought you could play a Game Boy emulator? Nope. What about Wii? No. 3DS? Nope. Switch?
So by the way, this is stupid lawsuits. Still all just fucking emulators.
Fuck no. And like, are emulators even illegal? Nope. What about these?
Okay, if I say it often enough, it will become real. Copyright shouldn't exist. That's what people say until their property gets stolen. Copyright should absolutely exist, but there should be a global copyright guideline that goes across every country and not just one for each country. Because that's one of the biggest issues. Like, the Japanese copyright law is fucking crazy strict. Which is why a lot of this shit is happening.
Fan games. Who knows? It doesn't matter.
Adding to the fact that Nintendo is also very scummy about this shit.
You have over $100 billion to flop around, you can be the asshole. And they are.
Copyright only exists to protect large corporations. Small creators will get screwed over regardless. I mean, you could say that about any law. To be honest with you, you can say that about any law. Maybe the guy, maybe if he makes a I hate the law video, maybe he'll be onto something. Maybe we'll loop back around to being based. No, but honestly, it's still important. It doesn't matter what scale it's on. I know most laws are there to protect companies. Sorry. The world doesn't give a fuck about you, small man. Or woman. Or whatever. It's just the nature of the world. Unfortunately. Everything should be public domain. If it genuinely was everything, I could probably live with that idea. There would be crazy ass murders out the ass because, like, there have been so many examples in the past where, like, one person came up with something, another person came up with something slightly similar, and then the second thing got way more popular and made way more money, and then the first person was jealous. You know what? We should just erase the 7 deadly sins, and then everything would be fine. Maybe humanity's the problem. Maybe all of these Nintendo gay videos just boil down to humanity should go away. You think fucking, like, you think turtles would give a fuck about any of this shit? Nah. They care about eating, they care about fucking, they care about dying. I support the turtle New World Order. Point being that if everything was public domain, it would be cool. It would never happen, though, because, like, people will go crazy. And I, for one, still think that copyright is important on whatever scale it exists on. I think there should be more lenience. The problem is also that copyright laws in general are... Yeah, copyright as a concept has only existed for a short time, which is also why it's so horribly inconsistent and also not well thought out, which is also why I would assume every country has their own form of copyright law. But I don't know. Like I said, for me, if there were, like, a global guideline on what copyright should be, I think I could live with it more. And in general, I think it should be more lenient. I don't know why, specifically with a lot of, like, Japanese properties, it's so fucking strict. And I find that stupid too. I would love to see a fan-made Zelda movie. Problem is, of course, again, it won't happen because it's a Nintendo property. Nintendo's Japanese. Their copyright is crazy. And thus, here we are. We are the Lion Turtles. What? We are the Lion Turtles when we need them. Where are the Lion Turtles when we need them?
Not convinced? Alright, let's talk about Pokemon. If you're a Pokemon fan, you've probably been let down. Game after game
No
after
way.
game. But there's a new kid on the block. Palworld. It's like...
Oh Lord. Dear God in heaven. Can't you just do another subscribe?
Pokemon with guns.
Wrong. Absolutely
So,
wrong.
as you could probably guess, Nintendo sued them, asking for $65,000 and, of course, the shutdown of the game.
65,000 is, like, really low.
But not for what you might think. They didn't sue for copyright. Instead, they opted for patent infringement. Now, I'm no patent expert, and
Okay,
this
then
story's
shut the
already
fuck
been
up,
talked
please.
about all over. Nintendo sues indie dev, tries to get their game shut down, and files for the patents after the game's release. Seems a little shady, but there's a very silly update that I need to tell you about. A few months ago, Nintendo rewrote the patent they're suing Palworld for. Somehow that's legal. They're basically changing the wording to be a lot more complex. How complex? Glad you asked.
Even when any boarding character other than the aerial boarding character is the currently...
Do you know why you have to study, like, law? because it takes so fucking long to understand what any of it says. Every law ever is like crazy convoluted as fuck.
Selected boarding character, and a first operation input is given to when the player character is in the air. The computer causes the aerial boarding character to appear.
Sounds like someone tried to describe a game mechanic using Google Translate and a thesaurus, right?
How is this even a patent? This whole thing is literally over the glide mechanic. Apparently,
So you don't get someone in jail? Well, no, that's not it. It's just like you have to word everything extremely specifically, because the problem is the idea is always to create something that is like completely watertight, right? If you leave anything open to interpretation, that's a loophole. That's a legal loophole that somebody can exploit, which again is something you don't want if you're the one like filing for a patent or whatever. That being said, this whole patent bullshit with Nintendo is insane. When I read this shit, I was like, okay, so are you gonna sue like 100,000 other games that do like a vaguely similar thing too? Like, are you gonna sue those who also may have done it years ago? Are you gonna do that to them too? Or, oh no, it only matters because it's Pal World right now. It's like, okay, cool. Fucking dick ass. My opinion is that patents shouldn't exist. I mean, it's kind of in a similar vein as copyright, but it is different because, like, patent really does mean that you're the only one who ever has any rights ever to your thing, which, yeah, I mean, it's an issue, even just from a technical standpoint. Stunts growth, technically speaking, as well, as in technology-wise speaking. Obvious patent trolling. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Nintendo should be ashamed of themselves trying to claim that they invented the creature summoning mechanic. I don't understand where that's coming from. And the mount thing. Like, sorry, Nintendo. Sorry, mounts in video games, because that was one too, right? Like the whole being able to ride the thing. Like, mounts in video games. Are you fucked? It was flying, gliding. I'm like 99% sure, regardless of the fact that it was that still has existed in a ton of games before any other Nintendo game, or at the very least before any Nintendo game in recent history. You can still ride? Hell yeah. Cowgirl enjoyers live to breathe another day.
Feature. If it's not obvious, Nintendo is trying to make this word salad as confusing as possible so that no lawyer understands it. Palworld responded by updating the game. This update got rid of all the quote-unquote patented features. Nintendo is still suing though. Luckily, it's pretty much guaranteed they're gonna lose this. Hey, Future Xander here, editing this video. It turns out there's another update to the situation. Nintendo has now filed another patent, this time for summoning creatures. Here, I'll just let Penguins explain.
I'm sure a lot of you are seeing the headlines right now.
I don't know how I feel about that either. Can't explain it in your own words, so you're gonna use somebody else's video.
About how Nintendo has successfully filed a patent in the US.
I'm only mad because he's making me listen to fucking Moist Critical
on summoning a character and letting it fight another. But tons of people are worried with the way that the patent is currently filed that this will hit things far beyond just creature catching games. It will hit tons of products that have summoning as a mechanic.
Again, how are these patents?
You just call it Critical Penguins? Well, that is his... Was that not his name for a while? Or am I thinking wrong?
It's like patenting jumping in a video game. They will sue for anything. If you really love protecting your IP this much, why don't you actually make a good Pokemon game? Y'all have been asleep.
Well, that has nothing to do with protecting the IP, but okay.
Sleep at the wheel for years now. Maybe Palworld will finally wake your asses up. Nintendo does not get enough credit for how pathetic they are. Actually,
that's not credit.
There is one community that does understand.
Fuck Nintendo. Yeah, I said it. Cancel all these turnies and act like we'll forget it. Built the scene our damn selves. Y'all don't get no credit. Better clip up Sakurai's ass and post that shit to Reddit.
It was, but he's literally always called himself critical in his videos. I've only ever referred to him as critical too.
The Super Smash Bros. Community.
Man, I want to say something about the Smash community, but like, I feel like it would be leaning too far into Nintendo's favor.
Have you heard of the Smash World Tour? Blah blah blah, it was popular. Nintendo kills it. Wow, crazy. But they've killed a billion things. Why is this one special? Well, because it actually marked the beginning of the end for
I always called him Moisture Guy.
Nintendo tournaments in general. From this point forward, you now need a license from Nintendo to run a tournament. And I guess it's to protect their IP. God, I'm sick of hearing that. I honestly don't
Well, then you shouldn't talk about copyright, brother.
Even know what it means anymore. I don't think Nintendo knows what it means. You know, they tried to sue a Costa Rican supermarket because it had the name Super Mario. You know why it had that name? Because the owner of the supermarket's name was Mario. He didn't even
Fair, I guess.
know about Nintendo. And what the hell are they protecting? Look at the store. This is some random Costa Rican supermarket, not a knockoff Nintendo store. This poor Costa Rican dude woke up to a multi-billion-dollar company handing him a lawsuit for this, and he won.
Super means market in Spanish. It's like short for supermarket, right?
Thank God. Hey, look at this YouTuber. They took down some of this dude's videos for using a camera mod. A fucking camera mod. Just like the ones they used in the trailers.
Man. It's like, it fucking hurts to see somebody like not understand, and this happens a billion times every time somebody talks about copyright, but like, or again, like, modifications of games. It doesn't I know it's just the camera, and I know it's ridiculous, and I know that Nintendo shouldn't be doing it, but it's not intended to be used that way. I don't know why people don't understand the fact. You know what? It's a mod. Like, again, you can read any. Nobody ever does this. Any license agreement, any hardware agreement, anything ever will tell you that any modifications to any game ever, doesn't matter how small, is illegal. And again, yes, it is dumb. Obviously, it's fucking stupid. Nintendo shouldn't go after a dude just because he fucking uses the free roam camera. Nobody gives a fuck technically. But the problem is that they're still in the right for doing it. And they're gonna do it because they're a company, because all companies are fucking dog shit and pieces of shit, and they suck, and they only want your money. And if you're even remotely threatening them in a way that they would make less money, then they're gonna go after you. It sucks ass. Complain to your fucking lawmakers.
But I guess it's fine when...
Because they pocket money from corporations all over the goddamn world just so they can buy their 50th fucking mansion.
They use it. Just not when we do. We're not allowed to do that. Oh, did I ever make...
Maybe stop voting for old fucking skeletons who only know the smell of money and the smell of underage pussy. We're getting really off track here. This is about video games.
Mention you don't actually own your Switch 2, like the console itself. They have the right to just brick it whenever they want. And this...
I'm not going to repeat myself. I'm just going to let this run.
That's never existed before. But look, Xbox and PlayStation are doing it too. So I guess they're just right. But is it
That's... No, don't repeat yourself.
Insane to imagine that they have a kill switch, a button that turns off everyone's console. They can just turn it off. That's a real nice thought. You really own nothing. I want to show you.
We try, but the South is gerrymandered to hell and back. The entire world is gerrymandered to hell and back. It sucks. That's why we try not to think about it. Mario jump scare.
You a website. This is suedbynintendo.com. It is a record of every time Nintendo has sued someone. It has a search bar, for crying out loud.
A search
let's
bar?
just scroll through here for a second. Cease and desist, DMCAs, copyright violations, shutting down emulators, removing videos, removing channels, taking down fan art, going after modders. It's all there. And all of these are sources going directly to its story. And even this doesn't scrape the surface. Nintendo doesn't care about you. We are walking money bags to them. Nothing.
Why is it so difficult for people to understand that you don't matter? not in a, like a nihilistic point of view. Just like literally, you don't matter. Outside of your own circle. It sounds horribly pessimistic. But I don't mean it like that. I mean it like, literally. Nintendo doesn't think about you. In the same way that your ex Jennifer doesn't think about you anymore because she's happy now. Why is it so difficult to understand that? Yes, you're literally just walking, talking money bags to any company ever. Mario will not fuck you. God damn it. Oh my god. I know why this is such a big thing, because like, you know, like 15, 20 years ago, it always seemed like these video game companies, mainly because they were a lot smaller, they felt more personal, you know. There was like, as with a lot of companies, right? Like for a long time, the biggest like plus point for any company was to feel personal, right? Like there's a personal connection, you know, like a good friend, State Farm's always there, you know, shit like that. Because they knew that that's what was making the money, is being forthcoming to your audience. But because the audiences grew and because the money just still kept coming in, they realized, oh hey, we don't have to make an effort anymore. And so they don't. Right? It's a much bigger issue than Nintendo only want my money. Yeah, no fucking shit, bro. You know what the crazy part is though? You don't have to buy a Nintendo product. Well, I know my ex Kenny still thinks about me. Well, fair enough, but you know what I meant. Sometimes your exes still think about you, but it, like, it's different.
More. And if you still think otherwise, why? Give me one
Because
example
you're
of
gay!
Nintendo doing something good-hearted, something they don't just profit from. Name one. This company is the biggest crybaby fucking loser I've ever seen. But
second biggest.
If we're gonna try to really understand what happened and where it went all wrong, we're gonna have to take a trip back to the past. It's 2006, the economy is great, and the Wii just came out. It even came with a pack-in title, Wii Sports. This game was an instant classic. Every family was playing it, because it wasn't just a gamer game. There was bowling, baseball, tennis, golf. Everyone could play.
Oh god, is this gonna turn into some weird incel, like, casual gamers rant? I hope not.
Play these, and it came packaged with every single Wii for free. Huh. Interesting. But Nintendo seemed to have it all figured out. They were releasing banger after banger after banger.
New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Banger? I mean, I suppose different strokes for different folks.
Ignore this one. Everyone was slowly becoming a Nintendo fanboy, and it wasn't just because of the games. Nintendo actually
Literal
had a face.
Disney adult.
Satoru
Gay.
Iwata, and for Nintendo of America, Reggie. These guys would become beloved.
He didn't even say his last name because he also doesn't know how to pronounce it.
And for good reason.
I believe it's Reggie Fils-Aimé, or something like that.
Reggie is famously known for fighting to get Wii Sports put in as a pack-in title.
Look at them. Yeah, I saw the Mario Galaxy cover.
And Iwata was actually a gamer and a programmer, and he was part of the directs.
Please take a look at this.
Are you gonna blame the man for dying?
So the Wii was a massive success. All they had to do was follow it up with something good. How hard could that be? Shit. The Wii U was an interesting time. If you ask someone who owned one, they'll tell you it was a fantastic console.
Yeah,
the
it was.
problem is, nobody owned one. Compared to the Wii, it sold about 13% of what the Wii sold. Mostly because of shitty marketing. I mean, really, the Wii U? That's the best name you could come up with? It sounds like a Wii accessory. It wasn't helping that the 3DS, which came out a year before, was also flopping. The president of Nintendo, Satoru Iwata, saw this struggle and cut his paycheck in half. Wow, that's generous. Did it make a difference? Not really, but it's not about that. By cutting your paycheck in half, that's taking accountability. That's showing that you care. And it's
I mean, yeah, you know, like, I would argue that my assumption that where this point is going is that due to the change of leadership in Nintendo, things have changed. But it's like, I mean, yeah, that's what happens. The problem is people just assume there's a lot of people like Iwata when there really aren't. He is like one in a billion, honestly. You know, like, and probably one of the best examples when I talk about like game development and game publishers in general, where like the love for the work and for the thing that they were putting out was absolutely there. You don't have many people like that, and so like you can't really compare the people in his place now to him because he was just unique in that way. There should be more people like him, but there just aren't.
way more honorable than doing a bunch of mass layoffs. Which, let's be honest, that's what every other company would have done. But Iwata stated he didn't want to do mass layoffs. Nintendo's value was its creative talent, not just its finances. I'm sorry, what? That sentence came from Nintendo?
No, that sentence came from Iwata, but fair.
Weird, it feels like this company had a soul or something. What happened to this guy?
Yeah, alright.
On my business card, I am a corporate president. In my mind, I am a game developer. But in my heart, I am a gamer.
In 2015, the president of Nintendo, Satoru Iwata, passed away.
I'd like to speak to you from my heart about our jobs and about our industry. My first creation was a baseball game. I don't think anyone can say it has bad graphics because it has no graphics. But when I saw my friends playing that game and having fun, it made me feel proud.
A couple years before the release of the Switch, he got cancer. He underwent surgery to try to get it removed, and he reassured everyone that the surgery had been successful. He even changed his Mii to show that he lost some weight. Soon, he would return to Nintendo. He wanted to provide as much help as he could before the release of the Switch.
Damn, man.
Nintendo replaced Iwata with a businessman, a banker, someone that didn't care about the games. That businessman chose another businessman to succeed him, faceless, corporate, cold businessmen. The only place you'll see them is at shareholder meetings. Iwata never got to see the release of the Switch, but something tells me he would be pretty proud.
And some developing news for gamers out there, Nintendo announcing a new edition.
It's hoping the new console, called the Switch,
will be the next big thing in gaming.
Cut the damn music. We already know the Switch is a massive success. Blah, blah, blah. It was revolutionary. It changed gaming. I don't need to explain why the Switch 1 was a success. It was a perfect console.
No.
Except for the kickstand. And the pretty bad processing power, and the audio was pretty bad. The screen was only 720p. Oh yeah, and Joy-Con drift.
In 2015, brother.
The controllers were pretty horrible. It could only hold 32 gigabytes of storage. Sometimes the dock would scratch the screen. Maybe it wasn't actually that perfect, but did it matter? It had Breath of the Wild. And then
Labo existed, that's a fairly good point.
Odyssey. Plus, the price tag was reasonable, at only $300. Anyway, everyone thought Nintendo would do the smart thing and release a Switch Pro. So, a few years later, they released this, the Switch Lite. That same year, the president of Nintendo of America, Reggie, leaves.
I'm retiring. I'm handing over the controller to Doug Bowser. Doug will become the new president of Nintendo of America.
Doug Bowser is a businessman.
So basically, we've figured out the problem, right? Video over.
He came from EA. Okay, yeah, the cracks are showing. I'm not gonna pull any punches.
Yeah, Doug Bowser did retire, didn't he? He passed on to somebody else. I don't know who they are.
Doug, you do a terrible job of acting like you care about the community. Maybe you really do, but try to show it more instead of just tweeting all the time. This feels disingenuous. Right now, you are the face of Nintendo, yet we hardly ever see you. Except for like once. Nintendo was the one company that had a face. It's what made Nintendo, Nintendo. Now it's just run by a bunch of fucking business weasels. I seriously have to ask, have y'all even played a video game before? Doug, please do a live stream of you playing a video game.
You know what's funny though? Like, even since the Switch in business, that wasn't even intentional. No, but even since the Switch in people at the top, the Nintendo games have still been fun. If you're like any game that I played in the last 5 years, that was like a new Nintendo release, I've always enjoyed. And I said this before, Nintendo has the sole, like the one speck of gold in a heap of fucking dog shit is that their games are actually fun. Not all of them necessarily, but their mainline releases, usually a lot of fucking fun. It's everything else that's their problem. And that is, I would argue, also to be traced back to the Switch in business leadership, obviously. It's weird anyway that, like, I mean, I guess with, you know, Iwata dying, I don't know if he, like, had anybody who he knew could, like, lead the company. But it's weird to me as well that, like, Reggie, for example, also didn't pick somebody who, like... You know what? No, it's not weird to me. You know why? You know why? Because it probably wasn't even really their decision, if I'm being honest with you. It most likely wasn't. So, yeah, like, basically, we've arrived at the point where this entire video is kind of, quote-unquote, pointless, because, yeah, okay, it's shareholders and the people up top who are at fault. Yeah, I mean, thanks. Could have told you that in 20 minutes.
Maybe
40 maybe, now that it's me.
Furukawa. You guys can play your new Mario Kart game together.
I think Iwata's death was unexpected.
A couple years
I don't
after
think
this, Prince Charming
even knew that it was
Nintendo
coming.
released their next console, the Switch OLED. Remember how the Switch 1 had
Yeah,
pretty
I
big
mean,
design flaws?
Yes, but again, like, I feel like if it were up to Iwata, who he's choosing to succeed him, he would have picked somebody with, like, similar views as him, right? Same thing with Reggie, which is why I think that it wasn't their choice. It was just, you know, shareholders, the people up top. CEO is a great title, but you still have somebody above you. And if those people say, no, it's going to be the person we want, it's going to be the person they want. You can't do anything against that. And they're going to pick somebody who they think is going to be great because, oh, look, money number up. While Iwata was there, it was definitely about the money as well, but it wasn't the main point. Now money is the main point in every single fucking company ever. It's always just about money number up. Graph show line go up. That's what they want. It's not about the love for the thing anymore. And that's why we're getting these like dog shit games from a lot of AAA developers. I would argue that Pokemon and Game Freak are probably the worst in that regard, because there's a lot of other shit that is like bound into their failings. But in general, like, just look at any AAA game, right? It's, I don't know, but like I said, I think for Nintendo still, there's the actual quality of the games, right? Like, again, I played Donkey Kong Bonanza recently. I thought it was fucking awesome. I loved Mario Kart World, even though apparently the rest of the fucking planet thinks it's dog shit. I don't know. I had fun with it. I thought it was fun. It's missing some stuff that I would like it to be in there, but I didn't hate it. I don't know. But like I said, I think it all boils down to, yeah, the people at the top suck ass. Yeah.
Flaws? Well, you can fix them by buying a new console. Great, thanks guys. But I'm sure the next console is coming out soon.
So, by the way,
a couple years after this Prince Charming took over, you guys please do a live stream of you playing a video game. Maybe use game chat, invite FuwaFuwaP. You guys can play your new Mario Kart game together. A couple years after this Prince Charming took over, Nintendo released their next console, the Switch OLED. Remember how the Switch 1 had pretty big design flaws? Well, you can fix them by buying a new console.
What did you want them to do? Did you want to, like... Did you want them to tell you, like, yeah, send in your Switch, we're gonna beef it up for you? What the fuck does that mean? What is this argument? Yeah, by the way, you ever heard of the PS2 Slim? Ever heard of, like, the 17 different PS2 models that there were? Ever hear of the 3 different PS3 models? The Wii had a couple different ones. Yeah, that's... What do you mean? What is this argument? Nintendo fans don't think other consoles exist, duh. Right, sorry.
Great, thanks guys. But I'm sure the next console is coming out soon. We just have to wait, and wait, and wait, and wait. This sure is taking a while. It's been 7 years, you guys still working on that console? Must be some console.
Okay.
Well, in January 2025, they finally announced the successor to the Switch. The Switch 2. Go get your popcorn. The Switch 2 launched for $450. Yes, 450.
Which, so... is $150 more than the previous console. Is that such a crazy hike up in the price? For the console? I understand the argument for the games, right? Like, that's... We're not talking about that. For the console itself, 150 for the next like 150 more for the next generation? Like, is it just me, or am I not seeing that this is crazy? The console's not bad, but the game price, that's a different... No, again, we're putting aside the games. I agree with the games. They're too expensive. All games, ever. But, like, so why is it such a big deal that the console was $450?
That is $150 more than...
Well, thanks, buddy, for doing the math for me, I guess.
Switch 1. Inflation doesn't cover that, manufacturing cost doesn't cover that, it's just fucking greed.
We didn't consider
I don't. Again, 150 for the next generation. I don't.
Tariffs into that equation.
They're charging you $80 for this confusing, sloppy, boring mess of a Mario Kart game.
Your opinion? Also, yes, $80 too much for any game ever. 50 is the max that I'm willing to go, rather 40. 7 years of inflation seem real to me. Like I said, I don't think 150 more for the next generation is that crazy.
Hopefully you enjoy having 250 people in a race. Chaos is fun, apparently.
250, just say 25, you fucking pretentious piece of shit.
And when you're done with Mario Kart, why don't you pay us money for a manual? Revolutionary.
Don't purchase the game. Also, it's $10.
Nintendo's.
Also, for a manual? The fuck you need a manual for the goddamn Switch? It's pretty fucking self-explanatory. I think people forget that, like, Astrobot was also supposed to be like a tech demo thing showing off the true capabilities of the console, which I would argue is more of a point to complain about than, oh, $10 manual. Which, again, you don't have to buy. 60 when it's really good is the max to me. No, I don't know. 50 is like, for me, the cutoff point, or would be.
Switch 2 Welcome Tour will launch as a paid digital game.
Did you know the Switch 2 can run Breath of the Wild at...
Yeah, exactly. Thanks. Save $10, watch a gameplay of it, literally. Or save $10, just press the fucking buttons yourself. It's like, I don't know, like, do you expect everybody to be like such a mouth drooler that, what do button up do? I don't fucking know.
60 frames per second? Yeah, you told us. But, of course, you have to pay for that. $10, please, and you get the privilege of using your system's hardware. Oh, and did you know they increased the price of the Switch?
Okay. I don't care.
Which
Fuck
one?
I don't care.
Went up.
Wow. The price went up after 7 years of inflation.
How the fuck did it gain value? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Y'all are saying the Switch...
$10 is not much. I said this before. You're paying $10 in the case of like Kirby and the Mario Party one, for example. You're paying $10 for more content, which, you know, I don't know if it's good or not. That, you know, let's just like leave that there as it is. But it's $10. I don't think it's that terrible. I said that, like, it's funny too because like, when they announced the upgrade pack thing, I was like super pessimistic. I was like, they're definitely gonna make this like $30 minimum. And then they made it $10 and I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe that's fair.
One OLED is worth $400. Meanwhile, Best Buy is selling it for $350, and Walmart is selling it for $300. What is happening? Do you guys even know? You ignorant dumb.
And then just fucking buy it at Walmart or Best Buy. No, only $30 day one, paid DLC for Pokemon. Yeah, that's an issue. That's an issue. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Dumbass babies are driving this company into a hole. Maybe the president of a gaming company should play games. You guys don't even try to act like you give a shit. It's crazy.
Because they don't.
That you're still not subscribed.
You can't fucking do this shit. It's not funny.
Anyway, after all this was announced and the price was figured out, there was a bit of a boycott.
Bro, drop the price, drop the price. Oh my.
Oh yeah, the boycott where people posted drop the price in the chat. It was funny.
God, Jesus, yeah. Keep it alive. Keep doing it, though.
$80 fucking dollars for a video game.
And not only not telling us why it's worth 80, but giving us a 15-minute direct that was full of things we already knew. Nothing new in this trailer. And then just...
Please, Soupy, say hungy. I don't care who the IRS sends, I'm not subscribing.
Nintendo didn't even have the balls to put the prices in the direct. What's wrong, Nintendo? Were you guys just too shy?
Do they ever do that?
Would be too if I was charging $80 for this shit, and this, and this, and somehow this.
But they're not. What? Okay.
What do I even say? You guys added a couple stupid minigames that utilize the camera and now it's just worth 80? Truly incredible how that works. People are acting like Mario Kart World is the only $80 game. Who is gonna buy a Switch 2 and then proceed to buy Switch 1 editions? Oh, and you know what President Doug Bowser said about the price being too high?
We recognize there are some people that may not be able to afford the Switch 2's price point. That's why we wanted to make the other Switch platforms available.
He's just saying if you're too broke for a Switch 2, buy a Switch 1. Great.
Yeah. I mean, raising the price after saying that is kind of a funny bit of trolling.
Except you guys made the Switch 1 more expensive. Also, are we gonna talk about this, Nintendo? If you buy a Switch 2 in Japan, it only costs $340. What's the catch? It's region locked to Japan. I guess if you speak any other language, you'll just have to cough up another $100. Y'all.
By the way, I don't know. Nice AI voice, you asshole. Well, I'm assuming it was like taken from text. But like, yeah, no, over here it was like in Europe it was even more expensive, I believe, than in America. But that's just kind of the thing, because like, for example, the PS5 Pro was also 800 euros over here, but it was like $700 in the US. And I think less in Japan. I don't know that for sure though, so don't quote me on that. So I don't know if this is just a thing with like the currency difference, the exchange rates. I have no fucking idea.
Y'all are so good at pissing off the whole world. Who is gonna buy this? First of all, we're gonna need a console, obviously. Let's put that in the cart. $450. Ooh, I do kind of want the Pro Controller though. Look.
Do you want it or do you need it?
It even has buttons on the back now. Let's add that. I definitely want to get Donkey Kong. I hear everyone loves this new Mario Kart game. Let's get it. Apparently this Tears of the Kingdom game is pretty great.
Shrine Island doesn't have a shrine on it. No shrine on Shrine Island, and this game costs $70.
Aw, man.
I'm pretty sure that was meant to be a joke.
Man, it's 80 now? I am visiting my parents next week, so I should probably get a carrying case. I'm thinking the RDS Industries Nintendo licensed Game Traveler Deluxe Complete System case for
you can buy a third-party carrying case
for Nintendo Switch 2 Black. That one looks good. Let's get this amiibo. Oh yeah, I do need online for game chat. Oh, and how could I
for what game chat? I guess he bought Mario, that's right.
The
Mario
Nintendo
Kart.
Switch 2 camera. Alright, let's check the cart. We got a console, a couple games, and some accessories.
Also, why didn't you just have Tears of the Kingdom?
The grand total...
Why, you also... The amiibo? The carrying case? The camera? That shit's fucking optional. You don't need that.
Is $920.
Crazy. I pay for the things that I bought. That's insanity. That's fucking crazy. I have to pay for the things that I purchase. Money even. It's more than when I buy less. The amiibo, the fucking carrying case was unnecessary. And the camera. And honestly, the online too. For fucking Breath of the Wild and Donkey Kong Bonanza. And you can make an argument with the Mario Kart. You didn't have to buy Mario Kart. Use the credit card, that's future me's problem.
But
in the year of our Lord, 2025, I must be subjected to a he needs some milk meme. I hope this guy's heart stops.
But I hear you. I added a bunch of random stuff that you don't really need. So let's get rid of this, and this, and this. Definitely this. The new total is $720. How? It's a console and 3 games.
Well, that's how. Yeah, I mean, maybe the industry shouldn't be so fucking expensive for a hobby. Don't know how that's a Nintendo specific problem, but
you're telling me this is the
fastest selling console.
Fastest selling game console of all time.
Ever. Is it really? The media coverage around the Switch 2 makes it sound like this thing just can't stop selling. That was true at the time, but the latest data is telling a completely different story. Week after week, the Nintendo Switch 2 is rapidly declining in sales, and
do I have to explain, or is it like do I have to take you through the logic here, or is it like do we get like, okay, Payne got it. Payne got it, so I don't need to
fast. If it keeps going in this direction, the Switch 1 will outsell the Switch 2 in a matter of months. For all the people saying the Switch 2 is the biggest console success, are you sure?
I think this guy's brain stopped. There's just something like so infuriating.
Because in my opinion, it's looking like the biggest flop. Donkey Kong Bonanza sold 4 times less than Odyssey. But I know what you're gonna say. Odyssey came out 7 months after the Switch. That doesn't matter, because time isn't the factor here. It's how many people have the console. When Odyssey came out, roughly 2 million people in Japan had a Switch. When Bonanza came out, roughly 2 million people in Japan had a Switch 2. And people will have you believe that Donkey Kong Bonanza made the Switch 2 sales explode. That's not the full story. If you look at the week before, you can see there was a massive drop-off in Switch sales. Nintendo
So it did make them explode again. Like, that's actually even more a point towards this game made the Switch sales explode again. Because it literally fucking doubled. More than doubled, sorry.
Nintendo held back Switch consoles to make Bonanza's release feel bigger, and it hardly even worked. Nintendo held back Switch consoles to make Bonanza's release feel bigger, and
Source? Huh?
it hardly even worked. The week after Bonanza, it immediately fell back down. Yet the media's talking about it like it's this big success. It just isn't. It's not even—
What do you mean?
What? The fastest selling console anymore. The Game Boy Advance has surpassed it, and pretty soon the PlayStation 2 is gonna surpass it.
Sorry, so does he not understand what the fastest selling means? It doesn't mean the most. I mean, it means the most copies in a short amount of time. It doesn't mean the most copies, the most copies ever. Also, the thing's been out for what, like 4 months? At 3 months, I think. It's June, yeah. Yeah, almost 4 months, I guess. And yeah, the PS2 fucking overtook its sales. The PS2 overtook everything's sales. Ever.
But I guess that's not worth talking about in the headlines. Every single week, the Switch 2 sells less and less and less.
Does this man not understand how purchasing an object works?
I don't think there's anything Nintendo can do to stop it, but don't just take my word for it. Hello?
Oh, the way that Nintendo has kind of been going for this launch, they're very focused on the marketing angle of things.
Okay.
Nintendo has kind of been going for this launch. They're very focused.
So we're looking at the numbers. Hello, computer virus. What do you mean, computer virus? PS2 sold a lot, but not so many games because it was easy to pirate, right? I don't remember. It was more the PS1, though, if I remember correctly. I never would have guessed that Nintendo fans can go into minus IQ. I find it crazy, like, looking at this graph, that we're basically looking at a similar curve. Right? Like... And then, look at how, with the Switch 1, it started, like, selling less at the start, right? And then, it averaged around, like, I don't know, 50, 60,000. It went down to, like, I'm assuming, like, 25, 30,000. Then it stagnated there, went back up a bit, probably 80,000. Went back down a bit, stagnated, went up a bit, went down a bit, stagnated for a while, went really far back up, over 100k, stayed there for a little bit, then went back down, then stagnated, then went way down, went way up again, way down again, kind of stagnated, slowly went back up again, went down again, went a little bit more down, went super far up, went down, started climbing up again, probably due to the release of some game, fucking sailed right back down, rose again, sailed back down, and then we don't know where it trails off to. So what the fuck does... And looking at the Switch 2's sale shows kind of a similar graph with a bit more of a drop down than the Switch 1 had, but at the 12-week point, I'm assuming that's 12 weeks, we're basically at exactly the same stage. Except that we've started with way more sales. And have also, like, in general, had way more sales overall. So, like, what is this graph showing me? That the Switch 2 still sold way better at launch than the Switch 1 did?
On the marketing
also, who the fuck is this dude?
Angle of things, but by delaying that launch, they get to say best console launch, best first month. I don't remember what the American number is, but the Switch 2 is on pace to be tied with the Switch 1 by the time they both hit September.
They don't have any more AAA games to drop. That puts all the pressure.
What the fuck are you talking about? When did this guy make this video? I'm assuming it was before... No, it wasn't before the... maybe it was before the Direct. Because this is just factually untrue.
On the third-party titles. And I got bad news for you. Those aren't coming.
Nintendo reportedly withholds Switch 2 dev kits, directs devs towards OG Switch development instead.
Game publishers are coming out and saying that Nintendo never gave them a Switch 2 dev kit. That means they can't make games for the Switch 2.
But they can make games for the Switch 1 and those still run on the Switch 2. Do you think maybe they're doing this so that, because here's the thing, I don't know if this is the reasoning behind it, but imagine if you gave the dev kit to indie devs and third-party devs. Do you think they'd be making games with the Switch 1 in mind still? Because it seems to me that Nintendo is still very, very keen on keeping the Switch 1 around for at least a lot longer. Do you think that might be the reason why? Not to give Nintendo the benefit of the doubt or anything, but like, don't you think that if people got the dev kit for the Switch 2, they would only focus on making games for the Switch 2? That the Switch 1 could never run? Maybe I'm too optimistic here.
Instead, Nintendo is telling developers just to make games for the Switch 1.
This type of situation happening right now is not good, and I feel like this is a product of Nintendo being very, very limited with their development kits and this whole, oh well, just continue making it for Switch 1.
What? There are AAA developers out there that want to make games for your console, but they just can't.
It's not a good idea, and it's hurting these games, and they need to change this.
Are you guys?
But like, can we get an explanation for why it's a bad thing? Like, other than the fact that the games may underperform. Maybe not even that, though, because like, if it can run on a Switch 1, it can run on a Switch 2. But I see the Switch 1 getting support for at least 4 to 5 more years. I would honestly go even higher. I would say like 7 or 8. That would involve thinking, Fab. Yeah, but like, you can't make an opinionated piece about Nintendo or any company without actually doing the thinking and the research. It's just not. Like, how am I meant to support any of your arguments when the next arguments you're making are just fucking stupid? Because even if you have a point, which he does in a lot of different areas, right? Like, the pricing, I agree, absolutely is crazy. Maybe not for the console necessarily, but for a lot of the other shit. I get it, right? I understand that. I think it's shitty that the games often don't come on the cartridge anymore. Which, again, is also a thing for most other game devs. If you buy a PS5 game, a new one today, the first thing you have to do is install a bunch of updates and patches for a while. You can't just play it right off the disc. That's not to speak of PC games even. You buy it physically, I don't even know. Do you even still get the disc in there? If it's like a newer game? Or is it just a code for Steam? This isn't an issue with just Nintendo. That's my fucking problem. You're making it seem like this is just an issue with Nintendo when it's an issue with every single game dev ever. And every single, like, the entire gaming industry as a whole. The problem there, then, though, is that, like... oh god, my fucking back. The problem there is that you will point towards other companies and say like, well, at least they're not doing this, and then people go there and will go like, oh well, I'm buying it for $80, but it's not from Nintendo. It's the same shit. It's just as bad. Nintendo isn't exempt from this. My point is that it's literally everybody doing it, and none of them should be doing it. But if you just like pigeonhole Nintendo and people then like build their opinion off of, oh well, the other Nintendo is bad, the other ones are better by comparison, that's just not true. It continues this cycle where it's like, oh look, these guys are doing it. Yeah, but everybody else is doing it too. And not after Nintendo started doing it. All of them are dog ass. They should all be attacked for it.
You guys really just this oblivious? How do you expect to sell a Switch 2 with no games? People are not going to buy this money vacuum of a console just for Mario Kart or Donkey Kong. The nostalgia will wear off. Please, learn how this industry works. A couple weeks ago at Gamescom, you guys showed off one of the most popular games on the Switch 2. Elden Ring. And this is it? It runs so poorly that it can't even maintain 30 frames per second.
It also ran like ass on PC when it released. Sorry to tell you. FromSoft sucks balls at actually optimizing their games. The gaming industry sucks, the music industry sucks, the publishing industry, yeah, every industry sucks, whatever, because it's all about money and never about innovation. It's because capitalism, yeah, to a massive degree for sure.
And this is docked. People weren't even allowed to record handheld. This is embarrassing. And it's meant to release this year. How much are you guys gonna charge for this one? 70? 80? Does it even matter? This is a disaster waiting to happen. And keep in mind, these are the developers of Duskbloods.
And?
This is all they have left. There is no Nintendo Directs left.
Oh.
So, the day I plan on uploading this video, Nintendo announces the biggest Direct they've ever had. It's supposed to be over an hour in length. I even streamed it. Are we watching? We're watching. We're here. This Direct was a big deal. It had all the pressure to save the Switch 2.
Pissed me off.
But was it going to do that? Well, it started off nice and easy. We got a little teaser for the next Mario movie. Mario Galaxy. Okay. Pretty cool. The one thing on everyone's mind is, are they going to announce a new Mario Galaxy game? And not exactly. Oh god. Are they doing it again? They did it again. They re-released Mario Galaxy again. There is no upgrade, no DLC, no Switch 2 edition. It's just Galaxy. Again. What are we doing, Nintendo? This time, instead of paying $60 for 3 Mario games, you pay $70 and you get 2 Mario games.
You
one
pay
of which
$80
you already
actually?
have if you bought 3D All-Stars. And adding amiibos too. Wonderful. Wow. These are $40, by the way. Each. I should say each. These are $40 each.
Yeah, I mean, aren't all of them?
After that, we got Super Mario Bros. Wonder DLC.
I skipped
upgrade
this
pack.
one.
Upgrade pack plus DLC, Switch 2 edition. Seriously, fuck off, Nintendo. And no, I'm not gonna buy your stupid ass talking flower toy.
Was it something I said?
What is this for? And what is this for? You're bringing back the Virtual Boy from 1995? Who's asking for this? But hey, I mean, at least they gave us an update on Metroid Prime. How is that looking?
Hell
the
yeah.
game that's been in development for 8 years. Sorry, 9 years. Damn, pretty terrible. No tire tracks. The sand is just a texture.
Hold the fucking phone.
Damn, pretty terrible. No tire.
Yeah, no tire tracks. I agree. Disregard the tire tracks.
The sand is just a texture. Kinda looks like ass.
Can we wait for the game to come out, please?
And what the hell is up with all this DLC?
Hey, DLC!
You added Donkey Kong Bonanza DLC that turns it into a roguelite? Why?
It's kind of base though, actually. I kind of like it.
All you added was one island, no bananas, no sub-areas? Where's the content here? What am I paying for? One game mode? Seriously? But still nowhere near as terrible as Pokemon Legends ZA. This is running on a Switch 2, by the way. This game isn't even out, and they released DLC for it.
Pokemon Legends.
Well, they didn't release it. But there. They announced it.
Is getting paid DLC.
$30 DLC for a $70 game that isn't even out.
Which, again, absolutely fucking agree with this point. Also, the Mega Evolutions for Raichu looked better in 2D.
How is that legal? How much you want to bet this is cut?
How is it legal? What? Sorry, but like, again, it's shitty, but like, what is that question? What do you mean, how is it legal? Sorry, my guy. Next time, ask the Monster Hunter devs to make it, since they always have a lot of detail and small thing performance, though, maybe an issue. Yeah. Like I said, everybody's releasing these, like, dog-ass, unoptimized games. Sucks.
Content that they're now labeling DLC. What a shit show. This Direct was supposed to save the Switch 2,
This
and
is
all
terrible,
you guys
though.
had was, what, Mario Tennis? Hyrule Warriors?
Oh. All they had was Hyrule Warriors. I mean, I don't know. It seems like a pretty big deal to me. People love those games.
Both running off the same engines as their previous games.
Yeah? You mean like every fucking Muso game? What? Brother, please. Wait. The same type of game uses the same engine? That's fucking crazy.
This is what y'all have been cooking? Now, of course, they're never gonna talk about the prices anymore in the directs.
Did they ever? I don't remember that. Did they ever talk prices in the directs? I don't think they did.
So this is my reaction to them afterwards. Oh my god.
Yeah, whatever.
Is
he using a Mac? That's fucking disgusting.
Dude, $40 for a game that came out when?
Yeah, this one is bullshit.
2007.
And not mentioning actual peak, which is the Fire Emblem. Well, hold on. The direct section is like a couple seconds more long. Come on.
DLC is $30 for Legends ZA? Who releases
Legends
DLC
ZA.
buff
I'm so mean. Don't be mean to him. He has a speech impediment.
before the game comes out? The game isn't even fucking out.
Anyways, the Virtual Boy being $100 is crazy.
You're wrong. Oh no.
I mean, this one is also
plastic
insane.
That holds your Switch 2. Yeah, people are.
You can get the cardboard one though.
People are pissed. I'm pissed, dude. Worst direct ever. Time to sell my Switch 2. Why did I get a Switch 2, dude? They don't.
Fuck off.
Don't give a fuck about this.
Why did I get a Switch 2? I don't know. To make fucking shitty ass videos about every single fucking game that's on it. You cretin. How much is the cardboard version? I have no fucking idea. I didn't check. I don't care about the.
It's crazy.
I don't care about the virtual.
Isn't though. When has Nintendo delivered on the promises? Lived up to the hype? Charged a reasonable price? Cared about the
25.
community? It's been a while. Can this even
Should be
fixed?
15. Oh, my favorite part. My favorite part when some fucking loser on the internet starts talking about his dreams on how to fix a company.
There's not really much you or I could do to fix Nintendo. Obviously, vote with your wallet. That's the best you can do. But I want to tackle what Nintendo could do if it was a good gaming company. There are so many horrible things we need to fix. Let's go in order, starting with the scams. These Switch 2 editions should be absolutely free. Don't charge the consumer for higher frame rate caps. Stop re-releasing games for more money. Everything is way too fucking expensive. The controllers, the games, the console, the dock, the Virtual Boy,
And then also, all world hunger should be solved immediately. It would be good. And the wars should be ended right away. And cancer should be cured. And also every other illness. And everybody should get $1 million every day. And we should make crime illegal, but everybody also doesn't do crime anymore because they're nice people now. And everybody gets super great grades in school and forever. Fucking yeah, dude. Thanks. Amazing. And we should, I agree, we should put in jail all homeless people. That way they have a place to eat and sleep and a roof. That would actually be based if they built places where the homeless people could hang out and, get the help that they needed. I guess if you would use a jail, you could use a jail. Just, don't actually lock them up.
These should all be at least 20% cheaper. Online should be free.
It should be fucking 50% cheaper. This guy's bullshit. I'm more based because I think they should be half the price that they are.
Stop being a baby and put your music on Spotify.
Nobody gives a shit about. Nobody legitimately gives a shit about this.
Fix the stupid joystick drift and make these triggers real triggers, not digital buttons. Allow any USB-C dock to work with the Switch 2. When playing on Switch 2 undocked, let the Switch 1 games run in 1080p. That's the bare minimum. Physical game cards should always have the physical game on them. Is that such an ask? Fix this awful looking UI. Make it interesting, make it new. Give it
Spotify does also suck ass, and yet all of my songs are on there. They recently added for premium, they added super high audio quality, which is pretty based. My songs all do sound better now.
Themes, and don't charge for them. Don't charge for Welcome Tour either. And if you're gonna innovate new premium features like mouse controls, tell us why. Make games that utilize that feature.
Well, maybe they're gonna, you fucking asshole.
Speaking of games, where are your games? Where's Mario? Where's Smash Bros? Where's Split?
Smash Bros is in the fucking trash where it fucking belongs.
Platoon. Gaming companies should make games. And if you're not going to make them, then let third parties make them. Give them developer kits. And if you make a game, keep it updated. Keep it relevant. If the entire community wants 3-lap tracks, let them have it. Don't antagonize the community.
He's so fucking sore about Mario Kart World. He's so fucking, like, butthurt about Mario Kart World still. It's insanity. Bro, just fucking return it to GameStop then. I swear to God. Oh, he bought it digitally, maybe. I don't know. Nintendo make any port Type-C compatible with any cameras. My Polaroid is not compatible. Like, I get where he's coming from. Yeah, obviously, if they fixed all of these problems, it would be perfect. Like, a fucking 5-year-old could tell you that. And everybody should be a princess and a king and a queen, and everybody should not be angry and mean ever. Like, yeah, man.
Speedrunning the games is fun. Having Smash tournaments is fun. Playing
arguable.
Your games with harmless mods is fun. Stop shutting down every emulator, or at least offer an alternative to preserving games. Stop killing games.
Beans should be banned too. That's insane.
Stop suing Palworld for bullshit. Stop suing everyone for bullshit. And please, start doing some sales. They're not gonna do a single one of these things, by the way. Except maybe make a good game like once every decade. Bonanza. God, why is this?
Can we, like, let games come out on the damn fucking system?
Game's so good. Oh my god, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Okay, it's not perfect, but I really do love playing it. So what do? I want to play this game. I also want to play this game. And I still enjoy playing this game. I don't think you're a bad person for buying this console. I bought the console. There is no...
That's crazy.
Moral duty here, but please set some standards for this company. Don't buy shitty $80 games. Buy games that deserve to be bought. In a world where every—
What if Duskbloods will be $80? No, Floof, what have you done? Half of my food just got banned.
Everyone is fighting for your attention and your money. Why shouldn't they fold to your standards? Stop defending them. They deserve to be clowned on. This company does the absolute bare minimum, and they make billions doing that. They don't care about you or me anymore. So ask yourself, why do you still care about them?
And so the reports I hear really strike me as just not the company I knew.
To me, this was a source of energy. And
Let it be 100. Definitely, it's a Switch 2 exclusive.
Daddy.
Thank you for listening to this video. It
But
means
so is
the world to me.
Bonanza,
It really
and that's
does.
not $80.
I can't believe I have over 60,000 subscribers.
Shut the fuck up, you stupid piece of shit. Actually, you know what? If it was here the only time at the end, It'd be okay.
No, thank you, but I won't beat around the bush. My dream is to get 100,000 subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed yet, subscribe. Also, YouTube just announced this brand new feature. It's called Hype. It's basically a stronger like button. It helps smaller creators like me reach wider
Souls fans will buy anything from Soft related, that's true.
Audiences. So if you have one, try using it on this video. If you really like it, you can even use all 3. Just keep in mind you do have to be on mobile. Oh, and Nintendo?
So badass. So cool when I put the gif of somebody slapping another guy and it's actually Nintendo. I'm such a big, cool, strong guy. It's so cool.
Stop being a piece of shit.
Damn. You know what? We gotta call Nintendo right now and tell them to watch this video. Oh, Lord. Again, I don't disagree with all the points he makes in this video. I think there's some very solid points in here that are definitely 100% true. Again, I agree with a lot of the different things, but it's so fucking painful to sit here, and I know I didn't have to, but like it's so fucking painful to sit here and listen to a guy make these dog ass fucking arguments with very little substantial evidence apart from like the stuff, like most of the stuff where I agreed with him. I think, yeah, okay, he actually did like properly explain his point. And again, stuff like the return policy, stuff like the game prices, I absolutely agree with all of that. Everything that I said that I agree with, I still feel the same way. But number one is, like, it's insane to me that he made the same exact point about all of emulation for over a third of the video. You know? Without once making a significant point. That doesn't just boil down to, yeah, it sucks ass, but it's also the law, unfortunately. Please, subbies, I starting me hype. Email this to Bowser. Yeah, the turtle guy. True. I don't know. It's just like when I saw him, when I saw the other video, the I Hate Mario Kart World video, I kind of had a feeling that, you know, it was gonna be like, not great. I don't know. Bro should just go back to doing his like cool challenge videos and whatever. Like, just do that. Like, obviously these videos do well because, like, right now he changed the thumb again. Did he? I mean, that was it earlier. Oh yeah, it says pathetic now. You're right. You're right. Earlier it said it's bad. The Night Rain, well, the Night Rain video wasn't this guy. I don't even know what the point of this change is. Like, the it's bad actually worked quite well. Ay. Oh, that was a hard watch. The Switch 2 is evil and I'm tired. Why do they keep putting fucking Shigeru Miyamoto's face? I know why they keep doing it. Oh, great. Now are my fucking... now my recommended is gonna be full of this shit. Thanks, Floof. Alright, let's see what else you guys posted. I showed this earlier, but I'm going to show it again. Getting obliterated by the pure force of nature, allergy season. I feel that. I feel that hard. Ultimate Mario Cartoons compilation. fuck is going on? No, but like it's just difficult to handle. And like again, I'm absolutely understanding of anybody who says that Nintendo is dog shit, because they are. There's no argument there. But it's just like didn't laugh. It's just painful because it's the same shit over and over and over and over. It's like, my God. And the worst part is that, like, again, it's not just Nintendo, right? It isn't. Which is like, it makes it even worse for me because you never hear this kind of talk about anybody else. And I already explained why I think that's bad, so I'm just pissed. I'm angry. Damn. Truly a buck moment. The problem is that, like, the whole argument is like I said earlier, I honestly pretty much just said my biggest point, which is that, like, this is the kind of stuff that either people care about way too much or don't care about at all. And at the end of the day, like, you should do whatever the hell you think is correct. Like, exterminate all fucking rabbits. I fucking hate them. Oh no. Is this all by the same person? These are really, really good. A real SpongeBob moment. It is? Nice. That's fucked up. Why is he trying to eliminate the small being? Oh, hell yeah. I should play Yoshi's Island at some point. You saved me! Also, yeah, by the way, I just realized this, he also skipped over, like, the new Yoshi game that they're releasing. He skipped over, he only showed, like, a little part of that, like, 2-player game that they announced. That is definitely a third-party game. He basically skipped over, like, most of the latest Direct. He basically only talked about the stuff that people were pissed about, because, like, the Fire Emblem he didn't talk about, any of the other stuff he didn't talk about. The only thing that he talked about was the fucking sand in Prime 4. Which, I think you can still make I can actually just let it play. I think you can still make a video that's like talking about your dislike of something, while also like giving something the benefit of the doubt. But that's just me. Why does she have mansion? Woke Mario. Oh, hell yeah. It's gonna be Luigi. Oh, never mind. It'd be funny if the picture changed every time. Oh, yeah. Oh, never mind. Are they gonna suck his nuts? Oh, never mind. Oh, shit. Dr. Mario House. What if they made a Dr. Mario series, but it was just Dr. House, but with Mario characters? Oh, this is based. I haven't had a good spaghetti in a while. Dr. Based. Oh, fuck. Waluigi Freddy Krueger is pretty good. That's what? Dear Lord. Horrid. It's just gonna be Yoshi. Oh, oh, worse. Birdo. Hey, at least you got the souk. Is he gonna backwards long jump again? Oh, dang it. Oh, fuck, that's good. Oh, I love, if you look at the clock on the wall, it spells out L. Wait, but if they live in the castle, why didn't you just go have sex? I love that these are like, these remind me of like old Disney sketches or old like Hanna-Barbera sketches. I should play Wario World or something. Those games are fucking cool as shit too. He's a plumber, and remember Nintendo confirmed that Mario is in the friend zone. That's bullshit. Did you see the fucking fuck me eyes that Peach was giving Mario in the Mario movie? Nah. They're fucking... Yo, he's fucking piping alright. You know what it is. I'm a firm believer of the fact that if this were actual Wario, he would have just shot Bambi as well. Anyway, I should play the N64, the GameCube Wario game. I remember that being pretty fucking good. Oh look, it's the guy that Donkey Kong was based off of. Did you guys know that King Kong is actually in the Mario universe? Because in the NES or SNES game, I don't remember, Mario is missing. You actually have to find and put King Kong back on the Empire State Building. Nice. Wait, but Wario, you have a gold tooth as well. I like that Walter White mustache on the Toad. Fucking hate E.T. I think E.T. is one of the fucking most dogshit movies I've ever seen in my entire life. Thank God he's killing him. Wow. My favorite Pirate Jack's solos. You're a little late, but okay. What the fuck? Nice. Oh, that's good. I love him. What does he even do with all his money? Jaws 19. Oh, that's so good. He bathes in it. I guess that's true. I love Alien. Sorry, that was the one screen that was important for the engine. Wait, why are Mario and what? Why are they in Saw? What? Nice. Does Wario pay taxes? Probably doesn't, right? Nice. Oh, look, the most goated car in Mario Kart. The IRS doesn't know about him.
You are lesser than the dirt beneath my feet. Get the fuck out of here! Fuck you!
That's so good. Oh, he kills himself. He like drives into his garage, closes the door, and lets the fucking engine run. Why are people so mean to Shy Guy? He's like cool. Like takes off his mask and he's just like fucking handsome as fuck. And everybody loves him. The IRS doesn't know about Wario. I guess they don't. Bro, just go get coins. They're literally everywhere. Delfino Island. Yeah, it is. Well. Oh, you killed that guy. Well, to be fair, you just sucked because they can hold on as well. It's so adorable. I hope one of them doesn't get cancer. Good job, cow. You fucking ruined it. It's they broke up because he got kicked by a cow. Hell yeah. The gorilla's ready for the cow, truly. Oh, damn. Well, it's okay. If you win the other 3 races, you still get... You know. They got married after all. What is this, gay marriage in my Mario game? I love this animation so much, though. It's so good. Also, this is how I play Mario 64. wait, he's in another level! Holy fuck, this is good. Yeah, but don't you dare use that fucking teleporting bullshit. Nice. You can do it, Koopa! I believe in you. That's fucking nasty, though.
Hit me.
Nice. Oh, he already got the star. Oh, hell yeah. For I can use the cannon, do not touch the teleport. I believe that's true, yeah. Nice one, dumbass. Honey, I'm home. Is that how they talk? What? I hope this doesn't turn into, like, horrible. Wait, so why don't the wife and the daughter have the band-aid on the back? Oh, fuck, Jesus. It did turn horrible. Oh, these are so good. I love these. What the fuck? Nice. I'm gonna cause an avalanche. Is that gonna be the... Uh-oh. Poor dude. It's funny how they have, like, perfect aim for everything but Mario. Nice job murdering. Are they gonna... Yep, there we go. They're making a third baby. Oh, speaking of babies, I guess. Why doesn't it have legs? Oh, there we go. Is the joke at the end of this gonna be that Mario just like jumps on top of him and he's dead immediately? And that's how his life ends? Oh my fucking god, what? The cancer real? It's like a fucking... Well, not to belabor a point, but this is like a fucking Dr. House episode. You know where every episode starts like, oh, everything is fun and good, and then somebody has a fucking heart attack and dies? It was lupus, it was lupus. Oh, it's a girl Goomba. I didn't realize that. Goth Goomba. Allison Chomps. Damn. No, it's not a face, Dad. Yeah, but look. And look, Dad even learned how to hopscotch. Female Goombas don't actually have hair though, do they? At least they don't in fucking Odyssey. Okay, now she gets squished by Mario. I told you that was the joke. Wasn't it that like... And by the way, I'm gonna subscribe to this person. Cass Van Dippel. That's the channel, so if you wanna see more of these, then go watch them. Pretty good. Wasn't it that like in the original Mario Brothers? Yeah, only a hat, yeah. It was like Toads got turned into fucking blocks and Goombas, and that's why they were running around, and you breaking them and hitting them actually like freeze them. That was like the magic that
nobody talks about
Bowser cast on him. Okay, so next video is Dan Schneider, a scandal at Nickelodeon.
Nobody talks about pedophilia.
It's the big secret.
Which isn't surprising. I always wondered if like back when I learned about the Dan Schneider thing, I always wondered if like the same thing also happened for like a lot of the Disney Channel people. Because like with Dan Schneider, it was like retrospectively it was kind of obvious, right? Even without the books written about it and whatever, but like I wonder if at Disney you ever at all have like a similar thing. I feel like there would have had to have been, right?
Spread? Oh yeah. I was surrounded by them when I was 14 years old. Surrounded. Literally. Didn't even know it. It wasn't until I was old enough to realize what they were and what they wanted and what they were about and the types of people that were surrounding me till I went, oh my god, they were everywhere like vultures.
I like that he's sitting in a fucking pool with his shirt on.
If you grew up watching Nickelodeon, then you may have heard of Dan Schneider. He was responsible for many of its hit.
Let me see how many of these I know. Like pretty much everything from Drake and Josh onward, I've at least heard about.
Shows during the 90s and 2000s, such as The Amanda Show, iCarly, and my personal favorite, Drake and Josh. In recent years, Dan has been brought into controversy due to rumors about abusive and possibly sexual behaviors between him and his young female co-stars.
I mean, like,
none of these
looking back at a lot of the episodes of like iCarly and especially Victorious, especially, it's like very, very obvious that it was like a sexualization thing for sure. Because it's like all of them were like, at least for Victorious specifically, they were like 16, 17, right? With iCarly, they were even younger, but like, I don't know. I feel like it was very, very obvious.
Rumors were grounded with any hard evidence, and most people dismissed it.
Especially
Until
looking
March
back at those
26,
shows.
2018, when Nickelodeon announced that they will be parting ways with Dan Schneider. The news surprised many people. Why would Nickelodeon fire one of its biggest producers seemingly out of nowhere? Were they
Dirty
aware
Dan.
of all the rumors and
Jesus.
decided to finally do something about it? What is the Dan Schneider conspiracy?
How do you get a chin that like goes around your entire head? It's fucking crazy. Also rude, but he's also a pedophile, so I don't really care.
I'm Sam, and we like to draw families on our toes. Observe.
They're actually showing it.
Okay, and that completes our 5-part
That was a good like screen cap. The fucking written by Dan Schneider, and then it's fucking foot in the background. Damn, that's really good.
Turn off the camera using only the remote and the power of my toes.
One of the
Mexican.
most prominent rumors regarding Dan Schneider is that he has a thing for feet and uses his shows and their following to satisfy this fetish. You may be thinking, well, maybe he just finds feet and toes to be funny. And to be honest, some of the scenes by themselves are rather harmless and something that I can imagine on other shows. However, it's undeniable that there are a large number of feet-related puns and barefoot scenes in his shows, too many to list here. Outside of television, there are some weird examples, however.
Oh.
In Victorious, Tori hosts an online show called Tori Takes Requests, where viewers can ask her to do all sorts of random things. In the very first episode, Tori gets a request to have ketchup poured all over her feet, and then she does a little dance at the end. In another online show called Cat's Random Thoughts, there's a moment in the first episode where she sticks her big toe in her mouth. I didn't really watch Victorious growing up.
I never, right? It's like, I know feet funny, haha. But if I am allowed to talk specific or seriously for one moment, I never got the obsession. I know it's like, logically, it's just like, oh, it's another part of the body and it's hot, but I never got it.
Up, so I don't know if these played on television, but I do know that they were extras on theslab.com, a fictional in-universe website. Now, here is where things get even more unusual.
Oh no.
On September 13th, 2013,
You seem to like Grace a lot.
the Salmon Cat
Oh, Zenless. I mean, she's not even my favorite character in Zenless, to be honest with you.
Twitter page asked its followers to take a picture of their feet with the hashtag Sam and Cat Saturday. And a number of people did. This is just one of many now infamous feet-related tweets from Dan Schneider and his shows. But this is the most well-known. You can find several if you look around long enough.
Carly tickles Sam's unusual toes. If you have a moment, will you please name Sam's toes for us? Toes similar to fingers, but not nearly as good. Who agrees? Dan, what the fuck? Would you like to see Victoria Justice pour ketchup all over her feet? What the fuck, bro?
During the same year, there was a post on Reddit about how Dan Schneider is the most successful writer / TV executive in children's television for the last 30 years.
It's very true, though. Like, he did a lot.
A user commented, I grew up in LA and was an extra on The Amanda Show a few times. He, being Dan Schneider, paid me $100 once just to tickle my feet. The user further elaborated, to make a weird story short, in between takes, Dan asked me if I was ticklish, and I said no. Then he bet me $100 he could make me ticklish. I was expecting him to reach over and tickle me under my arm or something like that, but he led me to his office. I basically got paid to receive a foot massage and a lot of compliments. The commenter later deleted his or her account. It's unknown who this person is, how old he or she was,
Got cease and
or if this person
desisted
was even
by
telling the truth.
Dan Schneiding.
A small YouTube channel known as Revenge of the Sis have done a number of videos about Dan Schneider, and during one of their podcasts, they received a call from an anonymous source stating that she went to an audition for one of Dan Schneider's shows.
What is that fucking
The call was
title?
quite lengthy, so for time's sake, I'll be playing a portion of what she had to say. The full podcast will be available below.
So in 1997, I was discovered in a mall, and basically
I was wearing sandals, and Dan Schneider came up to me and said, "Hey, would you like to star on a show?"
An agent, who would send me on audition calls for, you know, like little things like commercials and everything. And then as I started growing in my career, in 2007, my agent contacted me and my family about possibly getting a good Nickelodeon gig. And we flew out to LA for this audition. And when we got there, it was a bunch of kids.
Dan saw me in the mall, said nice grippers, and left. He would not have left.
Agents hand-selected specific kids that they liked, or, you know,
Hand-selected.
some charisma. And then
Or feet-selected.
once about 40 kids were selected, we were then told to take off our shoes, and that we were each going to go into a room to show the producer, who is Dan Schneider, the tapes to see who we would want on the show. And of course, you know, we always
that's
ask,
not
like,
weird.
what do we have to do? Like, what would you like us to be doing once we're in there? And my agent told me, he's like, it's going to be like he's like, you got to just take off your shoes, just like run around in front of the camera, you know, talk about how much you love being barefoot. And at the time, even, you know, it was like, okay, that's weird, but I didn't think anything of it because I was still young.
Right.
My mom kind of looked around and
Okay.
was like, this is wrong. There's just something really wrong about this.
That's
Because
fucking
this person's
insane.
mother decided to take her out of the audition. She's been blacklisted from the business.
Really? What? That's crazy. But then again, like, not like super surprising, considering, like, Dan Schneider had a lot of influence, specifically in, like, the young adult show business, for sure. That dude was, like, gigantic, not just in size, but also in reach. You just look at how many shows he made. And I think, like, up until, like, not too long ago, right? Mama Could Be Rich. I mean, to be fair, I know it's a joke, but, like, yeah, good on the mom to realize, like, hey, this is, like, very overtly or covertly, whichever one you want to pick, sexual with my probably underage teenage daughter. It's like, maybe not cool, maybe not good.
Hey, Dan Schneider. I know you're watching my Vine. Do you like my Vine? Fine. Look what you've done to me.
There are a number of photos circulating the internet of Dan Schneider being a bit too touchy with his young child actors, some of which are a bit more uncomfortable to look at than others. There are stories of him than others.
that fucking face on this dude. Jesus. He's got, like, the to be fair, he's kind of got the Drake and Josh haircut, both, really.
There are stories of him inviting young actresses into his office and hosting pool parties during auditions.
So what would happen is that your parents would send you to sort of like this camp. It was basic acting classes, and it was an opportunity for the kids to get discovered. And interestingly enough, most of the kids got discovered by the pool.
I mean, like, how was that not more obvious?
They had a pool, they had like tennis courts, and I believe like it was like Megan Fox and other female celeb, and Hillary Duff was another one who got discovered there at the.
But Hillary Duff was Disney Channel, wasn't it? Or no, was Hillary Duff Zoe 101? I'm actually not sure now.
Cool. And they would push you to do pool activities because they said that's where you have the highest chance of getting discovered.
Now, what was the age range of the people that went to these at these camps?
The age ranges, the ones that I was familiar with, are ages 13 to 22.
Yeah, that makes sense.
In
Why do
an
you go for the
article by Kira
13-year-olds
Davis
then?
From Red State, she writes, I happened to be chatting with a former child actor over a week ago. We were discussing Weinstein, and she told me that in her youth, she worked on one of Schneider's shows very briefly. She told me, my friend was molested by that man on set. Everyone knew it. No one said a
Zoe's
word.
last name was Spear. Oh yeah. No, that's right. Yeah, Zoe was Britney Spears' little sister. Right. Yeah, but I think Hillary Duff was Disney Channel, wasn't she? I don't remember who she played though.
2004, actor and producer Brian Peck was convicted of several accounts of lewd acts towards a minor.
I mean, is it like, do we have to say anything?
And was sentenced to 16 months in prison. Court documents revealed that several of these acts involved attempted sodomy of a person under 16, sexual penetration by foreign object, and oral copulation by anesthesia or controlled substance.
Wow. That's a lot more than I thought it was gonna be.
Just to name a few. The victim has remained anonymous to protect his or her career, but according to reports, the child actor was involved in the Amanda Show. After serving a sentence, Peck was released from prison and went straight back to working on shows, such as The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
Ah, he switched to the other camp.
This is because although he is prohibited from direct contact with children, that technically doesn't mean he's not allowed to work on shows that involve children.
I wonder where I'd wear this.
Wear it to a fruit stand. You look like a lime.
So what does this have
to a fruit
Oh, Brian Peck as the mirror.
stand? You look like a lime.
So what does this have to do with Dan Schneider? Well, in a 2002 article titled Groomed to Be All That, it is revealed that Dan Schneider and Brian Peck would host comedy boot camps
for
for
fuck's
Nickelodeon
sake,
child
of
stars, where they were allegedly separated from their parents. Really think about that for a bit. The guy that held boot camps for children was convicted and sentenced to...
Why do I feel like I've seen him before? Maybe he just has like a very default face.
years later for committing sexual acts with children, and then went straight back to working on children's shows.
That's
when
fucking
asked if he had
insane.
anything to say to the child he abused, Peck responded with, I don't have any comment on it. I really don't.
Understandable.
And this is the guy that Dan Schneider worked with for years.
Yeah, that's
According
understandable.
To Deadline.com, Dan Schneider was known for having temper issues. During a meeting with Nickelodeon
No way.
executives, Dan was told that his show Game Shakers would not be renewed for a 4th season, leaving
What a fucking... I've never even heard of this show. What a fucking shame.
it on a cliffhanger ending. It was also reported that Nickelodeon's newest show, Cousins for Life, would move into the same studio that all of Schneider's shows were exclusively produced for years, and that Dan wasn't
Schneider's
so happy
Bakery.
about having to share space now. Perhaps the most absurd allegation towards Dan Schneider is that he is the true father of Jamie Lynn Spears' daughter.
What the fuck?
Yeah, this is a little silly, but it does lead into something interesting, so I'm going to bring it up for educational purposes, just so you guys know. Jamie Lynn Spears, the star of Zoe 101, infamously got pregnant at 16 years old, which resulted in the cancellation of the show. Crazy Days and Nights...
Wait, but Zoe 101 was... Oh no, never mind. never mind. Yeah, Zoe 101.
Is an online gossiping website ran by an anonymous blogger known as NT, a self-proclaimed dialed-in entertainment lawyer. Supposedly, NT was able to predict certain scandals involving big-name celebrities, such as Weinstein and Kevin Spacey, on his website years before mainstream media caught on. Obviously, there's no way to verify this is accurate, despite the Daily Beast believing so. Regardless, there was an interesting post made by NT in October of 2007 saying, "I don't even know how you define what list someone is when they are on some ensemble show watched by teens and preteens. So go with the above and make her a female. Make her pregnant, which is causing the producers to have a heart attack because they really don't need any more scandals. But wait, there's more. One of the producers, who was old enough to be her grandfather, shouldn't be having a heart attack because of shock, because he is the one who knocked her up. New boyfriends are being lined up as we speak." In December of 2007, just 2 months later, Jamie Lynn Spears announces her pregnancy.
That's insane.
Speaking of crazy days and nights,
I had no idea. I have never heard of that.
visitors to the website are able to create accounts and comment on NT's posts, often attempting to guess which celebrity will be exposed next. One of these commenters, known as him, is believed to be Robert Downey Jr. Yeah, the Golden Avenger.
Hell
himself.
yeah, dude!
Where the
Iron
hell did
Man.
this come from? Well, most people came to this conclusion because of what him,
Dude,
revealed
Iron
about
Man
himself
is
to his posts,
pointing out
such as having a
pedophiles.
troubled youth and nearly destroying his Hollywood career. Him also listed celebrities that he was friends with.
Let's see who's this. Jon Favreau, my favorite Lion King guy, which I mean makes sense because that guy is also was also responsible for Iron Man. Guy Ritchie, David Kelly, John Hughes, Natasha Gregson Wagner, Brian Lord, Tommy Lee Jones, Susanna Hoffs, Steve Martin, interesting, Rachel McAdams, Molly Ringwald, Miranda Cosgrove, Susan Downey. Oh, Miranda Cosgrove is in there too.
Including Jon Favreau, Guy Ritchie, David Kelly, John Hughes, Natasha Gregson Wagner, Brian Lord, Tommy Lee Jones, Susanna Hoffs, Steve Martin, Rachel McAdams, Molly Ringwald, Miranda Cosgrove, and Susan Downey, Robert Downey Jr.'s wife.
That's crazy.
It's worth noting that him's complete list of celebrities included some that people were not able to find a connection to Robert Downey Jr., such as Neil Patrick Harris and John Hamm. Of course, there's no way to know for certain who him is. But
Dude, is Iron Man a real hero after all?
He had this to say about Dan Schneider.
I always knew
he's a monster, the worst
that Iron
player
Man was the
alive.
best Avenger.
And if you wonder why nobody will confront or charge him, he's in charge of multiple hit shows for Nick, which rakes in oceans of money, tens of millions of dollars multiplied by many years and many shows, not to mention his merchandising royalties. So Viacom Nick warned him to cool it, then pay for his damn lawyers. What about the parents? No tweener parent who shoved their kid into the limelight from birth is going to cross him either, and risk career suicide and loss of revenue.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously. Which is like, that was the crazy fucking part, is like, Dan Schneider was such a big fucking name in this industry. I like, this is, a lot of this is information that I already heard, but like, Dan Schneider was such a big fucking name in this industry that like, even if the parents wanted to take their kids out of the situation, they would have never gotten a job in Hollywood ever again. And of course you could argue that like, well, okay, they can just get a fucking normal job then, right? They don't have to be an actor. But if that's like what you envision for your kid, or in my opinion, it's not worth it. But you know, if like that's what you envision for your kid and that's what your kid really wants, like, I guess you're not taking your kid out of there. I don't know. To me, it wouldn't matter. Like, sucks to be you. Go fucking work the cash register at McDonald's until you can get an actual job. Or a better paying job, I should say. Sorry. It's also a real job. Be nice to fast food employees and retail employees. They don't earn nearly enough to put up with your shit. But it's crazy. It's crazy. Like this dude, like, because you would just look at him like the jokes and everything make you believe like, oh, this was just some like stupid creep who didn't get caught for a while, but then he did. But no, it's like this was stuff like most people in the area, or most people like around him, knew what he was doing, and they just didn't do anything against it because like they would just be completely blocked out from having any sort of career in Hollywood ever again, which is insane. That like you look at a dude who works for fucking Nickelodeon, who hasn't made a good show in like how many goddamn years? Ever since SpongeBob? Not true. But like that this guy would have this kind of power, it's insane.
No matter how bad it fucks up the kids, especially if there's multiple kid actors in the family, and the kids' agents are complicit too. Just ask the Spears family. A lot of settlements get paid out of Viacom's accounts. Finally, on March 26, 2018, Nickelodeon parted ways with Dan Schneider. Nickelodeon's official statement was, following many conversations together about next directions and future opportunities, Nickelodeon and our longtime creative partner Dan Schneider / Schneider's Bakery have agreed to not extend the current deal. Since several Schneider's Bakery projects are wrapping up, both sides have agreed that this is a natural time for Nickelodeon and Schneider's Bakery to pursue other opportunities and projects. Dan was given a payout of $7 million upon his departure. He and his wife sold their home and currently reside in Hidden Hills, California. It's unknown if Dan Schneider is working on any new projects. So, is Dan guilty?
Yeah.
Did he really abuse his young child
Yeah.
actors? Well, no one knows for certain. As you may have noticed, there is actually no concrete evidence against Dan Schneider. No celebrity has spoken out, and the ones who did have kept their identities private or are anonymous. So, for all we know, they could be lying. The closest comes to us from Noah Monk, the actor who played Gibby on iCarly, from the official podcast.
Based.
But even he was hesitant on defending Dan.
I was sort of, I mean, if that shit went on, I'm fucking like, that's devastating to me because I don't see him in that light, you know? So watching
that was a joke, by the way.
That is like crazy. But I mean, the foot fetish shit is like, okay, bro, come on. Like I never really noticed that when I was 15 on the show, but of course, looking in retrospect, it's like, okay. No, I don't
Gibby
know.
sucks.
And I never observed, like, saw anything like that or got hints of that. So it's fucking, it might be baseless rumor, but I don't want to speak. Like, what if some shit comes out? I don't want to be like on record being like, no, you know. So I have no clue.
These rumors and accusations have existed for a while, but nobody really said or did anything until Nickelodeon separated themselves from Dan. It was only then that people started growing concern. Why would Nickelodeon fire one of their biggest producers just out of nowhere? Were they aware of something? Many people point to this event as evidence that Dan must be guilty, but I beg to differ.
Okay.
I think it's worth mentioning that Dan's shows have been seriously declining in ratings.
I guess that's also true, but
iCarly's
still,
pilot
like,
episode got 4.1 million views. Their most viewed episode, I Saved Your Life, got 11.2 million views, and their least viewed episode, I Battle Chip, got 2.4 million views. Victorious' pilot episode got 5.7 million. Their most viewed episode, Begging on Your Knees, got 6.1 million. And their least viewed episode, The Hambone King, got 2.39 million, so not that bad.
Yeah, it's like
over
pretty
Salmon Cat
okay.
since that show never finished. Henry Danger's pilot episode got 1.94 million views. Their most viewed episode.
But I think it's also like worth to note in general that people nowadays like just don't watch TV that much anymore. Like I remember iCarly Victorious was sort of the time frame where I, for example, watched a lot of TV and wasn't as much on the internet. But then like when shows like Salmon Cat started to come out, that's when I kind of like moved to like just basically only watching internet content. So that also like plays into that. I don't think that the shows were just terrible. I think they were, but I think a lot of people just like at that point moved to, you know, like streaming services and watching online content, and that's why these numbers are so low, because that's like a massive jump from Victorious to Henry Danger. which is still like a skip of a show or so, but it's crazy. But I think that that's one of the reasons, honestly.
Episode Hour of Power got 3.16 million, and their least viewed episode Saturday Night Lies got 1.05 million. Game Shaker's Pod episode got 1.98 million views. Their most viewed episode was the Pod episode, and their least viewed episode Escape from Utah got 0.52 million views.
Don't
It
laugh
seems
at
as
that,
if the Schneider
Jorge.
style just wasn't working anymore. Is it not more reasonable that Nickelodeon saw this trend and
Nah,
fired
I
it
don't
because
think
of
that's
it?
the I don't think that's the case,
I don't
honestly.
want to dismiss any of the people that have investigated and spoken out against him. I mean, with this many rumors and allegations surrounding Dan, it's just kind of hard to ignore it. And it's not like this hasn't happened before. In 2004, a man known as Jason Handy used
Oh,
his
Lord.
job at Nickelodeon to lure young child actors. He was arrested and sentenced to 6 years in prison for
Damn.
molestation and possession of child pornography. And after serving his time, he was released and went straight back to working at Nickelodeon.
It's insane that Nickelodeon is just like, hey, do you like touching kids? Get the fuck in, bro. That's
Hollywood
insane
is
to
one
me.
of the most unsupervised, unrestricted industries in the world.
Yeah.
The promise of fame and fortune can be so alluring to young and upcoming.
And that's just the stuff that we know about. Now think about how much there is behind this that we don't know about.
Actresses and actors that they and their families are just willing to do anything. Once you become a public figure, everything you say and do will be held against you. Which is why if some actor or actress in the industry was abused as a child, they'd probably rather say nothing and not risk their career. You can't change the past, so might as well keep making money. I think the most we can definitively say about Dan is that, at the very least,
He's a
he
very
finds
weird guy.
feet entertaining, and that's not a crime.
Well, I mean,
But who knows? Maybe someday an actor or actress will speak out against Dan. Maybe concrete evidence will be found. And maybe something will be done.
Hopefully.
I suppose we'll never know.
Hopefully. That was pretty good. 7 years ago. This isn't like really super accurate. Like really super new. But it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. Let's see, Wizardry, where every JRPG comes from. You know what, we're gonna watch that in a second. However, I'm gonna go use the bathroom really quickly. And then we're going to continue. So I will be right back. Okay. Let's continue. It's really funny because like I just remembered while I wasn't in the bathroom a while ago. It's like definitely like more than 1.5 years ago or something like that. But I talked to my sister. She actually brought this up that like she heard about the whole Dan Schneider stuff. And she was just like, I can't even watch those Nickelodeon shows anymore. Because it's so horrible to hear what he did. And it's like, I don't know, I just thought it was weird because I'm not really used to my sister at all, like, getting into infos like that. But I don't know what the video she saw exactly was. Alright, how Wizardry created the RPG genre.
In
My favorite
and
character.
3 games defined the RPG genre as we know it today.
Why is Tidor making this video?
The first was Rogue, which, as the name suggests, is responsible for the creation of the roguelike genre. The other 2 were Ultima by Origin Systems and Wizardry by Surtech. And chances that any and every RPG you've ever played or will ever play can trace their lineage back to one or the other or both. And even games and genres outside the RPG spectrum owe a lot to these 2 series. In the early days of computing, RPGs were often played in terminals which ran in college mainframes, many of which have sadly been lost to time. Though thankfully,
the first roguelike I need to bow.
But technology was advancing rapidly, and just a few years
my
later,
master.
consumer-grade computers like the Apple II
I bow to you in respect.
There are more people in more places doing more things with apples than with any other personal computer in the world.
Apple computer.
Apples are gay.
And of all these people using apples, most had never touched a computer before.
This is my apple.
Apple, the most personal computer.
This is graphics? No, it can't be.
This is where we start seeing RPGs being released towards a larger market, like a Calabat World of Doom in 1980, which led to the Ultima series, and Wizardry, Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord. The interesting thing about Ultima and Wizardry
is this the predecessor to Wizardry?
Genre as we know them today, but
Wizardly variants, funnily, stinkily, I forgot the name.
Wandering a large open
Jesus,
world
Ultima 2.
which ultimately led towards a larger goal. Combat was then automatically by pressing in the direction of your foe, and progression was
just
generally
like
pretty
Hyde
linear.
lied.
Wizardry, however, pioneered in that you have a party of characters instead of being the lonesome
Wait,
hero.
shit, is this
Each
actually what
character
this
had a
is?
class with their own strengths and weaknesses, with combat being much more strategic. And it even introduced a basic morality system for each character. But of course, as each series progressed, they would involve their own formulas.
Ultima Underworld. I've played this one actually. It
so
sucks.
Ultima, for example,
It was
eventually
alright.
had parties, classes, different types of combat, and a morality system. While Wizardry would eventually add open worlds into its formula. But
That's
for the
crazy.
most part, this
That's
series would be
Wizardry for you,
focused on
right?
improving combat and the dungeon crawling genre. If you want to learn more about Ultima, I recommend you check out the Spoonie Experiments Ultima Retrospective.
Jesus.
As this video will focus on the Wizardry series. And for that, we should start at the beginning, with the series' first entry, Wizardry, the Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord.
Wow. Is this technology? Barely. Prepare yourself for the ultimate in fantasy games.
Yes, this
Wizardry.
is how far back in time we're going. No music, no in-game story, a tiny single beep as its lonesome sound effect, and the actual gameplay was relegated to a tiny window in the corner.
It's the way video games were meant to be. Clearly. Come on. subscribe?
Thankfully,
What the fuck?
The first 5 Wizardry games would be ported to just about every system known to man. From the Commodore 64 and MSX2 to MS-DOS, NES, Super Nintendo, Game Boy Color,
Finally.
and even the original PlayStation and Sega Saturn. So, this is Wizardry.
So here's
1.
the question. Has Tidor played all of these? Because I don't think he can be a real Wizardry fan if he doesn't do that.
Launched in 1981, and its plot is nearly non-existent. The evil wizard Wordna has stolen
fake
a magical
RPG
amulet
fan.
from King Trevor, so a call has been put out for any and all adventurers to venture forth and retrieve
This is anime. What the hell?
it. Little
Wait, are you trying to tell me that video games come from Japan?
side note that always seems to get ignored, the Mad Overlord in the game's title refers to King Trevor, not the evil wizard Wordna. You see, the maze was meant to be used as a training ground, but Trevor did such a good job at it that no one has been able to clear it. And now that Wordna has taken refuge in there, it all kinda backfired on him. This all might sound pretty interesting, but none of this is actually conveyed to you in the final game. The entire
Of course
plot
not.
was written in the
What? Sorry, we didn't have the kind of space to put the story into the game back in those days. Come on. Fucking FMV. Videos in a video game was not even a thing you could think of.
game's manual, and hardly any version of Wizardry 1 actually takes the time to let you in on what little story there is. Basically, it's an excuse to go and defeat
Based
the
game
big
manuals,
bad
I missed them.
wizard. From there on,
I fucking one of the like strongest memories that I have of video game manuals is definitely of the Sonic Heroes game manual. I read that shit like 50,000 times. And now you have to pay $10 for them.
you have to create a party with the game's mechanics being clearly inspired by D&D while still implementing its own set of rules. You pick from 5 possible races and 4 possible classes: Fighter, Thief, Mage, and Priest, which can later evolve into more advanced classes like the Bishop, Lord, Ninja, and Samurai. And if these classes and their advancements are starting to sound familiar to you even outside D&D, then yes,
Yeah, Final Fantasy
this
for sure.
is where Final Fantasy 1 got its
I mean, to
original
be fair, I don't think it would be crazy to say that like any and all RPGs ever basically stem from D&D. It's like how all fantasy things ever basically take notes from Lord of the Rings, always and forever.
classes from. I should also point out that creating your party is a major endeavor unto itself. See, when you create a new character, the game rolls the amount of bonus stats you can distribute for that character. Usually that ranges anywhere between 6 to 11 extra stat points. But on rare occasions you get a critical roll where you get a whopping 20 extra stat points at the start. This means that that character will be nearly 4 times stronger at the start than a counterpart who only rolled 6 bonus stats.
Damn.
But like I said, rolling a critical is rare, and your party can have up to 6 characters, so rolling for these takes quite a bit of time. After that, you buy whatever gear you can muster with your meager funds and venture on to the proving grounds.
Like and subscribe. You know what? But I'm actually not as mad about him doing it because he's doing it like hidden in the game. 3 giants, there was only 1.
Once there, it's just you and your party in a dark dungeon trying to survive. There are no maps or automap features, so you'll have to trace your progress on graph paper, and getting lost in wizardry is usually a death sentence. You have to slowly build up your strength, money, and gear to progress, all while mapping the dungeon and learning which places you should avoid, as well as what items you need to get and where to get them to progress through the game. The dungeon is 10 levels deep, with secret passages, dark rooms that leave you completely blind, passages that can only be accessed one way but not another, alternate paths that need to be entered through specific methods, and locked doors that require magical items. Enemies come in random encounters, and combat is turn-based. creating the defining gameplay features that so many JRPGs will later use.
Insane.
Your visibility is limited,
And then they
and
remade
any chest you find is
Final
most
Fantasy
likely
VII,
locked
and then there's no
trapped.
more
And you can only hope that your thief
turn-based combat.
identified the trap correctly and is able to disarm it without triggering it first. Sure, you can use a spell to disarm traps, but in Wizardry, the number of spells you can cast are worth their weight in gold, and is it really worth spending one for a random chest that might only have a few gold pieces? And make no mistake, this game is hard. The entire Wizardry series is known for its brutal difficulty, and in that regard, it makes most Souls-like games seem like a cakewalk. The game divides your party into 2 rows, with the first 3 characters being in the front row and the remaining 3 in the back row. This means characters in the back
Sounds
don't
familiar.
suffer from physical attacks until you lose someone in the front row. But conversely, characters in the back have no means of creating physical attacks either. The game has no bows or slings, and this feature wouldn't even come to exist until Wizardry 5.
Wow.
Instead, those in the back row can only use spells. But in this game, healers are actually quite adept at physical combat, so most players tend to use 2 mages and a thief for their back row, the latter of which serves no purpose other than opening chests and disarming traps. It's an inelegant solution, but when you're the first game of your kind, a lot of things that are common sense today would not come to exist until much later.
yeah.
Even the dungeon design suffers from questionable design decisions that feel mind-boggling when viewed through a modern lens. But such were the growing pains of the genre. Like, for example, the dungeon has 10 levels, but level 3 can be skipped entirely. There are no quest-related or special items to collect there, and its only purpose is to grind for experience if you're so inclined, though there are better ways to do it. You progress through the dungeon by finding important locales with keys and items that unlock doors and passageways further down. But you can't theoretically visit these places as often as you'd like, so you can have multiple copies of the same key in case you happen to lose your party. But on the other hand, inventory space is limited, and pretty soon you'll find yourself managing some tight constraints. Because once you pick up a key, you'll always need it to open and reopen said door. Then there's the fact that if a character goes down, not only will someone from the back row move up a slot, but there's also a good chance that you'll lose them forever. You see, you can return to town, but reviving a character is honestly super expensive, and it more often than not fails.
It's back when games were based and weren't afraid of
once that happens,
making you
can
piss your
try to revive
pants
them once
from
more,
difficulty.
Although now it's even more costly, and your chance of success is even lower. And if that fails, that character is gone forever. So I hope that you remember to strip them of all their gold, items, and equipment beforehand. The vitality stat does give you a slightly better chance of being revived, which is good if you're a warrior, but not so good if you're a mage. And it's made even worse that leveling up is somewhat randomized, and in some cases, you can actually have your stats go down. Sometimes important stats. You can be a warrior whose strength and vitality go down upon a level up, while his intelligence goes up, which, yeah, you kind of don't want that.
A real
And this
fucking
is what defines
Fire Emblem.
Wizardry.
Everybody die.
There's something about the early Wizardry games, particularly the computer versions, which always stood apart for me. When you're alone and bleeding, lost in a dark dungeon filled with hundreds of monsters waiting for the slightest opportunity to finish you off, all while you're carrying the lifeless bodies of your comrades with you, not in the hopes that you might save them, but solely because you need their gear and money so that you can hire their soon-to-be dead replacements. That is Wizardry. You're not even going to try and revive them. The cost is too great, the money is too valuable, and the chances of success are too low. And playing the PC versions, the ones without music and only the most basic of sound effects, often makes Wizardry feel more like a horror
It's all
game
old
than a
games,
fantasy
though.
RPG. And it becomes even more immersive when you're drawing
They're
your
always
own
scary
maps
because
and
you're
have the manual
it
always
stands
by
to
your
lose
side as
everything.
your own little personal spell book to look up what each item or spell does, and in the case of the computer versions, to type out the name of the spell you want to use when casting it. Yes, in the computer versions, you do not select your spells from a menu. You have to type each and every one of them when you wish to use them. And this little step makes wizardry such an immersive experience, as you need to prepare for the dungeon
That's crazy,
both
though.
in and out of the game. In this game, you will die.
It's not
Your
even like
friends
it's not even a thing today, right? Like, is there actually games that don't have a built-in map anymore? It's like crazy to think, right? There would be an outrage, a public outroar to add more maps to the video game, because how the fuck are we Minecraft? I mean, it's hardly also not true because there are maps in Minecraft. You just have to craft them.
will die and your replacements will die, and that is the wizardry experience.
But it's not, yeah, it's not the type of like map that you would usually think of. Yeah, it's very true.
Your equipment is, because many random foes have one-hit kill attacks. You might be in a party with 5 other people, but the sense of exploration, loneliness, and fear that emanates from wizardry is real. At no point in this game do you ever feel like the hero of the story. You are simply another nameless adventurer like many before you who will meet their end here and be completely forgotten. Wizardry is a deeply nihilistic game, and you can see its influence in so many games and even other media. Ever play a game where towns are essentially mini-maps with important locations? That's wizardry. Party creation, party classes, strategic turn-based combat, class advancements, and party rows? That's wizardry. One of the most powerful swords in the game being called the Muramasa? That's also wizardry. Games where your good or evil choices affect the story outcome of the game.
you know, like...
Well, that one's actually Ultima. But wizardry had a morality system first. Wizardry was popular in the West, but even more so in Japan. For example, you know the Dragon Quest slime mascot? The creator confirmed that it came from wizardry.
Really?
And Dragon Quest in general, it's wizardry's combat, party management, and leveling up system with the open world of the Ultima series. Same for Final Fantasy, Phantasy Star, Persona. Wizardry's influence even spread outside video games, namely anime. Ever seen that fantasy anime trope where characters explore deep dungeons filled with monsters only to watch their friends die in the process? That is also wizardry.
I mean,
it's true that Dungeons and Dragons came first, and indeed it was the basis for wizardry.
Your dungeon master has placed you in a dreadfully precarious position. You're playing the most phenomenal game ever created. Your skin grows cold from your first glimpse of the enormous beast. It's a product of your imagination. Survival depends on a quick, decisive...
Wizardry anime coming out, by the way, for real. Okay, that's cool. I hope it'll be dark and gritty and not, like, stupid.
Victory is yours. TSR Hobbies, Dungeons and Dragons games, products of your imagination.
But D&D never really caught on in Japan. Instead,
yeah, that's true, right? It's like, I don't know, D&D is like almost purely Western, like even nowadays. I don't think a lot of people care about it in Japan.
In love with properties like Wizardry, Ultima, and the Record of Lodoss War, which were offshoots of D&D. There's actually a really good video that delves deep into how Wizardry influenced your favorite game by YouTube channel The Crawl, and I highly recommend you check it out.
Cool, cool. Delete.
Despite wizardry's nihilism, it knew how to balance it with humor. For example, if you look at the original wizardry manual, the illustrations felt more like comic strips than anything else. And the series was also known for hiding jokes and references within the actual games. Like how one of its most powerful weapons was called a Cuisinart, named after the brand of food processors, with the weapon's design being literally 4 spinning blades on a sword hilt. Or how about Murphy's Murphy's Ghost, a farmable enemy with low attack stats but tons of HP, named after two of Wizardry's testers, Helen Murphy and Paul Murphy. Think about it. You're a tester on a game infamous for its crazy high difficulty, where you keep losing and discarding party members left and right. So who do you fight? Murphy's Ghost. Quick little side note, Murphy's Ghost was most likely the first enemy in any video game that players actively farmed for experience and gold. In fact, farming Murphy's Ghost was so common that 22 years later, he was still being referenced in the Japanese version of Star Ocean 3.
Oh
till
god,
the end
Star
of time.
Ocean 3.
I'm also pretty sure the healing temple in the game is called the Temple of Kent because more often than not, they can't help you. And then of course, you have King Trevor and the wizard Wardna, who are actually the series' creators' names spelled backwards. Andrew Greenberg and Robert Woodhead.
That's crazy.
And yes, that's the same Robert Woodhead who would later found Animigo, a movie distributor in the US of anime and samurai films. Yes, King Trevor, the Mad Overlord, was a weeaboo.
Yeah, that checks out.
And that's actually part of the reason why the Wizardry series would eventually fall off. And I'm not even kidding. The interesting thing is that when the Wizardry
turned
series
into
came
anime,
to Japan,
and that's when
the
it started
translations
sucking.
were infamous for being of a lower quality, with little to no localization efforts. So a lot of these jokes would get lost in translation or be ignored entirely. So Japan got all of the nihilism and none of the humor. And you can definitely feel that in how they interpreted the games. You see, Japan loved Wizardry so much that they ported the early games to everything and created dozens of spin-offs. There are so many games out there that the Wizardry Wiki focuses on series and sub-series instead of individual games. And even the official Wizardry website leaves a lot of games out of its official timeline. But one thing I've noticed with the Japanese spin-off media is how seriously they take the source material.
It's funny.
Not only did the monster and enemy designs keep getting more serious and imposing with each new port of the game, but by 1991, we would see the release of a Wizardry anime.
What? So there was already a Wizardry anime. You lied to me. Looks goated, what the hell? God, why the fuck is the 90s... Whoops. Why is 90s anime art style so fucking, like, blitzed? It's so fucking good.
A 50-minute Japan-only OVA, which took some liberties with the first game, but generally retold the events of the first game, though it adds an original party cast and even a backstory for Wardna and how it ties into the anime's party. The anime is pretty fun and definitely worth a watch, though it really is funny how serious
it's on YouTube. Yeah, it makes sense.
Wardna. Heck, by 2008, Japan would create Wizardry Labyrinth of Lost Souls as part of the short-lived Wizardry Renaissance.
Wizardry Renaissance.
And by then, they went all in on the nihilism with the new
and the
theme
anime
song
tits,
being
apparently.
Memento Mori.
Japan was like, holy shit, dude, this series is insane. It's so dark and gritty. And then in the West, it was like a pee poo poo funny.
For those unaware,
Stinky.
that's Latin for remember, you will die. This cultural split in how Wizardry is viewed by the West and in Japan is also part of the issue why the series would eventually die out, and why none of the many attempts at bringing Wizardry back have been successful. Simply put, longtime Western fans expect a certain style of tone and gameplay, while the Japanese have a completely different view on it, and balancing them both has not proven easy. Though personally, I feel Wizardry, the Lilgaman Saga for the Sega Saturn and PlayStation had the right idea, with concept art that mixes both sides without going too far into a realistic Western style or anime aesthetics. So, With all of this said, which version of Wizardry, the Proving Grounds the Mad Overlord, should you play?
None.
Well,
just play the new one.
It depends on what you want, as most versions have some differences from one another. I should also point out that almost every version of Wizardry is in English, even if they only launched exclusively in Japan. Some make their English language options easy to see from the start, while others, like the Sega Saturn and PlayStation versions, you'll have to hunt it down in the options menu. If you want the original, raw, and unfiltered Wizardry experience, then you want the Apple II version. This one has any
for
sound,
sure.
And gameplay is reduced
Break
to
out
a
your
small
Apple II,
window.
guys. Come
And
on.
most Western computer versions
It's
and
not that
even some
hard.
Japanese computer versions
Jeez.
are similar to the Apple II original. The MS-DOS version is fairly easy to find online. And it's
honestly,
much
I
like
didn't
the Apple II version.
even
But with
realize
the
that
gameplay
the
window
Wizardry
increased.
series
The problem is that this
was
version
this
has
fucking
a bug that
extensive.
increases the chances
I
of
feel
you
like I've
getting
heard of
stat
some games
decreases
before.
whenever you level up, which,
Obviously
as
the
you can
most
imagine,
recent one,
makes
the
this game
gacha
way
one.
more difficult.
But
then we have the NES version.
I didn't.
This
I
version
thought it
is
was just
interesting
like,
in that
oh, it's just
unlike
some
its
random
MS-DOS,
shit.
Commodore
It's like,
64,
but like Wizardry is
PC-98,
gigantic.
and
Like holy shit.
PC-98 counterparts. It was the first version of
Thought it was just
Wizardry
like,
to
you know,
contain an actual soundtrack. Composed by Kentaro Haneda,
Weird,
whose
weird,
other works in
stinky
video games
gacha
and
game.
anime includes
But no, there's
Macross,
like a lot of
Barefoot
history.
Gen, Fadal Yamato, and Suikoden. This is a soundtrack that most Japanese ports going forward would use, including the Game Boy Color and Super Famicom. This soundtrack became so iconic in Japan that in 1991 there was a series of orchestral game music concerts in Tokyo simply called Game Music Concerts. These were helmed by game and anime industry legends like Koichi Sugiyama, Yoko Kanno, and others whose combined works include Cowboy Bebop, Cardcaptor Sakura, Dragon Quest,
Crazy.
Shiren the Wanderer, and honestly, more works that I could name in this video. And they decide to open this series of concerts with Wizardry.
Damn. I'm kind of impressed. Like I said, like I didn't expect it to be this gigantic, but that's fucking cool.
And as if to drive the point home even more, the second song was from the third Wizardry game. To put this into perspective, the remaining concert featured songs from The Legend of Zelda, Dragon Quest, and even Mario. But they opened with Wizardry. That should give you an idea of how big Wizardry was at that point, and how influential the NES soundtrack was.
Crazy
And
that
the
it
NES
died,
version
like,
also
so hard.
revamps the graphics to something a little more tolerable.
But I guess like yeah,
But
like
unfortunately,
with
this
the
version is
differences
notorious for having a
in
bug that makes defense
expectations
points worthless. So this means that none
in
of
two
the
different
armor,
markets, it's like not
shields, or
that
AC
surprising.
spell boosts you use
Still
actually
crazy.
do anything, making an already difficult game even harder.
I love text on screen.
The Game Boy Color version improves the graphics from the NES version while retaining the same graphical style and once again uses the NES soundtrack. It also includes several new items and monsters from the sequels and an opening cutscene similar to what they did for the sequel on the NES, so if you want an 8-bit version, this is most likely the one to play, though it does require a fan-made English patch.
Well, everything's got fan-made English patches these days. That's what's so great about, like, because I've been recently on like a kind of a binge of like different PS2 games. It's really nice that there are like a lot of them that just have like English patches and English fan translations. Because there are a lot more crazy cool gems on that console than we even knew. Like, everybody knows the basics on the PS2, but there's a lot more. And I might be interested in playing some of those for playthroughs soon. But after October. Oh my god, vi sartring.
The PC Engine version includes Wizardry 1 and 2 and once again improves the graphics. The soundtrack here is original, but it's honestly really good. I have never played this version for very long, and some minor parts of the game are still in Japanese, but for the most part, this is still a playable version and definitely a great way to play Wizardry.
Encounter. Yo, the slaps, what the fuck? Wizardry OST always good. That one was fucking beautiful. What the fuck does that say?
Wizardry 123 Story of Lilgamen is a compilation of the first 3 games for the Super Famicom. This one massively improves the visuals while still keeping the NES soundtrack. The game also introduces a few gameplay enhancements.
How many times did fucking Wizardry 1 and 2 get remade? Or Wizardry 1 on its own, really?
5, like for example, thieves now have the hide ability. This game also requires a translation patch to play, but it ranks as one of the best and easiest ways of playing Wizardry.
Oh, there you go. I don't think I'm going to do that, though. Oh shit, big man.
There's also Wizardry Lilgamen Saga. This is a compilation disc for the PS1, Sega Saturn, and Windows PCs that contains the first 3 Wizardry games and is fully playable in English.
But they always put all of them on there. It's like I'm surprised that in fucking like Wizardry Variants Daphne you can't just play all of them.
I feel this one is up there with the Super Nintendo version, mostly due to the way the game moves in a 3D space, which helps you get a better sense of direction.
Play all games, dipshit. Yeah, they're like insisting, like, you're not gonna understand anything if you don't fucking play all of the games. Here's all of them. $20. Let's go.
This game also contains a handy auto map feature, which can be pretty useful if you don't feel like drawing your own maps. But on the other
That's
hand,
crazy.
I feel the enemy designs and the art style for the dungeon itself was better on the Super Nintendo. This version also features an original soundtrack, and while I generally prefer the NES-inspired soundtrack on the Super Nintendo, this one is still pretty good.
Oh, Jesus. This doesn't really make me think like action gameplay, though. Oh, it's bad. Back, I mean. I can't speak.
You also have the Wonder Swan color port. This version plays mostly the same as the
the Wonder Swan color. Holy shit.
Items and events,
that looks like dog ass.
And the ability to download a new exclusive maze and new items. But unfortunately, Wonder Swan's online service, Wondergate, is now defunct, making it impossible to download these extras on real hardware legitimately. But you can get them through a fan-made patch. It also featured a new unlockable survival mode, which consists of fighting waves of enemies for high scores. Sadly, the Wonder Swan only received the first game and none of the
dang it. We've been hoodwinked. Scammed out of all my wizardry. Kill him. Beat him. Beat the fuck out of him. Oh shit.
And finally, there's also a remake literally launched 2 months ago, which I haven't had the chance to play yet. I will say that I was pleasantly surprised when I discovered that it was using the same soundtrack as the NES version. And from what I've seen, the game does look pretty good. But it's currently in early access, so maybe once the game is completed, I'll actually sit down and play this one. But for now, I'll stick with what I got.
Looks like my phone's arriving next Tuesday.
With the success of the original Wizardry, although really, success is a little relative here, as the first game only sold 24,000 copies during its first year.
To be
but
fair,
hey, it was a different time.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was.
Long until we started getting
this is the past. 24,000 is a lot here.
The Knight of Diamonds and Wizardry 3: Legacy of Lilgamen. Although, calling these games sequels is something of a retcon.
Oh no.
See, originally, Wizardry had something called a scenario disk. Basically, you installed the game on your computer and then you had to insert a floppy disk with the scenario, which was the proving grounds of the Mad Overlord. And that's basically what Wizardry 2 and 3 are. Scenario disks. Basically, new dungeons. But the game itself is still the same. So they were more like expansion packs or DLC.
Damn, physical DLC.
Sequels. The thing is, Wizardry 2 expects you to have finished Wizardry 1 first, so you can't create new characters for the sequel. Rather, you need to import them from the first game, and they need to be sufficiently leveled to play the sequel. And I want you to think about that for a second. You've just completed one of the hardest RPGs ever, one where characters drop like flies, and if one of them died in the sequel, you'd now have to go back to Wizardry 1, create new characters, and
that's
start
fucked.
leveling them up and equipping them all over again.
Oh shit, that's fucked
and
up.
In case you're wondering, no, you can't just go to a previous save because the Wizardry games do not save your progress. They only save your characters, their level.
They're like, you fucking suck. Go back to. That's like, you know, like there were games out there that were like, you know what, fuck you, you died, go back to the start of the game. I've never heard of a game that tells you go back to the start of the first game. Imagine fucking like Xenoblade Chronicles doing that or something.
Gear and money, and whether they're alive or dead. It does not say how far you've progressed in each dungeon. So as you can imagine,
died in Xenoblade 3, back to shulking for you, idiot.
Copies of the character files in their computers, or create multiple parties.
Games should do that nowadays.
But if
you fucking die in Dark Souls 3, it sends you back to fucking Kingsfield.
Even then, Wizardry 2 was sadistic for this reason alone. The game justifies this with the plot being that the heroes who defeated Wardna were summoned for a new quest. I don't know, something about recovering some staff or other. The plot doesn't really matter in these early Wizardry games. You might also be wondering what the reward is for completing the first game. And well, if you beat Wizardry 1, you get this. Did you see it? Let's try again in slow motion. And what does this do, you ask?
Nothing. Nothing? Nothing. What does that mean? Nothing.
Yeah, it does nothing. It's only there for bragging rights, and that's assuming your character does not die on your next run. At least the dungeon in Wizardry 2 is smaller than the first game, with only 6 floors instead of 10. Though unlike the first game, every floor is necessary to progress through the game. So you can't just skip them. Later revisions of the game on consoles would simply let you create your character
No, shouldn't have done that.
Instead of having to play the first game all over again. Either because
that's stupid.
Importing simply was not an option like the NES version, or
okay,
simply because no one wanted to grind the character all over again.
No, I think honestly, actually, games should punish you like that these days too. It's like we've gotten too complacent with a lot of the games that we're getting. It's like nah, just fucking make me just die in real life if I fuck up in the game. And then my parents have to give birth to another son who has to grow up to 27 years of age at this point, I guess. You get the idea? Like, and then he gets to try again. I think that's what games should do.
Well, I mean, you can still import characters from the first game in the PC Engine, Super Nintendo, Sega Saturn and PS1 versions, but it's not mandatory. And everything I said about the various ports of the first game applies to the sequel as well, except for the armor bug on the NES. That was corrected for the sequel.
Damn,
another issue
that
with
sucks.
importing your party from the first game to the sequel had to do with their age. You see, in Wizardry, characters start at the age between 14 and 16, and spending time at the end to recover has a chance to age that character by 1 week. And if they become old enough, their stats can start to go down, or they could even die. Now, in the first game, this wasn't much of an issue, because you would have enough time to finish the game while they were still in their 20s or 30s at the latest. But suddenly, the need to import them from the first game to the sequel means that age could be a problem, and you need to start considering if sleeping on an inn is worth the time investment. But again, this is mostly for the computer versions. The console versions are immune to this.
It's funny that that would even be in like
if you really want to. Other than that,
a feature anyway. That's crazy. What the hell?
As Wizardry 1 in terms of spells,
you don't have aging mechanics in games these days.
Now leads us to Wizardry 3.
Other than like, you know, forced by story.
Wizardry 3, the
3 and 4
is the third scenario disc for Wizardry, and once again, you can import your characters from either Wizardry 1 or 2, but you don't need to actually complete Wizardry 2 to play the third game.
Thank God.
I suppose that on some level, the designers felt that they were most likely going too far. Better late than never, I guess. One interesting thing about this game is that when you import your characters, you don't actually play as them, but rather you play as their descendants. So what this
can only think of Harvest Moon, N64, and Mabinogi for age mechanic. I guess so, yeah.
Determine what stats they get in this game. So yeah, if you've ever played Phantasy Star 3, Fire Emblem, Genealogy of the Holy War, or the Agate series, this is yet another gameplay mechanic pioneered by Wizardry. Another interesting innovation about this game is that your alignment now actually has a gameplay purpose. In the first two games, you could pick each character's alignment between
Agarist mentioned, crazy.
Evil, but in practice, it meant very little.
That's new.
Basically, some alignments
rarely ever hear anybody mention that.
Classes, like how you cannot have a good thief, a neutral priest, or an evil samurai. Good parties also cannot attack the occasional friendly monster encounters, while evil parties cannot run away from them. And doing the opposite of what you're supposed to do will change your alignment. You also cannot mix and match characters of opposing alignments. So this means that you cannot have good and evil characters on the same party, though everyone's fine with neutrals, I guess. Wizardry 3 though adds a new layer of complexity, and that is that you now need your characters to be of a certain alignment to reach parts of the maze. So that means that you'll need at least 2 sets of parties to complete the game. One good and one evil. Heck, you might even need 3 parties if you feel like you need more neutrals. Other than that though, this is essentially the same as Wizardry's 1 and 2. And while
Wizardry's
was still
is that the
formula
technical
was
term?
Some shakeups. After all, their greatest rival, Ultima, had also introduced party combat and management with Ultima 3 Exodus, which was
but Ultima doesn't look as fun.
It was becoming abundantly clear that something had to change.
And then they added anime titties. Oh no, they didn't. Never mind. Sorry, I was wrong.
This is Wizardry 4, The Return of Wordna. And when I said things had to change, boy howdy did they ever change. So much so that this game is often seen as the worst one of the main franchise. Despite being the 4th Wizardry game, this is still the same engine as Wizardry 1. But now, the formula has been completely turned on its head. Gone is the character import system of the previous games. Heck, you won't even be creating any characters in this one at all. And that's because in this game, you play as Wordna, the evil wizard from the first game. You awaken from a deep slumber in your tomb after your previous defeat in the first game. And now, you seek to escape this new
What is this JoJo shit?
Trapped in. So this means you start
out
on the
Dio is back
and
again.
You must now claw your way out. The concept in of itself is actually super interesting, but a few issues do crop up immediately, like how in Wizardry 4 there are no towns, cities, inns, shops, money, or any interaction that you
Yeah, you're
would
just an
normally
old
do
man
outside a
who's
dungeon
angry.
in a video game. Any gear or items you find, you will do so by defeating enemies, never through trading. Additionally, you play as Wordna and only Wordna. There are no other characters or party members. So how does the game work? Well, each floor has one or more magic pentagrams hidden. The first time you reach a pentagram on that floor, you will automatically unlock some of your original power from Wizardry 1, which is a fancy way of saying you level up. Pentagrams can also be visited as many times as you need to completely heal up your character and to summon monsters. Basically, the stronger you are, the more monsters and monster types you can summon. However, in the original PC versions, you do not control the monsters you summon. Rather, they attack automatically and you only control Wordna, which makes this game super difficult. Even worse when you consider how obtuse a lot of the game's puzzles actually are. Some of which require you to have played Wizardry 1.
A la Flynn. Yeah, you get to be evil Flynn. Old Flynn.
Right at the start of the game, you need to summon a group of evil priests, and one of them needs to cast the light spell in combat for you to see the exit outside of combat. It's because of bullshit like this that the Return of Wordna is often seen as the worst game in the series. So much so that after its release, Surtech basically pretended that this game never existed. But honestly, a lot of this only really applies if you're playing the computer versions. But before I get to that, I think we need a little context. You see, this game was stuck in development hell for 4 years, and
even
during
back
that
then,
time, technology in gaming graphics and sound advanced greatly in the meantime. I mean, Wizardry 1 launched in 1981, and the graphics looked cutting edge for the time. But
which
by
is an insane thing to
you
say.
already had games like Zelda 2,
Yeah.
Ys, and the original Final Fantasy 1. Even in the West, Ultima 6 was only a year away. I mean, heck, Wizardry 4 came out the same year as Dungeon Master, another first-person dungeon crawling RPG that also revolutionized its own subgenre. But graphically, they were night and day. Another issue was that for some reason, the main designer had gotten feedback that the previous games were too easy, which they weren't, and that Return of Wordna had to be even more difficult than the previous games. Which
an interesting
in fact, the whole feedback that the
comment
previous
to
games
make.
were too easy never made much sense to me, especially because no one actually played these games fairly. They would just copy their friends' maps, copy files of their characters so they would not lose them, or they would just grind Murphy's Ghost until that poor
Even back then, people were fucking
unborn.
cheating.
But
That's
as if
insanity.
all of Return of Wordna's gameplay features did not make the game hard enough, your enemies would often consist of characters and classes that you played as in the first 3 Wizardry games. In fact, players who had sent their floppy disks to Surtech to prove they had completed the previous games would be surprised to learn that their parties were now being used as enemies in Wizardry 4. And this is especially cool.
That's
if you
actually
consider
really
that
cool,
actor
holy
and
shit.
comedian Robin Williams was a fan of the series.
Oh,
We
nice.
don't know if he ever sent his disc to Surtech, but if he did, there's a chance that one of the enemy groups you'll fight in this game was the one that Robin Williams used to complete Wizardry. How cool is that? Of course, the problem
That means you
is
get
that
to kill
you're
him.
fighting against player-created parties that completed the previous games, which means you'll be fighting against the most well-oiled Wordna killing machines you could imagine. And as if that weren't enough, the spirit of the Mad Overlord Trevor also haunts this dungeon.
cool.
And if he touches you even once, it's game over and you wake up back in your tomb, making
Yay.
this game even more difficult. So difficult, in fact, that even blogs and content creators who devote their life to solely playing old computer RPGs often give up on this one. Indeed, the Return of Wordna is usually known as the hardest RPG ever made, both in and out of Wizardry. And chances are, they're right. Personally, I have never played a game harder than this one. And because of this, Wizardry 4 The Return of Wordna was a commercial failure that nearly bankrupted Certec.
That sucks.
And nearly ended the Wizardry
But I guess
franchise.
it makes sense if you're
so much so that
doing
out
this
of the
crazy
original
shit.
5 games, this one barely got any ports. And that's a shame too, because this game is filled with excellent ideas, but terrible execution. I mean, the game even has multiple endings, which was a rarity for the time. But like I said, most of this negativity only applies if you play the computer versions, which is what almost everyone does. This is because the PC Engine CD and PS1 ports actually make this game somewhat easier, but they're also very obscure ports that never left Japan. Not only do both of these versions have an auto-map feature, but you can now directly control your underlings instead of hoping they randomly perform the action you want them to. The console ports also increase their party size from 4 to 6, meaning you can now have more monsters.
But too easy. Get it out of here. I don't want it.
And finally, some of the more obscure puzzles were removed entirely, including that priest puzzle I mentioned earlier. I mean, don't get me wrong, this game is still impossible.
Too easy, yeah.
I've never even come close to finishing it.
Way too simple. Don't like it.
But
Get it out of here.
This does make the game a little more manageable.
No, I want the game to kick my ass.
I feel the PC Engine CD and the PS1 ports are the way to go here.
Are we gonna get to 5 now? Oh no. Is this video over? Oh, well, almost. Oh, look,
Even
Woman,
now,
my
36
favorite
years
character.
Later, Wizardry 4 is one of the most unique RPGs ever made. Think about it. You play as the final boss from the first game. And
That's
you
like
wake up
really,
in a
really cool,
dungeon,
actually.
A tomb prison built specifically to contain you. Your goal is now to claw your way out of the dungeon. And because you are alone, you need to summon monsters who make up your party members. But unlike other RPGs, you do not control them. They're monsters. You summon them and they're loyal to you, but you only control Wordna. You have to conserve and replenish your monster army, scrounge the dungeon for items, weapons, and armor to survive, and throughout all of this, you're being constantly taunted by the Tomb's guardians and enemies who were the heroes of the past games, all of which are characters created by players who completed
That's such
the
a
previous
like
Wizardry
cool
games.
concept,
The
though. That's
Return of
crazy.
Wordna feels
It's always
as
it's so
much as a
funny, like
survival horror game as it
how
does
many old games like this have these like insane ideas in there that like never make it to modern games, right? It's like, I think it would be cool as hell if, I don't know, you took like a series of a game today, right, where like in the sequel you play as the final boss from the first game, and you have to like rise back to full power, and then like the next game is set in like the future and you have to beat your character from the previous game again, but like he has all of the stats and all of the abilities that you collected in the second game. That would be like such a cool fucking concept if you made like an actually fun game around it too. But no, all we get is like fucking, I don't know, third person sneaky shooter game again. So cool though, so cool.
an RPG at times. And as you play the game, Wordna often comments on what happens, and you also hear his thoughts and learn more about who he is and his personality, which ironically makes Wordna the first true main character in the Wizardry series. I mean, sure, his personality is still a little basic. I mean, look at the game. What did you expect? But even now, both he and this game feel so unique and refreshing, which is why I just wish that this game weren't so impossibly hard. Another thing about the Return of Wordna is that this game gives you a very unique glimpse of what people would name their characters in video game RPGs during the early 80s. I mean, just look at this. I did not name these characters. These are the names created by the people who completed the previous games and sent their floppy disks to Certec.
Mighty
So,
Mo.
yeah, if nothing else, this is one of the most unique RPGs
Or imagine that,
ever
like
made.
a game where your enemies are players from like, or like characters created by other players. Sorry?
Some believe that the return of Wordna was the inspiration for the Megami Tensei games and their creature-related mechanics.
Not Megami Tensei.
And while the two are
Back when the Japanese
similar,
were fun.
I personally doubt this is true. Mostly because both games came out the same year, and the Return of Wordna wouldn't even come out in Japan until the following year. But at the same time, it is true that the
Yo,
Return
holy
of
shit,
Wordna
is that me?
launched first, and that Japanese developers often
Guys, I'm in the
owned
game.
Western computers and
That's
imported
crazy.
Western games, including Wizardry and Ultima, because they were fans of the series, but also because they wanted to see what the competition was doing. Not only that, but seeing as how the game was stuck in development hell for
Finally,
4 years,
representation.
it's also possible the developers might have given an interview or two in which they stated their plans for the game, and in turn, it could have influenced the first Megami Tensei game. It's difficult to prove one way or another, but I'm leaning towards two studios having the same idea at the same time.
That wouldn't be the first time.
Sadly though, the Return of Wordna nearly bankrupted Surtech.
Dang it.
And the end of the Wizardry series was well in sight, and only a miracle could save them now. But what could that miracle be?
Big fat anime tits. Oh fuck. Oh, this is epic, what the hell?
But that is a story for another time.
Dang it.
In the meantime, I'd like to thank Tony Toon for sending me some Wizardry Apple II footage.
Is that it?
And Gamer Hanky
Oh, that
for
is it, huh?
proofreading my script and providing a source where I could cross-check my knowledge. As well as Elma for capturing and sending me footage of Wizardry
That was really
1, 2,
cool.
3
What
for
the
the
hell?
Super Nintendo
Fucking-
and Wizardry for the Wonder Swan. I would also like to thank my newest Patreon supporters, Ethan Chatsis, Normal AL, Darkwind PT,
fucking app
General,
snoozing.
and Vinkabot. Thank you for helping make the channel better. Anyway, I hope you have...
Alright. That was really fucking cool. That was a cool video. Like I said, I had no idea that, like, Wizardry actually was such a big... franchise, honestly. Sorry, I'm just doing a thing because on my streaming PC. So I've learned that apparently, like, leaving Discord off and limiting Opera GX in every manner possible is actually helping some of the audio issues that we've had in the past. So that's pretty cool. Can we talk about AI? And this is actually, and this seems interesting, because, you know, we've talked about AI, generative as well as other types, a lot on the streams before, and I think one of the most common statements that I've made in regards to it is that one of the bigger issues with the conversation is that the arguments aren't coming from a genuine place, but rather from a place of, this is the info and the opinion that I heard from somebody else, and I choose to believe it because it sounds like something that I would think. Right? It's like, a lot of it isn't really, which, you know, is kind of what happens all the time anyway, but I feel like a lot of it is just, like, very emotional, very, like, reactionary. It's just boiling it down to the most basic 2-sentence reply ever. Just because that's the kind of thing that, like, gets views, right? It's like, it's in the same way as we talked about with the Nintendo stuff, right? Where it's like, people just kind of talk about it without actually looking at any of the possible benefits or the possible like pros or something like that, where it's just like a lot of people just jumping basically on a bandwagon, whether it's the hate or the like of it. It's a mixed opinion about that video, by the way. I want to see what you think. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm always interested in, like, opinion pieces anyway, when they're, like, well formulated at the very least. But anyway, can we talk about AI? Let's go.
AI is harmful to working artists and a threat to a majority of modern jobs. We don't need AI. We never have. And this race to replace everything with AI is a race to the top for a very few and a drop to the bottom for everyone else. AI creates a path for a whole new plethora of people to engage in creativity and innovation. It democratizes creativity to an unprecedented level. AI is being trained on stolen data and profited on by corporations who didn't do any of the work to create or even procure the data in the first place. If training AI is...
I think the worst part about all of this is that he says data instead of data. But I think, like, I know this is the intro and we're only like half a minute in, but I like the fact that it's presenting both arguments so far.
Stealing when it's just learning from things that we've created, then human artists are also stealing when they look at hundreds of artworks that inspire them and learn from that and apply those techniques to their own style. Art itself is learning from and producing inspired by everything that's been created before. So just because AI learns in the same way 1,000,000 times more efficiently, better, faster than human artists doesn't make it stealing. It's being developed on our backs without our permission and then used to take opportunities.
That's actually, by the way, I find that to be a really, really interesting argument. I don't know if I agree with it, but there is some, like, truth to the fact that, like, the idea of AI learning from previous data isn't dissimilar to the way that humans do it. There's a difference, I guess, because of the idea that, oh, well, it's a machine doing it rather than a human being, which I think is probably a pretty important distinction. But it's I've never really thought about it that way, honestly. That's actually a really interesting point.
Away from it. AI art holds as much value as NFTs did. Do you remember that bullshit? Remember the controversy that arose when people realized how much energy NFTs took and how bad it was for the environment? AI is worse, consumes way more power, is growing way faster. They don't even know how they're going to be able to generate enough power to get the AI capabilities they want. But they're going to do it, charging forward at an unprecedented rate in a way that's going to have devastating and irreversible effects on the environment. Let alone the devastating economic impacts of taking away people's jobs and leaving them no alternative. Yes, it'll use a lot of energy, but AI will lead to AGI and ASI, which will bring us new sustainable energy solutions, cure diseases at an unprecedented level, and help solve the climate crisis once and for all. Yes, in the near term, AI is going to replace jobs and take some opportunities away. In the same way that cars and trains were a threat to the horse and carriage industry, and the camera is a threat to painters. But new jobs and avenues for creative expression and leisure will become available. If you think AI...
And honestly, so far, I don't even necessarily disagree with either of these sides, right? I think both are kind of bringing in fantastic points. But I enjoy the fact that, like I said, he's bringing in, like... Yeah, it's a good face, a good... my talent for freeze frames is amazing again. I don't know, there's just truth to everything so far, right? It's like I don't see how both things can't be right at the same time. And I think that's kind of one of the parts that I've always mentioned when the conversation to AI came about, which is like it isn't really a black and white issue. There's like both sides have honestly really good arguments. And to boil it down to, well, AI bad because steely, or AI good because super smart, it doesn't really give, like, enough context and enough information for the conversation to be held. I don't know.
Art is bad, AI video generation is going to be even worse. Video evidence will no longer be admissible in court because anything can be fabricated. People can make pornography of others without their consent. And of course, dead celebrities will continue to be profitable for media conglomerates who can continue to use their image and voices long after they're gone. On top of that, AI developers have no clue how to properly safeguard AI against misuse and barely have an idea even how it works, let alone how to control it. AI is just a path for corporations to get more investments and boost their stock value with shallow marketing gimmicks.
I don't think that's wrong either, honestly.
The purposeless dystopia that this is leading us to. It's the next step of progress for humanity. AI is already empowering small businesses and individual creatives to compete at a scale and in a way they never had the opportunities to before. AI is the most groundbreaking technological revolution ever since electricity or the steam engine. And the potential for AI to empower humanity and help solve our most challenging problems is unfathomable.
Yeah,
if anything, AI will lead to more people in the long term being able to indulge in creativity because it'll lead to a post-scarcity society. A society where you don't need to figure out how to pay your bills with art, you can just make art. And people who haven't been able to be a part of that in the past will have more opportunities in the future than they have ever had before.
Yeah, you know, like I think still it's not a one or the other situation, right? It's like, I've also said this before, you know, a lot of people, when they speak of AI, they only speak of generative AI, but there's, I don't know, I think there's a lot that artificial intelligence can help with in terms of, like, you know, working through information at a crazy fast rate, right? It's like, I know this myself when I am looking for, like help with something technical, or if I'm like looking into something where it could take me hours to find the information on my own, right? But then I go into like ChatGPT and I describe my issue and I like ask if there's a solution or if there's any information available, with source often even. So like, even if I want to, I can still go and read up on it myself. So the speed at which I can gather information is so much faster than if I had to like troubleshoot for my, and I still have to do like the troubleshooting part for myself anyway, to figure out what works and what doesn't. And I've had it happen where a lot of things don't work. But the speed at which I can achieve the information and actually put it into practice is like so much faster than what I've been able to do before. Which still, you know, like, it's still scary, because what does that mean for certain people's jobs, you know, where it's like, okay, what about like people that work with like, or people that work in like data processing or whatever? Like, these people are basically going to be out of a job pretty soon if AI is actually able to process data correctly at such a fast rate. So yeah, I mean, again, it's that's what's important, right? Is like having the conversation. This video is from an artist, by the way, like an actual artist, or as in like traditional artist, I suppose I should say. Or AI artist.
I get it. You're sick to death of hearing about AI. But we need to talk about AI. The question is, can we? Is it even possible?
Actual artist,
because the hardest part about having a conversation about something so divisive is listening. The purpose of this video is not to argue for or against either of these lines of argument, but it's also not intended to just be a fence-sitting exercise. I want to be productive, but it's going to be difficult because they both have legitimate points. Neither is completely right, neither is completely wrong. And it's going to be impossible for us to have any sort of reasonable conclusions or rational discussions unless we step back from the black and white of the argument and dwell in the uncomfortable grey. I want to
which honestly can be said for a lot of topics.
Share my opinions and experience, though it's limited, but also use this video as a catalyst to open up to yours so I can listen to you. So we can all listen to each other, but have the opportunity to have an actual conversation about all this. So I guess I've always considered myself as something of a creativity futurist. I have loved being at the forefront of where technology and creativity intersect. From the age of 11 in 2001, I was at the forefront of digital content creation and online platforms that had just begun. I have wholeheartedly jumped into the fray of every emerging creative technology that I've had access to, from the dawn of digital art and digital tablets to the first ever digital animation and art programs, and later to virtual reality, drawing robots, and as early as it began emerging, I was enthralled with the concept of AI art, which you can see the history of on this channel. I made a video 7 years ago using Google Auto Draw and Quick Draw, which were algorithms made to reinterpret shapes drawn by the users into basically clip art, and it didn't work very well, but it was a start. Does Google have a replacement for Bob Ross? They give me the Eiffel Tower. I feel like we're very quickly discovering the limitations of this tool. This is pretty bad, Spider-Man. Did I mean clarinet or hot dog? I give up. And over the following years, there were plenty of gimmicky AI tech demos, basically, that I made entertaining content around and enjoyed playing with. And that's all it was, a toy. And an idea, pretty badly presented one at that time. It was always fun, it was a bit goofy, but there was genuine potential there that I found really exciting, and you guys did too, until it got scary. When DALL-E 2 emerged, I was all in. I was making videos at every opportunity, getting early access, and making all sorts of concepts playing with AI art. But as time went on, it became pretty apparent that there was controversy brewing as people became more educated on how these models were trained, and quickly the criticisms around the ethics of AI art and generative AI arose. Art communities began to speak out against the way these models were trained and the harmful effects on real artists and real opportunity for an already undervalued and challenging career path. And as a prominent art content creator, it was pretty clear that there was a line in the sand being drawn that you were either on one side or the other of. So
which is like, I think the biggest issue with the conversation today is like that with the advent of AI art, people really just took like the one side or the other approach. And I understand it because there's obviously the idea of, you know, like a lot of artists already, or a lot of people who are doing art already can't really make it into something that is profitable. And then to have to have your competitor not just be other human artists, but a machine who can potentially do it better than you, that's obviously scary, right? That's obviously understandably scary, but I'm not sure at all if AI art in general and as a tool would ever actually fully replace actual artists. Because I've seen not a lot of evidence to suggest that there are, as of right now anyway, many examples of companies using AI over actual artwork, whether that be in like realistic photography or artwork or whatever. I don't know if the future is going to be different, where people will just go like, oh well, the AI is cheaper, so let's just do that. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case, honestly. I don't know if I see that.
I realized I needed to step back from making AI related content until I could figure out what my opinions were and understand more about everything going on. I guess I've been...
Which also, by the way, is really important. I think a lot of people aren't really, which again is like kind of with every topic, people are very, very unwilling to take a step back and like listen to things and build their opinions off of that. Which again, that's kind of the case with everything. Nobody ever wants to take the step back.
Been waiting for an opportunity to step back into the mix with clearer opinions, clearer ideas as to where I stand and what my thoughts on all this are. It's almost been 2 years since I stepped back from AI touching my content. I guess while I've been waiting for the conversation to be easier to have, or the ferocity of both sides of the argument to calm a little, well, it's only gotten more confusing and more divisive, and more controversy have happened. And yet AI is more present than ever, it's only growing faster, and it's becoming more ubiquitous. It's in our workplaces, our content feeds, our marketing, our products, and of course companies are seeing the opportunities and only getting more greedy and cunning in how they try and get their sticky little hands on all the hard work we produce to train their models on. So at this stage, I really can't see things getting calmer or simpler anytime soon. So I've basically steered away from making any definitive statements or sharing any opinions for or against AI art. There are things I detest and disagree with or are fearful of. I've been scammed by AI art. I, for $99, purchased something that was advertised to me, purported to be tutorial books by skilled artists that turned out to be AI-generated crap that I could learn nothing from. And
that's
was
crazy.
Trained on really good artists that I should have been able to give my money to, but
these are kind of obvious though.
To me, and I fell for it. And I'm sick to death of seeing lazy AI-generated crap in all of my content feed.
It is very true though, like a lot of content and a lot of feeds are just full of the slop. And I don't really like hate it when it's like meme stuff, right? If somebody's doing like a funny little meme with an AI art thing or an AI music thing or whatever, I can live with that. But and I'm sure people who like go on more go more into like, you know, like art sharing circles and whatever can attest to this a lot more. It is gross how much AI shit there is, and frankly how really just similar everything looks to each other, right? It's like even within the already little effort that is put in to like create something through the AI, it's even less, because every AI image that I've ever seen, and maybe a weird example, but specifically if you go to something like Rule 34 or something, every image I've ever seen, or the majority of the images that I've seen, are just the same bullshit. Like the same basic cookie cutter art style in quotation marks. It all looks the same. It's all really, really obviously AI. There's no like depth to it. It's all the same shit. It all looks the same. It all feels the same. It has the same vibe. So I understand it, honestly.
So on the one hand, I am against
there's a lot of like lazy
AI
shit.
art. But on the other hand, I am about to share some of the ways in which I use AI art. And for those of you who disagree with AI art,
I'm curious about that.
The point of this video is to see if we can have a reasonable, rational conversation about it without vilifying or jump to conclusions, being willing to see other people's perspective. So, without any further ado, here's how I use AI art. Now, I'm an artist who's always been in the habit of using technology to empower my art, and with AI, I've used it as part of my early processes, my brainstorming and conceptualization, and as a means to expand the scope of the work that I create with artists I employ. For example, I've been developing a roleplay system called Gateway Roleplay, very much a personal project at the start. I plan to turn it into a product, but in the early conceptualization phases, I've been using AI to create card art. It's more been a proof of concept and a way for me to get inspired by the ideas.
Which is exactly what I always say. Like, I think in this regard, AI art can be very helpful as like proof of concept, as an inspiration, as something that can like take away that first hurdle of like, what am I gonna do here? But not as to replace the actual work and effort behind it, but more to give you a basic idea of, okay, this is what I want to do, because this is actually like a pretty good idea. Because the truth of the matter is like, for example, for a lot of the creative process that, you know, I've done a lot of like writing, I want to do more art, but for me specifically, for a lot of things that I've written in the past, there was always like some sort of catalyst where like I was sitting there and I was thinking like, man, I kind of want to write a story where this and this and this happens, but I need a good baseline for the story and for that to even be possible, right? And then you will watch a show, or you will watch a movie, or you will listen to a song, or just look at a piece of artwork, right? Where you look at it, and then all of a sudden, like, something clicks into place, and then the creativity can start because you've seen this thing that, like, I don't know, like, if we're speaking metaphorically, that, like, it kind of acted as, like, a, you know, as the spark to finally start the flames, right? Where it's like, I look at this thing, and all of a sudden there's an idea in my head that I can now start expanding, and that I can now start, like, branching out from into different directions until I find the way that I want to go. And I think in that regard, AI can be super, super helpful, because it takes away that first hurdle of, like, what do I want to do, right? If I can run through a couple generations and find something that it gives me, which still takes time, by the way, right? And it's still not the idea of like, oh, I just take the first thing that I got and I run with it, but it's rather like I look into the different options that I got. If I'm like satisfied with one of them, I look into maybe what can I do to like further go into it, or if I maybe don't like any of the selection that I got, I go with the one that like speaks with me the most or the least, or that's like kind of an in-between, right? And then I see where the AI takes it, or if I see where I can maybe take it if I remove the AI aspect of it. So I think for the first step of the creation process, I think it can be like a big help, especially for people who have like writer's block a lot or something like that, right? I don't know, but that's kind of like always a point that I've made, that like for the first step, and for like not the creation of the entire thing, but just for as a stepping stone, I think it can be an extremely helpful tool. But even there, like, even that is a point that people like very much disagree with and think is like not fair, even though honestly I don't see anything wrong with it. We had a meeting at work, the please don't get scammed by AI calls to send gift cards to as payment. I mean, the funny part about that is that people still fall for other humans doing that. It's not even just like AI calls. Like, yeah, just don't fall for that in general.
Not a product in and of itself. In fact, we recently released the alpha to the patrons over on Tabletop Time Roleplay and replaced all of the art with our art produced by Alicia. There's nothing new or fancy with all the different cards. They're basically just put into a category that they share the art for. You can sort of see how AI was part of that initial process of getting the ball rolling and making something feel real. Speaking of Alicia, those of you who follow this channel know that she's an artist who's worked with us for over 3 years, well before this AI stuff kicked up. And Alicia works more for us now than she did even when she started. So AI hasn't done anything to reduce her workload. If anything, we've found it's given her more opportunities. Take, for example, the opening automatic to our recently launched roleplay series, Luchavera, which wasn't going to be a thing we would have made unless we had AI's help. The very early prototypes of the animatic animatic were pretty much solely scrapped together AI art, purely because all of the effort and work needed to go into the motion and the transitions, and it gave us something to really anchor to in the creative process. The process then,
which is, again, they used AI assets to like build the foundation for what the animatic is supposed to be, and then I'm assuming replaced it with real art, which again is like really, really helpful in the creative process, because now the process takes a lot shorter, but you can still get the same amount of work done, which is amazing, right? It's like, think about what that means for like for animation projects of like, not necessarily like big movie studios, but also like independent filmmakers and independent animators. Like having to not do all of the rough work beforehand and then realizing like, oh, this doesn't work with this, and then having to do it all over again. Being able to like generate something and then use it, like, you know, like throw together to see like, okay, this is how I want it to look, this is how I want the like the basic outline to be, can also maybe help with perspective sometimes, if the generation like works just fine. I don't know. I think it's a fair enough tool, as long as it's being used as a tool.
Turned into one of creating the art all the way from scratch, but of course using some of those anchor points as a foundational element. The final animatic is 100% painted by Alicia, but of course it's clear to see that she used and benefited from AI in the process, and I used and benefited AI in the process of expanding the scope of something that we otherwise wouldn't have been able to afford to do, at least nowhere near the scale that we were able to. AI basically allowed us to 10x the scope of what we could have done as an animated
basically
intro without 10xing Alicia's time, which frankly, like, I don't have 10x the budget for the intro.
Which again is like another thing, right? And you could argue like, okay, maybe that's also bad because then people wouldn't get as much money as they would have otherwise, but then that also means that the project can actually be done, right? I don't know. I think it's cool. I think it's great that, like I said, it can impact the creative process so much that like take away so much of the time spent working on concepts.
We just got 10x the result because we used AI as part of the initial workflow. A lot of these examples are actually from my roleplay channel because it's my lowest budget channel. It's the channel that I've always skimped and saved on. Before AI, our roleplay backgrounds were, well, they were stolen. They were Google images that are flipped and blurred beyond recognition because we don't have the budget to, like, all of our budget goes into Alicia, our...
Which, by the way, exactly what I talked about earlier, is that indie projects like this work a lot better because they don't have to go all out on throwing out the budget. Which again, I personally see that as a net positive, because that means that a lot of indie projects can be done more easily. And honestly, I love indie projects. I saw the pilot episode of Knights of Guinevere and whatever. I was like, that's fucking awesome. I want more of this. And if AI can help with more of something like that being created, because it shortens the process, then fucking goddamn, man. As long as it's not the finished product.
Artist creating the character portraits, and has always done. Now we use AI to create a lot of the background environments for our role-playing games because we don't have the budget to go beyond that.
Which I think is also fine. It's not bad at all, in my opinion. For something like this, I don't think it matters that much.
On the character art that Alicia very wonderfully creates. I mean, look at that. Basically, the AI environments are just a garnish and background flourish to the true performer in the art, which is Alicia's stunning character painting. But in the sake of full confession, something like our Tabletop Time roleplay Christmas special was entirely AI art. The frame, the characters, and the environments were all produced with AI because there was no budget, there was no time. It was a one-off special, and I wanted to do a Christmas special, and I did it in my spare time, and a lot of it was done at about 5 in the morning because that's the only time I have time to do anything for me. It was a personal expression. It's put on the Tabletop Time channel. Yes, it's monetized, but we don't make any money from it. But my point is...
Which is, like, not the coolest thing. Like I said, I think... I understand that the idea here is like, okay, it was a one-off thing. We just wanted to throw something together quickly to do a Christmas special thing. I don't know if the monetization is okay, even if you're not making money off of it. I think that's an issue. I think it shouldn't be monetized if the end project is just AI, but then I don't know if the art is necessarily like the main focal point of the role-playing channel here. So, and again, it seems like they mostly use the girls' artwork anyway. So, not in this Christmas one, but I also appreciate the clarity.
Without AI, it wouldn't have happened. I wouldn't have had the budget to have the Christmas special art be put together by Alicia because I was already paying her to do the art for our main campaigns. I'm sharing this purely for the sake of transparency because I can't throw stones or accuse any side without just being upfront and honest about the real situations in which AI is beneficial to fledgling studios and independent artists. I am not an enemy of art. I am obsessed with creating and sharing. And I do everything I can to create opportunities for creative people. Does that make me a hypocrite because in some small ways I've used AI art in some small productions? Maybe. Let's talk about it. I mean, that is the point.
I didn't want to do that.
I want to talk about it. Maybe my position would change. Maybe with some more education, I would undo that or do things differently. But maybe people who disagree with it might see the reasons for it. So while I'm in the mood to confess, I want to be real with you about my whole art journey. I've technically been stealing ever since I started creating. I have drawings here that I made when I was 10 years old. This was one of my original characters, a supervillain alien. Remind you of any
no, never seen this before.
High-pitched Kakarot-hating villains. And then at age 11, we have my original character, Pyro, which may have been basically directly copying from a Deadpool picture I saw in a comic. I was just a kid, inspired by stuff. I wasn't monetizing it, of course, so that's fine. But then carry that on to digital creation. My early Flash animations used Linkin Park and Dragon Ball Z music, and I didn't give any royalties to Linkin Park. I did buy all the albums though. Listened to them in the shower as I cried. But honestly, the illegitimate use of copyrighted material has kind of become a meme in YouTube videos. Watermarked images that obviously haven't been purchased being used in videos, stock video that obviously hasn't been licensed, outright using footage from other videos, whether you're creating a video essay or just referencing another channel, you're technically monetizing someone else's work that you're incorporating.
Also very true. Like, we talked about it earlier when we watched the Nintendo video. It's like there's a lot of it. Like, yeah, of course, thematically it fits, and you could argue that, okay, well, it's making a point that is in line with what the video is about, and of course, there may have been asked for permission, but you're still technically possibly monetizing more off of something that somebody made than they themselves are. Is that okay? Is that morally all right? Just because it fits within the borders of what you're making. Like I said, I don't ever think that it's anything but like a gray area. There's no real right or wrong in either aspect. There are arguably some points that I feel that I agree more strongly with and disagree more strongly with, but I don't think outright that it's easy to say, like, this is right, that is wrong. And I honestly appreciate videos like this, where the point is to really, like, look into both sides of the argument and not, like, lean any other way. It's just like looking at it with an objective perspective, which I think is really, really good.
Into your own. Obviously, there's fair use and all that other stuff, but there is a grey line. Someone else produced the work. You're just recycling. This practice has existed as long as creativity has. It's literally the definition of a meme. So I kind of have used AI in a similar way, not as a core of a production and not even in anything I put out in a monetized way, but as a garnish or a momentum builder, a conceptualization process to my work. And honestly, I don't believe I or anyone else who uses AI should be berated for doing so, but I feel uncomfortable with seeing AI being used as anything more than a supplement to creativity. And I hate seeing the gross way AI is being monetized, proliferated, trained, and celebrated by some as an outright replacement for
absolutely. I honestly agree.
And I hate the way that this challenges people's rights to own and control their own creative output. I haven't spoken about my stance on AI for almost 2 years now. This is the first time I've done it in any sort of open way, and it's really uncomfortable. I don't know how to do this, and I don't feel like I'm doing anything in particular. I recorded this video 5 months ago, and it's just sat unchanged since. Partially because it feels very inconclusive, like I'm not really contributing anything concrete, but I also feel like I can't. On top of that, I can't help but see people who put any opinion that's even remotely neutral on AI art being attacked for their stance. Take the recent videos by Josh, where he initially tried to explore AI art in a non-copyright infringing way and was met with a huge lashback.
So if you weren't aware already, last week I made a video where I asked you all if you wanted to see a review of how I used AI technology in a way in my work that I believed was as ethical as possible, at least at the individual level. Now, almost all of you that responded not only rejected that idea completely, but you expressed your extreme distaste in AI. If you can imagine, it's not fun to see 100 people every day saying that they're disappointed in you when you felt like they loved you and supported you. It's really tough.
Which just gives me huge reservations when even the most concerned and ethical artists that I might think of approach it in that way and are attacked because of it. And finally, this video is just sat unreleased and unworked on because I know that once I open this can of worms and start
there's
about
like
where
no
my stance is on AI art,
no going back.
No going back. But I also think there's no other way forward.
I mean, that's kind of the thing. I think the biggest issue is that nobody's really willing to, like, at all open the can of worms. It's all just, like, you know, a lot of speculation, a lot of, like, regurgitating the same points over and over and over again without wanting to ever, like, really dig through to the core of the issue, or the core of the topic in general, anyway. Because most people, and this isn't exclusive to AI art, but most people are just completely uncomfortable with exploring any sort of opinion that is outside of black and white, because the issue is then, like, you're running the risk, quote unquote, of challenging your worldview, right? Like, maybe you start thinking that what you've been thinking so far has been wrong, and that's, like, difficult, I think, for a lot of people. Depending on the topic, I think it can be difficult for me too, but I like to generally try and keep an open mind. I don't think that either way, and again, it's like referencing the Nintendo stuff from earlier, I don't think that the issue solely lies in one place. It's obviously a product of the system, and it's obviously a bad example of what is happening, but I think it's way more important to look behind the reason of why the thing is happening, while also still criticizing the thing, but also understanding, like, what caused this. Because it's easy to just say a little, like, point a finger and say, like, Nintending shitty, or robot art bad. That's easy to do, but it's not as easy to like, and equally, it's also easy to say, no, Binkengi is good, and inteligencia artificial is bueno. But like, it's not as easy to kind of look past the surface and really dig into like what it means, what it can be used for, how it can improve, but how it can also fuck up things. I don't know. It's really just about keeping an open mind, and I think most people aren't really willing to do that at all. Because it's just easier to go along with the meme and shit all over something or suck all over its dick.
Feel like I'm committing to delivering something later down the line, and I also actually can't fully commit to that. For example, if this video doesn't perform well, YouTube and its algorithm is teaching me I can't invest the time and resources I would need to make this bigger AI video I would like to explore, because at the moment YouTube is just a bit of a fight for survival and I've got to keep the business running. But I believe it's really important to see if we can start having this conversation. I also need an opportunity to say pretty clearly that there are parts of both of those arguments at the start of the video that I agree with and disagree with. So allow me a couple of minutes to share with you the grey of where I'm at with AI and AI art. First and foremost, I believe AI art is not a craft, no matter how anyone might attempt to think about it or justify it. You can no more call yourself an artist if the work you're producing is built on the foundation of artificial intelligence than you could call yourself an artist of the skill level of someone whose work you are tracing. It is simply not your work or skill being used. However, I also think AI and AI art is really interesting and exciting, and I feel like I'm not allowed to think that. I believe the villains are not people who use AI art, but the companies and capitalist system that seeks to benefit off of the work of others without consent or transparency. And I believe there is something deeply dystopian about AI imagery and videos, and that we haven't even seen the tip of the iceberg yet as to the destructive possibilities of these technologies. I believe that AI in the hands of manipulative or opportunistic people can be really damaging to the art community and artists as a whole. But I also believe limiting the conversation to AI art is reductive and kind of misses the point.
Because that's the other thing. When the conversation is about AI, it's almost always about the art and never about like the informational processes or in the way, like I said earlier, in the way that information is processed in general, or what aspects of AI can be used in other fields. It's always only about the art, which is like, yeah, okay, that's part of it. That's like the generative part of it, but there's more to it than just funny anime titty.
The bigger picture of what's happening with AI and the possibilities there are all encompassing and hugely monumental. And in that vein, I do believe that AI, more than anything, has the potential to propel humanity into a post-scarcity environment, to perhaps even work past a capitalist system, to tackle things like climate change and diseases in an unprecedented way. But of course, to do that, we can't really trust that that would be done in the hands of a capitalist system. But if there's a way that we can work towards utopia over dystopia, I do think that AI can propel us into a future of positive possibilities not even yet imagined. So in short, I am firmly on the fence and feel like it's hard to even know where to begin in opening up a discussion with everyone, especially because of how heated things get very quickly and how regretful people become for even opening the subject. AI will continue to be developed and to be misused whether you use it or not, or convince or attack anyone who does or not. And not engaging with it or writing it off outright simply allows that to continue unchecked and further divides our own communities. I get it. This is uncomfortable. All of this is uncomfortable. The world at the moment is extremely uncomfortable, and it's so much easier to dwell firmly in the black or white, especially because they're the spaces in which voices are loudest and it's easiest to gravitate towards. But that's also part of some of the biggest problems we're dealing with today, is this division and extremification of two sides of an argument, when really it's so grey. I really want to investigate
We actually did just dip a few frames, but I don't know if that's like a general thing or if it's just quickly happened. Looks like we could be okay though. But yeah, I think honestly, I mean, I'm gonna finish the video before I make like a final statement, but no.
AI and
whoops. Mouse. Okay, there we go. But yeah, I'm gonna wait until the video is finished to like create a fully formed opinion. But I see a lot of like, I see a lot of points in general that I would tend to agree with in this video. Specifically on the account of like, I don't know, it kind of repeating a lot of the things that I've said before, where it's like I said, like having the conversation itself is already such a big issue because people don't really want to have the conversation. And you can't force anybody to have it, but I mean, AI is still going to be around whether or not you want to have the conversation or you just want to scream into the void, whichever respective void that is.
AI art in one big think piece where I could take the time to interview artists and people already devastated by the effects of AI and its proliferation, but also interview people who are developing the AI directly and hear what they believe or what the direction of these things are and who's in control. Present meaningful facts and look at timelines and put it all together as best as I can. But that is all a massive commitment and a massive cost, and this channel is just trying to get by at the moment, honestly. So in large part, I will be determining whether that's something I could even look at doing based on how this video goes. That's kind of
Can I make an AI slime brother? What do you mean an AI slime brother?
More I can do. But things are getting harder to navigate, and I would rather try and be a part of a positive solution and way to explore that than continue to say nothing. So please speak in the comments down below. And I really mean that. Though I know every video says, hey, leave your comments, blah, blah, blah. But this really does depend on that. And I would love to see as many people who have an opinion on this or are undecided on this speak.
Are you like slonky but better or restarted?
Who are on the fence and
I mean,
in both directions.
It's not
and
illegal to do it.
The arguments and the discussions rise to the surface.
It's funny, I might even show it off.
Valid by obviously upvoting them. And please downvote people who are just downright rude or disrespectful. I'm sorry for how meandering this video feels like it's become and how, I don't know, little I feel like I've said in the whole mix of things. But at the same time, I feel like one of the biggest problems and challenges is the grey. And that's what I wanted to try and attempt to tackle in this video, to see if there's more we should do or could do in the future on this channel. And whether I do or not, I sincerely don't know. But either way, things are going to develop and we're all going to be a part of it in one way or another. So I guess it's my way of saying that I am going to be committing to try and be a part of that in a productive way, in a way that listens to people while voicing my opinions in a respectful way. And I hope that you're willing to do the same. But I'm going to end this video with the same question that I started with. Can we talk about AI? Well, can we?
Can we talk about AI? You mean, can he talk about AI?
That as an artist, I spend my life training myself, and then these AI models train on me, so you can spend 5 seconds typing in ChatGPT and pretend.
Yeah, and like I think that is one of the biggest issues, right? Is that is really the question, like, can we actually talk about it? Without it developing into this. One of those things about it is when people assume that your hard work was AI. Can I do this? One of the worst things is about it is when people assume that your hard work was AI generated when none was used, and that will only get worse with time. At a few instances of music parodies and voice impressions I've done where people confidently claim this was AI generated. With AI available, some people's mindsets seem entirely fixed on making money, and they can't imagine that other people will create art or the craft for it. I think it's generally a problem that like the conversation has diminished to basically just saying like, oh, this is AI, to everything that doesn't conform to like a specific art style. Because there is like, you know, when you look at a piece of AI art, very often it's like very like clear to tell if it is AI art or not. But then when you look into like some of the specifics of the piece of art, I don't know, some of it could also just be human error, you know, like I've seen drawings where people have accidentally drawn an extra finger on a hand of a character. I think last time we watched the Dobson video where that happened, right? Something like that, right? But there, like I said, there's also a lot of people out there, especially on social media and specifically on Twitter, that are just like, they're kind of just asking for the opportunity to pounce on somebody for using AI, and they will just immediately like go out of their way to call everything AI. And I think that's really, really reductive, and also kind of works against the point that they're trying to make, because, you know, it's kind of like one of those like the boy who cried wolf situations, right? If like somebody says, oh, this is AI, this is AI, this is AI too much, people will stop looking for the actual AI and will just dismiss it as, oh, that's just one of these people saying it's AI again because they can't tell what the fuck they're looking at. And I've seen that happen a lot. So, yeah. Understandable. My biggest issue with AI is the lack of transparency, for example. My biggest issue with AI is lack of transparency. For example, if every art piece that used AI has the legal obligation of labeling itself as such, it would both allow the artists and the art consumers to make their own choice. For example, I searched a reference photo, give me the opportunity to exclude every AI art piece made. If I don't want to see or buy an AI art piece, I should have that option without spending time to figure it out on my own. I think that's fair. I think I can definitely see that. Yeah, I do feel that like AI art should label itself as such. I can't disagree with that. It's funny how they said, oh, there we go. It's funny how they said AI would replace menial bean counting and clerical jobs no one wants and free up people to make art, writing, and music. And the first thing AI started to try to replace was art writing, and music. I don't know if I agree with that. That seems like a very, I don't want to like, because if I open up every single comment and go into the conversation, it'll just like take ages to keep going here, but I don't know if I agree with that necessarily. The first thing AI started to try to replace, like, that's also saying it as though like AI is its own entity. AI can't choose to do anything. It's the people who are the problem. And again, I've said it before and I'll say it again, I don't think you're a real artist if you do AI art. At the same time, it's still your right to do it because it's around, it's a tool you can use. I just don't think that you should monetize off of that because obviously you didn't do the work. And like basically what the guy in the video said too, in the same way that like tracing art doesn't make you an artist. I respect the people who post their ugly, bad, or weird on DeviantArt more than I will any generative image guy, because those people are making it themselves, god damn it. And I can't hate them for that. Which is fair, I think, but I think there's also a point to saying, like, some art is just bad. Like, really, really bad. And who knows, maybe AI can help in that too, you know, if it gives them, like, a decent look into perspective or something that maybe they wouldn't have seen with other art. or it gives them the will to try like maybe something different than what they're trying to do and failing at. I think a lot of the time also people are just like afraid to call out bad art as bad art because number one, it's kind of mean, and number two, people also react very, very strongly to honest criticism. I think I don't need to like really explain that to anybody. I'm sure everybody knows at least one or two artists who are like suck at it, and who upon being talked to about it just react very negatively. To make sense for an artist possibly using AI as a concept and placeholders, but for a studio that aren't artists and just employers wanting to concept, they won't feel the need to have a real concept artist working for them. Like if they use it how you mentioned it, how a real artist like yourself could, they will not hire people. The art industry will and has been getting tougher. All I know is that we got to stay strong and be more creative than the machine. I mean, that's not very difficult because the machine itself isn't really creative. And like I said, for me personally, I believe that in the realm of the independent creator, AI can be a much bigger help. Like big studios, big animation studios don't really need it because they have the means and the budget to put all the work in. I believe they're also the ones that are like the most at risk of just straight up using AI to cut costs even more. I'm absolutely convinced that that is what they're gonna do. But in the realm of, like I said, like independent creators, I think it can be a lot more helpful. Like I said, I explained it earlier with the idea of like reducing the amount of time spent on philosophizing or like spending time on coming up with concepts. If you can like delete a lot of that time spent, and with that also reduce like not only the workload but also the budget, a lot more indie projects can come out, and a lot more indie projects coming out also means that there is a lot more possibly legitimate competition for the big studios. So I don't think it's like a net negative in general. Rational artist here, thanks for your transparency and willingness to have a calm, rational discussion about this. I do believe AI could have value as a tool to streamline the creative process. Then I talked about that. I think that's like the biggest point that anybody will talk about. But businesses shouldn't use it as a replacement for real artists, which it's obvious. So far, the main issue seems to be that business leadership are easily distracted by shiny things, and AI is the new shiny thing every company should use for reasons. Usually because it's the future with little elaboration beyond that. Have no idea how art connects with an audience on a fundamental human level. Sure, AI is often flashy and eye-catching, but how does it speak to their customers' emotions? How will the image stick in their memories? What message are you trying to convey to them other than this looks cool? I often compare AI prompters to that guy who always loudly revs his engine at stoplights. Doing so gets people's attention, but it won't make them like you. Yeah, that's understandable. I don't think that's a terrible... that's a terrible way of looking at it. I spent over 10 years honing my skills and trying to get into the art industry. Finally accomplished my goal and was making art for video games with a small studio. When AI got good enough, RD artists will let go, and AI was used exclusively. I lost my dream job, and as I'm now in my 40s with a family, I don't have the time to wait and pursue that again. I had to get a normal job. My dream lasted about a year. I don't mind AI being used as a tool to help artists. My problem is with people that have no art skills to speak of, calling themselves artists because they can type some words in a box. I've completely stopped posting my work to social media for fear it will be stolen. I haven't shared my art in almost 2 years now. As someone who loves creating, it's very sad and almost makes me want to stop altogether. Sharing with people is the whole point, but I feel like I need to hoard it all, and I don't like that. Hopefully, in the end, the real artist will prevail. I mean, this is like such a... I really don't find this argument to be like pertinent or viable whatsoever, just fucking post your art, dude. If it's not AI stealing it, somebody's gonna trace it. Just post your fucking art. You're only shooting yourself in the foot with the fear of like, oh, maybe AI will take it. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Not posting it, it's like, I don't know. It seems stupid to me. You should just share it on your social media. I think the fear of AI in a lot of aspects is irrational. Because, like, removing yourself from the... removing yourself from the pool of artists doesn't work against AI. It doesn't. You're basically creating, like, an empty slot for AI to fill in where you could be or should be standing, depending on what your opinion is. I don't know. I don't think that this is an issue of AI itself and just more, I don't know, maybe an issue with people's, like, confidence in their work. Frankly, I would post it on social media. You're depriving yourself of the possibility of somebody discovering your artwork. I was on your tabletop channel when it started, when you were doing the Rogue Star campaign. You know, I never really felt like it needed that much production. It was good because you were telling a good story, forming community around something you were passionate about. It didn't matter that the only art you had was a few key pieces and some doodles in a sketchbook. When I think about that Christmas special, it makes me sad because I know there's a world where you worked around the lack of a budget in a different way, where you said, hey, we may not have art, but we are creative people. We can solve this. Because at the end of the day, that's how you make something that's truly worth it. I don't know. I think there's also just a very emotional response. Personally, I also would prefer if it was just like some real art thrown together. But if the campaign itself was fun enough to watch and fun enough to interact with, I think looking past the fact that AI was used is also possible. I think preferably it should have been something else. But, like, just saying, oh, if you had worked around it in another way, okay, what way would you want somebody to work around it? Like, just saying, this is the same argument as, like, oh, I want Nintendo to not make the games as expensive. Okay, how do you want them to not do that? Because it's not just the thing of, like, oh, just do it. Right? And I find replies like this to be kind of worthless, honestly. God, it would have been cool if you did it differently. Yeah, it would have. How would they have done it differently if they just don't have the budget? I'm a voice actor, and I hate the fact that AI is starting to make voices, and how I'm now seeing ads for AI voiceover. It's literally trying to take my job. Yeah, I mean, AI taking your job is bad. It's really all I can say to that. For me, using AI in the early inspirational phase is such a trap. If you outsource the most creative part of the entire process to an AI, then you're removing an opportunity to do something unique or express yourself, which is a fair point. That I actually was thinking about earlier, and then I don't know if I brought it up because I don't remember exactly what I said anymore. However, I don't know. If you have a basic outline, using it to, like I said, take that first step, it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to, like, remove the most creative part, because it's like, it's not even the most creative part, really. The inspiration, like, people have this misconception that when creating something, the inspiration comes at the start, and that's when all the ideas come. And that's when all the creativity gets thrown out there, but that's not true. For me personally, when I go into something, there's always like bursts of ideas, right? It's like you go into something, you have a big idea, you run with it, you take it, you run with it, and then you keep going, and then sometimes it's, you know, it sometimes things come easily, sometimes they come more difficult, and then sometimes you get another burst of creativity, and then you keep going with that, and then you get another one, and another one, and another one, and it keeps going. And as you create the project, as you're in the process of moving along towards, you know, from A to point B, there's always going to be different levels of inspiration. I don't think that the inspirational phase, quote unquote, as a lot of people imply it, is just at the start of the creation. You can, and yeah, you can get inspired by anything. I mentioned that earlier. You know, sometimes it's a show, sometimes it's a picture, sometimes it's a song, sometimes it's a game, sometimes it's just something you see, sometimes it's just something you talk about with somebody, right? It's like, it's not just a one-time thing where you get the inspiration. And if at the starting point, it's an AI thing, and then you take it and you run with it, and it becomes something else that inspires you, who says it can't still be unique? Who says it can't still be an expression of yourself? I don't think that this is a good argument whatsoever. If a client is breathing down your neck, then you gotta do what you gotta do, but I've never let it steal any of my fun and personal projects. I don't know how that relates to this video. If they take longer, they take longer. I'll be a better artist for it, which is fine if you're just working on something yourself, but if you're also trying to monetize on it, and you're also trying to not work at a loss, you don't have the option for that. And he made it pretty clear that, like, they don't have the big budget, they don't have the infinite funds to do this. Like, this isn't an argument, in my opinion, or just a bad argument, honestly. I feel like Jazz is the only person I could listen to talk about some of the useful things with AI without cringing, because you can tell how much she cares about and loves art. Yeah, absolutely. It's also very emotional, but I think, yeah, you know. I keep hearing artists using budget as an excuse to fall back on AI. I don't think it's good enough. Work with your budget. Don't use it as an excuse to steal art. Yeah, I don't. That's, again, I don't think people understand that everything runs on money, and not everything is just free to be done. Because, like, what would the other option be? Work within your budget. Okay, so I shouldn't take the artwork. Like, yeah, okay, you can do that. You can say, like, okay, we'll just take a different artist who does things differently. Maybe that's not what you want, though. Maybe it clashes with the theme of what you're trying to do. And in that regard, I don't see why the issue of, like, taking AI art as an inspiration and as a way to bridge over what could otherwise be something that destroys your budget, like, why would you take the risk? You know, why wouldn't you use something that can, like you said it, basically multiply the output by, like, and the quality of the output by 10, while not at the same time multiplying the budget by 10. I think people just misunderstand that trying to find a good, like, center path to where you get sort of the best of both worlds is kind of always something that humans have been doing, because you want to minimize your losses, maximize your profit. And I don't mean that in like a monetary sense, I mean that in general. And I feel, especially with the conversation about AI, I feel as though a lot of people, just kind of skip over that. I don't know. Understand Jazz's hesitation and awkwardness on this topic. Nonetheless, I agree that talking about it is a better way forward than saying nothing at all. I, for one, would appreciate a deeper dive. Yeah, same, honestly, same. My argument against AI, I've lost my job as an illustrator that I had for 7 years to AI. Okay, I mean, can you elaborate, maybe? All right, let's see. Programmer here. I'm part of the people that made AI the thing it is today. AI is also replacing our jobs here. All of us are suffering under the rise of AI, technically speaking. On a personal opinion, do I treat AI the same way I do tracing? It's okay if it's for you. You think it's okay. You aren't going to affect anyone else for it. You can use it as a backdrop or an idea for the real thing. You can have the thing just for testing or how that certain thing operates, feels, and you can even use it for things that you would never pay anyone else to do anyways. However, when you do it, make it explicitly clear you're using it. Don't try to sell it off as your own. When something breaks, doesn't work, you don't have the background knowledge, fix it. That's what tracing is. That's what AI should be, at least in my opinion. I honestly can't disagree with that. That's yeah, like very true. I like how Spicy Melon YouTube, that's my alternate channel, where I'm the Spicy Melon boy. I like how the gray section in the gray is multiple shades and not just one flat gray. Makes it feel larger, more important than just white or black. Yeah, that's true. It's a nice bit of filmography. My partner's a concept artist, and when it was first coming out, he was excited to use it for ideas and exploration before he got to his final artwork. Right away, I said, oh no, they're going to use this to replace you. I think the initial idea of, hey, I can explore concepts and compositions more quickly isn't bad, but it still takes away work from artists. It'll take away a lot of opportunities from junior artists who cannot produce as fast or accurately. And it's important to train the next generation. If all of them just end up in debt from school and have no opportunity, they will move on. It's already so hard to a person freshly out of school to get their first job, and this just makes it worse. Companies already do not want to waste money on inexperience, which is kind of an issue in every area, not just art, but yes, I see the point. On my end, I'm an animator. We all know what's happening with the industry right now, and a live artist. I've killed myself for years trying to juggle both professions, and I'm honestly very lucky I did, as I am working regularly at events. I went to one event recently where a few people said, oh, okay, just take my photo and run it through your stuff, right? And I was confused. I thought I was safe, but apparently people are going in as a live artist and running people through AI instead of drawing them. People complain. People and companies hire me because it is cool how fast I can draw someone. I'm part of the entertainment. And they get to take home some personalized work. Paying someone to run you through an AI, though, I just don't get it. And these guys are likely charging more than I do. It's cool for a moment, but it's going to be tossed in the trash like other branded garbage people receive at events and they don't need. I don't know. I think AI has a place in medicine and data analysis, which is also very fair. It can be great for replacing menial jobs that people don't want to do. I don't think it should be used to replace creatives and sought-after jobs which help define our culture and keep us human. And instead of putting consuming AI content online and media, it feels like a waste of my time, which is also like a fair point. I don't disagree with that either. I also think that right now, as it's evolving, it's still very much a fad. I believe that given the time and given the opportunities to see its limitations, that the reach out for AI is gonna, and AI art specifically, is gonna die down again, because the truth is, I don't think you're getting exactly what you want, even with prompt generation right away. I think there's still work involved in this, potentially even more than just like talking to an artist and giving it to an artist. when there is a general like reaction against AI being used on a broader spectrum by companies, I think that kind of pushback might also impact whether it's being used or not. I just think the issue is that the conversation isn't being held, which is like also the main point of this video, is that people aren't talking about it. They're just fighting about it, and that's not gonna help anybody because it just serves to divide more and serves less to talk about like actual proper information being shared. Good for you, Jazz. Keep the conversation going. Talking about uncomfortable topics helps stop people polarizing. Yeah, thank you. I think as simple as black and white, and education is the cure to fear. Exactly. Agree heavily. Study the expansion of AI as part of my thesis or in other fields, and I'm also an artist. I think the first important step is in this conversation, Gray is making a difference between AI and generative AI. AI can help in medical fields and efficiency, mapping streets and living spaces, can help in education. Generative AI didn't come to answer any questions, any needs. It's not creating a new medium like photography did, like digital art did. It's only standardizing and making art into content, into fast food. Which, honestly, yeah, very much agree. There's a lot of slop out there, and I mean that in the most literal way possible. Found generative AI while searching for muscle reference, the skeleton of an elephant, Egyptian symbolism, nail art for myself, Greek statues, gods, architecture, crochet products, cosplay. Yes, literally AI people cosplaying as certain characters, as if we don't have real hardworking cosplayers already. Jobs being posted on popular jobs platforms. None of these subjects I happened to search in the past 2 months needed AI, and yet here we are. It's not a tool as long as it's not used as one. And that's the other problem, is that it's not being used as a tool. It's being used as like a way to get a finished product, which again is why I also agree with the idea that it should be designated as such, you know, like if somebody creates something that was either partially AI generated, or that had AI generation as a part of the creative process, I think there should be a designation for that. I think if something is posted that's just AI generated, it should be designated as such. Because it's just about the idea of transparency for, you know, for the person viewing the content. I think that's very, very important. I think it's important to realize that by trying to find a middle way, we make the work of companies easy. They don't need to change anything because we, the really creative people, find a way, and the really greedy people like the current way. It's a win for the companies. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think it's important to realize that trying to find a middle way, we make the work of companies easy. I don't know. Like, to a degree, I see where this person is coming from. I don't honestly think that, like, it's not even necessarily about trying to find a middle way. It's generally just to have the conversation, to see like what it's doing, to understand it better, and to see what it can do. It doesn't have to be like, oh, we coexist with it, because you're forced to coexist with it anyway. But I just personally don't think that there's any point in taking like such an extremist stance when it comes to AI, or really any topic at all, because it just limits the information that's being shared. Because again, like I've said this a bunch of times too, a lot of people just regurgitating the same opinions they've seen on Twitter or whatever, and I don't think that's helping anybody ever. Anyway, I followed you for a long time, appreciated the enthusiasm for everything new and your passion to foster and push creative boundaries. Personal stance is that I will refrain to touch AI, even if I will be put in the anti-AI side. You mean X? Whatever. Until it gets regulated. I did use it. I was curious. I want to be able to use and make certain things easier in the process of creating so I can create more. But I, with all due respect, feel like trying to make it ethical when it's not is a bit tone deaf to a lot of people giving up on art right now. Which, frankly, I'm sorry, giving up on art when it's supposedly your passion because of AI, I don't know if that's really fair. I don't know if that's something I can say like I understand, because again, there's that old saying, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Any amount of work that you limit or like hide away from the public is one step further into you not being able to fulfill your dream. If you're not, like, it doesn't matter if it's good art, if it's bad art, if people love it, if people hate it. If you're not posting it, then it might as well not exist. And I've said this before a lot of times. It doesn't have to be that you make the art for other people to look at, but I believe that if you're making something and you're really passionate about it and you share that, people will recognize that passion. And having that passion be recognized will open up opportunities for you to maybe not work with Disney, maybe not work with any like gigantic AAA gaming studio or whatever. But shit, again, in the independent market, I think there's a lot of people who are looking for something, who are still not willing to use AI, who are still not willing to jump on that train, who are still willing to pay real artists for their work. But you're taking away that opportunity for yourself because you're not posting your art and you're giving up on art because of AI. Then it was never your passion. Yeah, I agree. I think there has to be a lot more than funny computer generated images for you to like remove yourself from the hobby or the passion or whatever. Like, I don't know. That's silly. That's silly. You can definitely learn to use it, adapt with it, but not while it's fundamentally built on what people think creativity is. I mean, make 100 artists draw the same thing from this same picture, and they will all have differences because we always use our own lived experience, even if we get inspired by others. Every artwork we make is it's a story unique to our eyes and hearts and brains. I feel like I would be a hypocrite if I preach creativity and profit off the backs of my peers by using AI in the state it is now, and I don't just mean monetization. When someone blatantly traces an artist, they're always held accountable by the community. Generative AI just does it better and faster in much bigger numbers. Which is a fair point. Thank you for trying to stay in the middle and good, and even if it's good, and even if you continue to stay in the gray. I know it doesn't come from a bad mentality, but there are too many grays that cover their pro AI mentality only because it doesn't affect them direct. What? If you continue to stay in the gray, I know it doesn't come from a bad mentality, but there are too many grays that cover their pro AI mentality only because it doesn't affect them directly. I remain against generative AI while I'm not against AI. I don't know if that's like a fair statement, because the grays that cover their pro AI mentality, like, the point of it being gray is that you're in some ways pro and in some ways anti, that you recognize that there are issues, but there are also pros, right? I don't like that last statement kind of is a little bit stupid, honestly. Doesn't have to be Twitter or something like that. If that's the issue, you can just use Pixiv or your own website, or well, YouTube. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not. But even there, it's like, if you post it on Twitter, why not? You know, like, yes, it is a shitty place, but I've also seen a lot of people get a lot of praise from that place. And if you, I believe personally, if you have the passion for what you're doing, then you will look past the negative comments and such as well. But again, it's also not that simple, because there's a lot of stupid people on the internet in general. Okay, let's see. I think it's clear that Jazz is coming from a place of privilege in this video, and there's nothing inherently wrong with that. But it shows that he obviously doesn't have to be worried about being fired and replaced with AI. I mean, I feel like he made it pretty clear that to be able to keep the channel up, he's gotta, like, make money, right? That's... I don't... This is happening to countless people now. So many artists are being thrust into unemployment and poverty, and the people have to come first. You can figure out how to use AI in ethical, cool, artistic ways later, but people are going hungry or can't pay their rent because of AI right now, and that has to be our #1 priority. That's like a very, very emotional response, honestly. I don't know. This doesn't really seem like a fair response. Like, is it like, my argument would be that any artist who can do it as an actual job is speaking from a place of privilege, because like, that's not like it's maybe not in the same vein, but it's in the same way as like if a like an actor or something would say the same thing, like, okay, like, you're still in a better spot than a lot of other people. And like, when people say artists, I never know, like, do they mean like independent artists? Do they mean like actual artists hired for companies or whatever? Like, there's kind of layers to it that isn't like that easy to just like put a label on, I guess. Honestly, I'm fucking sick of seeing all that AI slop on my Facebook feed, like this child made a Lamborghini out of Sprite bottles, or I'm 134 years old and make my own flowers and cakes, and this just in, there's another movie in the franchise coming soon. Here's the official poster. I mean, that's just like misinformation, which is another big issue that we didn't even really touch in this video. Okay, I'm gonna let's see. Oh, Jesus Christ. As a small artist, I've spent my entire life making art, listening to others tell me it has no value and is worthless. Finally felt I could make the jump into turning my art into a business in one way or another, only for AI to come along a year later and destroy any chance I had. Now anyone I'm around, including my family, has gone back to telling me how worthless my dreams are because AI is better, will forever be better, and it's cheaper. I've been beaten down my whole life because my dream of art, only to be forced into a position of being unable to compete at all. The past year alone, I've watched major companies lay off their artists for AI and cheaper workers. Can I be real? I hear people say this a lot. I've never, like, I'm sure it happens, right? I'm not saying that this doesn't happen, but like, I would like some examples, maybe. We've been treated poorly for so long, we're told we are worthless, to find out we are essential to so many things, but have been led to believe that pursuing our dreams means we can't charge enough to survive. You can charge as much as you want. The problem is that this isn't a, I think people mischaracterize art all the time. Yes, it's needed. It isn't a necessity to survive. I'm sorry, like, people will be able to live with without art too. Like, it's maybe shitty to say that, but like, I don't know why a lot of artists think that they should be. Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying they should be out of a job, obviously, but like nobody should be out of a job. But everybody's at risk of losing their job to one thing or another. Yeah, some people more, some people less, but at some point, like, everybody's in danger of losing their job. I don't know. Most of us don't want to be rich. We just want to live comfortably doing what we love. And then also, like, maybe, you know, maybe you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. If you know that the artist business is something that is difficult to get into, then, like, maybe don't... If you know the artist business is difficult to get into, then maybe don't just try to be an artist forever, right? Like, I understand that people want to do their dream job. How many people do you think can really pursue their dream career? You know, like, it's nice to have dreams and it's good and you should always work towards them, but also be realistic, right? Like, life isn't a fucking movie where you can just say it's your dream and then you can do it, right? If you're capable of working a regular job. But, like, I don't know. I have a lot of dreams too, and not all of them are, you know, coming true or gonna come true even, but hey, I can still have fun with it while having an actual job. We're tired of being bullied, threatened, and stolen from, so someone else can charge the wage we want and they become rich while we starve. Most of us don't want to be rich. We just want to live comfortably and do what we love. I still make my art, but in the end, no one will look at it and no one will buy it despite it being put out there. I'm myself lacking motivation and confidence because what's the point? I don't care if it's used as a tool, but if it's built off the back of millions of stolen work meant to compete with it. See, and this is kind of the issue. It's like, find yourself lacking the motivation and confidence, then you're not doing art for the art's sake. You know? If your motivation is just fueled by, oh, people want to buy it and people want to look at it, I don't think you're doing art for the art's sake. And I'm, like, not really shy about because I've said this a million times too. I'm not really shy about saying that. It's like, if you do anything for the sake of it making you money, you're not really in it for doing the thing out of love or out of passion. I don't care if it's used as a tool, but if it's built by millions of stolen work, meant to compete with the very work it was created with, forcing many out of jobs and devaluing the very thing it aims to replace. The developers themselves said the goal was to remove human from the work. In the medical field, it's currently being used to give deniability to doctors so they don't have to treat patients. I don't know if that's true, necessarily. Students have been using it to create porn of their underage classmates. Pedophiles have been using it to create child porn, so they have something new to look at. What it could be used for versus what it is being used for drastically different. It should be taken into consideration when addressing the issue. I mean, again, this is one of those things like, you're using the tool for a bad thing. That doesn't make the tool evil. That makes the person who uses it evil. And again, like, what I've said in general, there's a lot of people that just react to this in a very, like, emotional way, which is understandable. I'm not mocking that, because I understand. But if I'm being honest, like, a lot of it just feels like I'm throwing out all these bad things that are being done with it. And this is gonna sound incredibly fucking mean, but, like, I'm shitting on AI art because my art sucks. And I'm scared that it's better than me. And then just fucking get better at art. I don't know what to tell you. It's like people always talk about like, oh, but you know, real artists can improve and get better and learn things and make art more human. And that's absolutely true, but then like also just do it. I think, and you know, this is coming from maybe a bit of a cynical place, but I think if you're an actual artist, the idea that AI might take over your progress, as in like overtake, as in like be better than or get better than you, should be more of a motivator to like make more art, because you're making a point, right? Because you're standing out here and saying like, okay, maybe the AI art, you know, is faster or whatever, but I can improve in ways that AI can't, because it's just an algorithm, because it's just ones and zeros, and it doesn't have the same kind of like capacity that I have. It'll take longer, and of course that doesn't maybe necessarily help with getting a job somewhere, but again, don't put all your eggs in one basket. If you are able to. Okay. But yeah, honestly, I think it's a really, really important video. Fairly late reply. I'm getting really tired. I've seen people get a fan base without Twitter, so I still think there's different and better options for your mental health than posting it there. No, I agree. I agree. I don't think you have to be on Twitter. I don't think you have to be on Twitter at all. I think it's one of the bigger places to share it, but in truth, no. You don't have to be on Twitter necessarily. If your art is something that touches people, if your art is something that resonates with people, then you can absolutely just share it somewhere and have it be, you know, like recognized as good or as whatever it is. It's probably faster. It is probably faster, but it's up to you whether you care about the speed of it or the actual audience behind the screen that's looking at your work. But either way, honestly, I think this is a really, really important video because it asks an incredibly important question, which is, can we talk about AI? Because really, that's the question. Like, can we talk about it? Are we capable of having a conversation about it? A lot of artists probably say speed, but I say loyal fan base. I think that's, on the surface, perhaps not as important. But when you think about the idea of, like, actual enjoyment, I believe that loyal fan base is a lot more important. But yeah, that's the thing, is like, can we have the conversation? Is it possible for us to come out and look at the topic and speak about the topic? Probably not yet, but is it possible for us to come out and look at it and have a conversation about it that doesn't end in fighting or just basically, you know, throwing shit at each other? I think it's difficult. I don't think it's really, really possible right now, because the issue is that people aren't willing to step out of their comfort zone. People aren't really willing to take that step back, listen to the other side, and then not scream at them. And frankly, I don't think it'll get better anytime soon, but I think that no matter what, it's still important to to have the conversation anyway. Even if people will cry and scream and piss and shit, I think it's still important to have the conversation, because if only for the chance that one of the people that are reacting so aggressively starts to maybe listen, and that maybe at some point it starts to spread. It's a divisive topic, and it always will be, and a lot of things are divisive topics, but it's important that it's talked about anyway. And I think that this video is honestly great in that regard, because there's no real taking sides here. It's really just about looking at the topic in general and trying to rationalize either side of it. All right, let's see. Yeah, this is a classic. A good pirate never takes another person's property. Obviously. Hello? What is this? Not recommended. 1.8 hours on record. Pre-release review. Scary. What does that mean? What game? Nah, I'd... Very good. Oh, was Silent Hill F. I can't wait to play that, by the way. Really looking forward to that next week. Well, I mean, I hope it's scary.
The Good Dinosaur.
Okay, every Pixar film flop explained in 9 minutes. Show me the money.
2015. It had a budget of around $200 million and it grossed over $333 million worldwide. Its possible losses are around $85 million or more. So The Good Dinosaur is infamous for being Pixar's first outright bomb. The concept was exciting.
More like
what
the
if
bad
dinosaurs
dinosaur
never went extinct and evolved alongside humans? This sounded like a Jurassic Park plot. The early pitch sounded like a classic Pixar what-if world, but after years of delays, director changes, and rewrites, the final product felt painfully watered down. Instead of a rich dinosaur society...
Is this an AI voice?
With technology and culture, we got a story about one timid dinosaur, Arlo. Sounds like Elio, but we'll get to that later. And a human child who...
Flop Guy is an AI channel? God damn it. Son of a bitch.
basically acts like a dog. The lush, photorealistic backdrops.
I mean, it
look
sounds
incredible,
really
but they
hard like
clash with
AI,
the
so-
cartoony character models. Critics called it Pixar's weakest world.
I mean, here's the question. Is it just the voice that's AI, or is the entire video, like, AI generated, you know, like the script and everything, too?
Building today, especially compared to the brilliant internal logic of Monsters Inc. Inside Out.
And is he, like, using his own voice? Check comments. Well, I don't know if the comments will... Oh, audio tracks for some of the languages were created automatically. Okay. So it's possible that, like... maybe... go to newest comments. Okay, let's... Good dinosaur is bad. Homo sapien. So AI for other languages? I think so. I don't know. Don't really see a lot of talk about AI here. Okay, let's see. Thank you for all the support, guys. I understand where all the AI voice and AI script is coming from, but it's not. I'll make new improvements to the oncoming video ASAP to make it more human, I guess. Nonetheless, thank you so much. I thought your avatar is more soulless than your voice. We already used the stick figure avatar woke in the title clickbait and Snow White thumbnail. I'll never make it over 7K subscribers. Quit your career while you can. People pissing their pants over the term woke being used is absolutely hilarious. Me confirming from a crowd that overuses racist. Okay. I mean, yeah, okay. It kind of looks like it might be an AI channel. It kind of looks all very similar. I don't know. We can still watch the video. It's like, I don't think the content in and of itself is terrible. Just kind of gay if he used... I mean, like, the AI voice is pretty obvious here. Just from the quality of the voice, but I don't know if the script is AI necessarily.
Out or Coco. Financially, it came out just months after Inside Out, which was a critical and commercial smash. So audiences inevitably compared the two, cementing itself as Pixar's first major theatrical flop.
Yeah, the AI voice is like very obvious. But like AI voice, it's like one of those things like, for example, and I'm just saying this like as a concept, if somebody were to make a video like this, and I don't know, English isn't their first language or whatever, but they're basically going to like take the script from German or Spanish or whatever and translate it to English and then let an AI voice over of their own voice read it out. I wouldn't necessarily think that that's a terrible thing. I think that that would be like another decent use of AI. As long as the script isn't. But yeah, it's definitely an AI voice.
Then you...
Onward, 2020. It had a budget of $175 million and it grossed over $142 million worldwide. So its possible losses are around $100 million or more.
Damn.
Onward was unlucky to release right before the pandemic, but blaming COVID doesn't tell the full story. Even before theaters closed, the film's buzz was underwhelming. The trailers failed to make it look like a Pixar event. Audiences said it looked like a DreamWorks knockoff rather than the studio that gave us Up or Toy Story. So the premise: two brothers in a modern-day fantasy world searching for a spell to bring back their dad. It had potential, but the execution was lazy. Why do pixies need to ride one oversized motorcycle instead of having tiny ones? Why are human-sized doors everywhere if the world has little creatures? Pixar...
What like makes me think that maybe the script isn't necessarily AI is that he asks questions like this, right? It's like the AI on its own wouldn't like start to, you know, like point out inconsistencies or whatever. It would just say something like, "Oh, the movie was plagued for its with inconsistencies and whatever," right? It's like, so maybe there was some amount of AI used in the creation of the script.
usually nails these details. Just look at how perfectly Monsters Inc. designed its world. Tom Holland and Chris Pratt voiced the leads, but even their Marvel star power couldn't save it. Reviews were okay, but audiences found it forgettable. Even without COVID, this likely would have been a weak performer. So instead, it became Pixar's most obvious victim of poor marketing and uninspired world building.
Whatever falls in there, falls forever. Oh, Dad, come here.
Sold. 2020. It had a budget of $150 million and it grossed over $120 million worldwide. It could have lost around $30 to $50 million. Soul is one of Pixar's most acclaimed films. It won the Oscar for Best Animated
did win
Feature
an
and was
Oscar.
praised for its depth, its jazz-inspired visuals,
Which
and
is
its
kind of
exploration
obvious.
of life's meaning. But financially, it
That Soul
struggled.
was
Disney
successful.
chose
Well, apparently financially not so much.
to release it primarily on Disney Plus during the pandemic, with only a limited theatrical run. That immediately erased hundreds of millions of potential box office dollars. What's even worse is that Pixar fans started associating the studio with free streaming content instead of big screen events. That shift hurt the brand long term, even up to now. Another issue was the movie's tone. Soul is philosophical, quiet, and geared more toward adults than kids.
Yeah, for sure.
Families didn't feel the need to rewatch it, unlike the endlessly rewatchable Toy Story or Finding Nemo. So critics adored it, but younger audiences barely connected. Many called it a masterpiece, but they just didn't buy the tickets.
Get ready, Joe Gardner. Your life is about to start.
Luca, 2021. It had a budget of
Wait, that's a Disney
$150
movie?
million, and it grossed over $49 million worldwide. So possible losses around 80 to 100
I thought this
million
was like
dollars.
some
Because again,
knockoff
Luca is
studio.
another Pixar movie that audiences never really got a chance to see in the theaters. Disney sent it straight to streaming in most markets, despite critics calling it a warm, Studio Ghibli-style coming-of-age tale. The film was praised for its charm and visuals, but critics noted it felt small compared to other Pixar spectacles. There were no groundbreaking worlds or mind-bending concepts, just a simple friendship story about two sea monsters in Italy. But in terms of marketability, it meant fewer kids begged their parents to go watch it. Compounding the issue, Disney's own Encanto stole the cultural spotlight later that same year. Luca was nominated for an Oscar but didn't win. Financially, it was doomed by Disney Plus distribution strategy. For others, they called it being greedy.
You live up here? Yeah, me and my dad. He's not even here a whole lot, so I pretty much just do whatever I want. Isn't it dangerous? Yeah, it's the best. Everything good is above the surface.
Turning Red, 2022. It had a budget of
Really, this one wasn't successful? I thought people loved this one.
It grossed over $20 million worldwide. Possible losses is around $150 million or more. Because Turning Red was one of Pixar's boldest swings. It tackled puberty, cultural identity, and mother-daughter relationships in a way few animated films have ever dared. But instead of celebrating it as a big screen event, Disney again shipped it straight to streaming.
So it's all Disney Plus fault. Remember we were saying this was a way to show kids trying to hide being gay because they are sea monsters and not accepted by regular people? Yeah, people will always say that.
Yes, they did it again. That decision alienated Pixar employees, many of whom publicly voiced frustration at seeing 3 Pixar films in a row bypass theaters. Financially, it meant another 9-figure loss. The film itself divided audiences. Some praised it for
Because
being
the two main
fresh and
protagonists are
authentic.
two
Others
boys and
thought
they are
it leaned too
close. Yeah,
heavily
obviously
into
the movies are
loud,
gay.
cringy humor and childlike tone. Parents also clashed over its themes, with some upset it mentioned menstruation and rebellion against parents.
I'm going to the concert!
Get back here! How could she do this to her own mother?
Subjects they didn't want in a Disney film. Had it gone to theaters, Turning Red could have sparked conversations and still made decent money. But instead it became another casualty of Disney's mismanagement of Pixar releases. Speaking of disasters, Lightyear, 2022. It had a budget of over $200 million and it grossed over $226 million worldwide. Possible losses are around $100 million or more. Because this one shocked the industry. How could the spin-off of Toy Story, Pixar's crown jewel, flop? The answer was simple. Massive brand confusion. Audiences didn't understand what the movie was. Was it Buzz Lightyear's origin story? Was it the real version of the toy? Marketing never clarified. Then came the controversies. Backlash over same-sex kiss, debates about whether Chris Evans replacing Tim Allen was the right call, and reviews that said the movie
Rather watch
was
the animated show from the 2000s than this? Yeah, that one was good.
It opened against Jurassic World Dominion and was quickly overshadowed by Top Gun Maverick. Families had no urgency to see Lightyear when it would inevitably drop on, guess what? Disney Plus. So despite Pixar's hopes, nostalgia for Buzz wasn't enough, proving Pixar could no longer rely on its golden brand name alone. Elemental, 2023. It had a budget of $200 million and it grossed over $495 million worldwide. But its estimated loss is around $50 to $100 million. Elemental had one of Pixar's worst opening weekends ever. Critics were lukewarm. Audiences weren't sure what it was about, and competition was brutal. It released the same weekend as The Flash, and during a crowded summer packed with Spider-Man.
Okay, I don't think that The Flash was big competition, to be honest with you. Top Gun, my favorite Uma horse, your favorite horse.
Man Across the Spider-Verse, The Little Mermaid, Transformers, and
yeah, I feel like none of these are that like I think it was mostly Spider-Man. I think it was mostly Spider-Man.
Fast X. That's a lot of movies. Its premise, a fighter girl and water boy falling in love. Sounded more like a high-concept indie rom-com than a must-see Pixar
I love
blockbuster.
Fire Boy
Early
and Water
reviews out
Girl.
of Cannes called it one of Pixar's worst. Though later critics were kinder, still, the mixed word of mouth meant most families skipped it. To its credit, Elemental slowly found an audience internationally. But domestically, it never escaped flop status. Pixar had hoped this would be their rebound movie. Instead, it underscored how fragile the studio's brand had become.
Sorry.
That was incredible!
It's just melted glass. Just melted glass. Every building in the new city is built from just melted glass. Oh no, you have to do something with that talent.
Elio, 2025. Its budget is around $200 million.
I saw that this one existed.
$400 million worldwide.
I don't
Its
know
possible losses
what it was.
Are around $60 to $100 million. Because Elio
I should
was
play that.
supposed to
I should
be
play what?
Pixar's big
Fire Boy
return
and
to
Water Girl?
original storytelling. It
No.
tells the story of a lonely
maybe,
boy
but
mistakenly
no.
chosen to represent Earth in an intergalactic society. Critics praised its heartfelt exploration of belonging and loneliness. But when it came to selling tickets, the film was in trouble from the start. The title Elio confused audiences. Unlike Inside Out or Toy Story, it gave no clue about what the movie was about. Marketing was weak, and the premise, kid goes to space, meet aliens, felt too similar to Disney's own Strange World, which
I
had
find it
bombed.
funny that like a lot of these movies don't really get any advertising at all. Like, okay, Turning Red, maybe more so. Buzz Lightyear, yeah, a little bit. But like this movie got like nothing, and a lot of the other ones also got nothing. Which is like, you know, no wonder why people didn't go watch it then.
Just years earlier. What's even
I think
worse,
these are all
it
just
released
tax
into a
write-offs,
market
honestly.
dominated by animated sequels like Inside Out 2 and Moana 2. In today's climate, Pixar originals don't have the same pull they once did. By the time families considered it, most decided to just wait for it in, guess what? Disney Plus. Sadly, Elio joins the growing list of Pixar movies that financially flopped. That's 9 minutes. Thank you for watching.
Oh, well, damn.
Like the video and don't forget to subscribe for more flops.
It wasn't a terrible video. I don't know if it was like completely AI, but it was alright. Pooh got to drink. This looks like shit. What the fuck is this? They just put a white stripe, red stripe on a controller. It's pretty gay. Alright, let's see. Smokymon. Don't suck him. God of War 20th anniversary controller, pretty bad, yeah. Did you see that Ice made a version of Gotta Catch 'Em All? I'm not watching that. Sounds like Simple Flips yelling.
Huh?
Real. Wait, that's just literally what happens in the fucking anime. You stealing? Rope is non-electric conductor. Fake. Nice. Hey yo, what's up? Wait, why is he Berber?
Hamburger.
messy.
James.
He's got a fucking hero. Okay.
Huh?
Oh, hell yeah. I love Caterpie. I thought it was a peso coin. Horrible. Videl. Oh, you made him bold. Viglier, wrong one. Oh shit, is that... It's Sonic Adventure 1. I love that game. Yeah, smoke that fucker. Frog. It's pretty good. Well, that's... Oh. Oh, hell yeah. Yo, you got them Yeezys!
What are those? Damn!
Bulbing. He's perfect.
Good evening, honey. Another day at the Pokemart. Can never catch a break. Shipments were late again. Bunch of hoodlums ransacked the place, and I had to work overtime just to get it all fixed up. Of course, I didn't get paid for it. Can't go to HR about it either, since they've been down our throats with the whole Typhlosion situation.
Oh no, not the Canadians. It just went gear second. So good. Yo, the sick boys. Oh, it's sad time now. Sorry, guys. God, I remember.
What?
Penis clamp. Why did they make Misty thick? That's horrible. Oh shit, Venomoth? You guys know that originally Venomoth was gonna evolve into Butterfree? You can see it in the face. You said that 8 times. I've said that a lot more than 8 times. Damn. That's why Raichu is the best one. Nice. You should have given it the Thunderstone. Why is that the one everybody wants to fuck? Did you know? Yeah. Yo, holy shit, is that Kakuna? Oh, it's the best one. Fair. Fair. God, I used to watch the shit out of this when I was a kid. Looks more acoustic than normal. And it's just you. Nice. I thought it was Glockigon. Oh, Jesus, don't do that. Just walks into the water. Oh. My eyes. Yeah, die. Whatever. Oh, it's Gabo and Stinky. To be fair, that is what they did with Pokemon, right? Like, how else would you eat them? Or what else would they eat, frankly? Does look very tasty. Oh, now he dies. It did look very tasty, I agree. Oh, right. Fair. Oh, look, it's her. Is that the one Floof likes? Yes, that was Sabrina. What a dick ass. Not the jelly-filled donut. Oh, hell yeah. Bueno. She's a kid in the anime, though, if I remember correctly. Well, I mean, they all are. Is Sabrina, though? Wasn't she older? I have no fucking idea. Be with your family. Wasn't there also that time frame where Ash got turned into a Pikachu? I feel like I remember that. I love this guy. He's the best. Oh, that's Birth. That's like the Kirby power.
Charizard, fuck 'em. Come on.
But Charizard, fuck him. Boothead.
Pikachu.
Oh, shit. Sucks too because that one's a cat and Pikachu's a ratto. Oh shit, finally. Ending season 1. Assault? No, that's fake.
Executor. Executor.
Nice. The power. Oh, it's the cool Pikachu.
Ha! Charizard.
Well, that's too bad. Fuck you. Still pissed about that episode. I mean, it's whatever.
We can rap some Pokemon. I got this. I'll do the names. Let's all sing along. Here we go. Pokemon, 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 Pokemon. Pokemon.
Those are not the names of the Pokemon. Let's try it again, you fucking moron.
Alright, Pokemon, 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 Pokemon.
No, I think it checks out.
Pokemon, 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 Pokemon.
You're fucking it up. You're doing it wrong. I'm done with this shit. That's the end of this song.
Pokemon, 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 Pokemon.
Shut the fuck up! Pokemon.
Nice. God, I hate Pokemon. What a stupid fucking piece of shit game. Fire Emblem Shadows launch trailer. I believe this is the new one. Wait, is it?
A new battle begins.
What the fuck?
Light illuminates shadow.
It's another one? They're doing another one?
Shadow obscures the light. I must choose between them. Trust no one. Who is the traitor? You? No, I'm the one.
Oh, okay.
Just a few minutes to decide. Real-time strategy meets social deduction.
What the fuck is happening?
Choose light or shadow. Then take on fast-paced.
TBH, the shadow one looks way cooler.
Light disciples and one shadow disciple.
What the what's happening?
But it's more than simple combat. The shadow disciple is secretly a traitor. Will you fight for the light and root out the traitor? Or undermine the light as an agent of shadow? Your actions will influence each battle.
By the way, no mainline games.
Everyone's true nature is
No
revealed,
first party games.
the real battle begins.
I'll make my choice, even if it means betraying everything.
Discover or deceive. The battle begins once you decide. Real-time tactics and treachery. Fire Emblem Shadows. Available now.
Oh, it's a phone game. That's honestly kind of cool. I don't hate that. That's like a cool idea.
These are some of the most disturbing individuals.
Like, I don't know. Pretty sick. I thought it was like a Switch game. But I guess it just says Nintendo, not Switch, so. That's kind of cool. I like that. To be fair, I also enjoyed, what was it? No, I don't know what the phone game Fire Emblem Gacha was. I forget, but I remember liking that one good. I remember liking that one too. Pretty good.
These are some of the most disturbing individuals in the furry community, and as the list goes on, what each of them did will just keep
This
getting worse.
This better have Snake Thing in it.
Nitro Lord, also known as N-Crystal81 and Lore Bunny, was a 20-year-old Roblox YouTuber with over 150,000 subscribers and millions of views. He became known for making videos about the game's history, which quickly gained popularity during 2021. What his viewers didn't know though was that behind the screen, he was doing something that should have been never linked to a kid's game. In early May 2024, Nitro...
Well, I mean, to be fair, I feel like you could say that about Roblox itself too.
Twitter account starts getting noticed after a lot of people would catch him regularly interacting with highly inappropriate furry content. It's a strange thing to do, especially for someone with a young fan base, but it's still nothing straight up illegal. However, something far more disturbing than that was discovered not long after. It turns out he also ran a second account named Lore Bunny, one that shows an even worse side of him. Completely different from the image he portrayed in his videos, on his alt account he would be found following both minors and explicit NSFW accounts at the same time, while also reposting disturbing material himself. Some of these posts
I agree, furry art is pretty disturbing.
Like puppies with no clothes on. But what makes it even more alarming though is that his account was publicly linked to one of his Roblox alt accounts, meaning even his younger fans, by just going through his game profile, could have easily ended up seeing all of that. And it actually gets only worse from there. A Twitter user by the name of Shroob would discover that Nitro also ran a third account under the name Lil Pupcake, where he would repost even more disgusting things, like a cup in soiled diaper, as well as baby animals shown in deeply inappropriate positions. And with all of that already out in the open, it was only a matter of time before somebody stepped in. In September, a YouTuber named Ruben Sim would call Nitro out directly, confronting him over everything he'd been doing up to this point.
I only showed furry femboy foot fetish material. Oh, right, it's a joke. Got it.
Video on his YouTube channel, explaining that his actions were wrong and why they were wrong, and saying that it's important to protect minors from that kind of content. Now, he doesn't really mention the most serious parts of the backlash, like how he directly linked his explicit Twitter accounts to one of his Roblox alts, where most of his fans are actually kids who could have easily found the things he posted. But nonetheless, the video makes it sound like he understands how messed up all of that was. And for a moment, it seems like the call out might have actually gotten through to him. But not long after, on a brand new account, Nitro and his girlfriend would announce that they were hosting an in-person furry party open to all ages, even though it included things that were completely inappropriate for children, like freaky adult-themed gear. And they were openly allowing minors to be around adults wearing these suggestive furry outfits, something that could easily go wrong. On a fall night in the bushes outside of a furry convention hosting what appears to be a freaky night, Nitro and his girlfriend were getting ready to host that very same event. An entire month had already passed since they first posted the ad, and despite everything that had come out, they decided to still go through with it. And yes, they would actually host the event on the night of November 1st, right outside Furry Apocalypse's Freak Show night. There aren't any pictures, videos, or mentions of it anywhere, but Nitro would actually later admit to it directly in a live reaction video he posted in response to a documentary made about him in the same month. And in that clip, he actually tries to defend the decision to host an all-ages furry freak party.
The party didn't end up being that popular because it was like picked out at a spot that was kind of like secluded away from the hotel. Like the majority of the people that came to it were like people in me and my girlfriend's friend circle. They're all 18 and up. So I can promise you without a shadow of the doubt, there were no minors at this party.
After everything that had already been exposed about Nitro, it makes even less sense why he and his girlfriend would go forward with a party like that. It wasn't just a risk of minors seeing something inappropriate, it was the fact that they let them in the same space as adults wearing that kind of gear, knowing full well what kind of people that could bring in. And he later actually defended it by saying it was only promoted through his alt account and not on his YouTube channel. But that doesn't change the fact that the alt was already linked to him and the ad was pretty easy to find. In the end, no one was reported to be harmed, and while neither of them faced legal charges, what they planned was still reckless. This next case though had the police chasing after him.
Kiera's grandmother spoke with me today. She says all she wants to do is give her granddaughter a hug.
Zachary Jones.
2016. A 16-year-old girl named Kiera Inman is reported missing from her home in Spokane. Right away, her entire family goes into a panic, and an Amber Alert is issued as soon as they're able to get it out. But not long after that, a note is found at her grandparents' house, telling them to not come looking for her, and saying that she isn't actually coming back, causing what would become her parents' worst nightmare. Now the question is, how did this even happen in the first place? Zachary Jones, better known online as Zello or the Wingless Forest Dragon, isn't what you'd call an ordinary 30-year-old guy. He identifies as someone who's into animals with human-like traits, and often posts artwork of them
so
on
a furry
various
then.
furry sites, along with photos of himself actually. And unfortunately, this is where he comes across Kiera, also known online as Ayana Wolf. It's not exactly clear how that conversation started, but users from the furry community later discover a post Kiera made on April 23rd, where she shared her artwork and revealed they were in a relationship. And then, exactly 9 days later, on Sunday afternoon, Kiera willingly leaves her home on May 1st, telling her family she's meeting a friend. Now hours pass without a word from her, and even after an entire day goes by with no sign of where she went, her grandparents decide to issue an Amber Alert, and the police decide to begin searching for her.
As the hours tick by,
I keep trying to think of the positive things.
Sheila Breezes and her husband hope that the girl who painted these pictures will return home very soon.
Only after the news of her disappearance comes out, her parents somehow find out she'd met Zach online, and in the weeks leading up to her going missing, he's coaching her on how to leave her family behind and run away with him.
She left us a beautiful note telling us how much she loved us and that she knew this was going to be hard.
And after that, Kiera's family also discovered that both of them had been lying to each other about their age. Kiera actually claimed that she was 19, when in reality she was only 16. Zach, on the other hand, told her that he was 28, but he was actually a 30-year-old grown man. And on top of that,
I feel like the 2 years don't really make a big difference at that point anymore.
And has the mentality of an 11-year-old.
Bad.
Which makes it, of course, easier for Zach to manipulate her and gain her trust. Now the details start spreading online, and the entire situation actually causes a wave of controversy across the furry community. Many are frustrated that yet another predator was dragging the rest of them down with him. And one user named Rune
that's really the issue here, guys, is that oh no, not the impeccable reputation of the furry community. That's the issue here. Of course, right.
Blog post about the case, saying that the focus should actually be on bringing Kiera home
thanks.
But instead, it turned into a debate over who was really at fault. Rune points out that even if Zach believed Kiera was
Can we
19,
stop posting these pictures of him?
What he did, especially since her condition meant that she couldn't legally give consent in the first place. They say the moment he saw the Amber Alert, he should have gone straight to the authorities and explained his side. But instead, he kept driving and actually avoided the police. He even posted online asking for help with her liver medication, making things just worse. Zach had multiple chances to walk away, but chose to not take any of them.
Well, yeah, because he was a
Finally,
pedophile.
after 48 agonizing hours for Kiara's family, her parents would receive a call confirming that she's been found safe, over 2,200 miles away, at a rest stop west of Columbus, Ohio. She had been spotted by a state patrol officer during a routine check, where both she and Zach were found asleep in the car and said to be cooperating. Now, once the family actually heard the news, they immediately rushed across the country to reach her. And when they finally do, they're overwhelmed with relief just seeing her again. And Kiara would actually be taken to the hospital to get checked out, while Zach is arrested on the spot and charged with kidnapping.
Good.
Unlike him though, the next person did something even worse and somehow got away with it.
The dog's name was Rigsby. He went missing on January 2nd. Now 18-year-old Wolfie is under investigation.
Back in early 2010, in San Antonio, Texas, a group of teenagers and young adults who believed they were wolves on the inside banded together to form something they called the Crimson Blood Wolf Pack, treating each other as
it's always cringe like that, isn't it?
And for a while, everything seemed wholesome and fine, until their so-called alpha dog gets caught in one of the most gruesome crimes no one should ever think of doing. Wolfie Blackheart, also known as the leader of this pack, was an 18-year-old young
animal,
man
just like animals, truly.
Other packs around the San Antonio area. She had a gothic style and believed she was part wolf. And she even said she was allergic to silver, which is known to be a weakness of werewolves in fiction. And while she definitely came off as unusual, nothing really seemed wrong about that on the surface with what she was doing.
Yeah, I mean,
that would change in January 2010 though. A photo
kids
would
playing.
appear on 4chan showing an outstretched arm holding what looked like a dog's head. And the image would spread fast, causing a wave of attention toward where it came from and what led up to it.
It's funny
For
how
those not familiar with the deeper parts of 4chan, it's actually well known that this site takes cases of animal abuse very seriously, and this case would be no exception. In response to
it's
this
really
image,
crazy
users
how
would create an IRC chat room,
it seems like the furry community always has these types of controversies, right? Once again, I implore anybody to, if you can stomach it, because it is very gross, to look at the Cecil McFly videos on the Cure the Wolf story. It's bad.
To those specific numbers, hoping somebody would just confess what actually happened. And
we could react to it. No, they're like
close to Wolfie to
2 or 3 like
explanation. This
very long videos.
By the name of Fraser, and he would join the IRC chat to post the following message.
And I've also seen them like a bunch of times.
No one killed the dog.
It's definitely one of those things like that's better to watch like in the background while you're playing something.
He was a stray. I took him in. I hate my friends for defiling the body. They beheaded it. The dog
but
died in a car accident.
they're
and even after this message,
pretty crazy videos. I just recommend Cecil McFly anyway.
He claims the dog in question
because
was a stray named Shadow.
they make some really based videos.
And just like he said in the IRC chat,
actually I haven't checked in they've done anything new in a while.
Hit by a car. And in the same call he says that the body was handed off to a couple of friends to prepare for burial. But somewhere along the way they decided
it's not like you see anything explicitly,
who really like to collect animal skulls, it would eventually be given
it's basically on this level.
This confession, this could still
but some even worse because there's like a lot of like sexual shit involved in there too.
Actually dig up Razor's real name, and with everything they found, including the chat logs, they bring it all to the San Antonio police and the local news. Now around this same time, things take another strange turn. A woman named Kathy Silva, who actually lived near Wolfie, would come forward, claiming that Shadow was actually her missing dog. According to her, his real name was Rigsby, and he disappeared from her backyard earlier that month. And this would actually cause some people to believe that the dog might have been stolen, but nothing was ever proven at the end of the day. If Kathy really was the owner, it's just as likely that Rigsby escaped on his own and was mistaken for a stray before ending up with Wolfie's group. Now with all of that going around, the police would start looking into Wolfie directly. After finding out she owned multiple animal skulls and hearing that she may have been given the dog's body, it's enough to move forward with a search warrant. And once it's approved, officers go into her house immediately and begin the search. And inside they actually find what's left of the animal, just the skull, believed to be the removed head of Shadow or Rigsby, confirming that the photo wasn't a hoax after all. They also discover other clean skulls, such as of a sheep, a coyote, and a wild boar, revealing that cleaning skulls and keeping them had been her hobby long before this even happened. And this is also when the news stations actually chime in.
Sarah Rodriguez prefers to be called Wolfie. She wears a tail, a collar, and a harness. A group of people, mostly online, have accused her of beheading a dog.
And Wolfie responded to all of this, claiming that she didn't do anything illegal.
I didn't kill any animal. I wouldn't, 'cause like I said, I'd be more likely to hurt a human than a dog any day. And even then, very, very, not really possible.
And she actually says that
Checks
she's
out.
being harassed instead, and that people
Checks
have
out.
even hacked
She's
into her
innocent.
online accounts.
They put child porn on my profile, a lot of bad, nasty stuff. I've been getting death threats, phone calls, a whole bunch of stuff.
And she speaks out several
Never
times
change
to
internet,
tell her
but
side of the
also
story,
probably
saying that
deserved,
she didn't
so.
remove the dog's head, but only after it was already passed away. She simply preserved the skull as a kind of spiritual keepsake for its current owner, who was also part of the same group.
I did behead him. I didn't kill him. He was my friend. His name was Shadow. And he got hit by a car, and they brought his corpse to me. And they asked me to get his skull, so I did. But the owner's girlfriend took a picture of him, and they put it online. And that's what caused all the fuss.
At the end of the raid, no animal abuse
She's
charges
kinda,
were
like,
filed, though the investigation
really
was still ongoing.
well
And
put
despite the
together
backlash,
for
police didn't find
a
anything
person who's
that showed
supposedly
Wolfie
crazy, though,
actually ended the dog's life. From what it looked like, they
I don't
believed
know.
the story about Shadow being hit by a car, and there was nothing to suggest that the head was removed out of cruelty. With all that considered, the case would be closed and finally come to an end, with Wolfie stepping away from the public eye. This next person, however, is famous, but famous for all of the wrong things.
What is the age of consent for an animal? Please tell me. I really want to know. I'm on pins and needles.
Standards to an animal. A 15-year-old animal is not underage.
Right?
Grace, otherwise known online as Quantum Kitty, was a former United States Marine in his mid-20s, and he often described himself as somebody with a...
Well, there you go. Don't join the Marines, kids. Makes you wanna fuck animals.
deep dislike for human society and someone who had a disturbing attraction to animals. He wasn't known on the internet at first, but once his crimes started to surface publicly, it became clear where he went down as one of the most
That's a
deranged
joke, by the way.
figures in
It
the
doesn't
furry
make you want to do
community.
that,
And it all
probably.
starts in early 2021, when Sean suddenly gets invited to an explicit...
Oh, the Zooier Than Thou podcast was actually also mentioned in the Cecil McFly Cure the Wolf videos.
Zoo podcast called Zooer Than Thou, a show that openly attempts to justify and normalize.
Let me ask my Marine friend. I hope he kills you, not.
And he would join as a guest and later become part of a network of people who actively defend, engage, and promote bestiality, which involves performing non-consensual acts on animals. Just to get an idea
As
of what's
opposed to
going on the
consensual acts on
podcast,
animals.
These are some of the things that Sean and the two other hosts were talking about.
Today we're centering our discussion on animal autonomy and speciesism, and for many of us on the podcast, it's the kind of discussion that leads to a certain worldview some find controversial.
You mean the part
That's some weird shit. It only makes you gay. Ah.
Now, disregarding this podcast, an earlier post actually starts to gain attention from it. Now, not long after, people from the furry community would begin to go after him directly because they didn't want to be associated
Oh
with
god, I've been
Sean.
sitting for
Two of
too
these
long.
people being known as Coyote Lovely and Relly, and they would actually manage to get into a Discord call with
You
Sean
will
to confront
watch the
him
video
about
that
the things
Floof
he's been
posted
doing
last.
online, which actually included allegedly sending bestiality content to people not of age.
It showed one of these Schrodinger accounts actually sending, well, not a cat or an animal of sorts having sexual intercourse or about to have sexual intercourse with a human with the tagline, "How does this not look like consent?" or something along those lines. Was that you?
Yes, that was me.
And when asked about it,
Okay,
Sean
well-
says that he only sent the content as part of an argument. He explains that he had been debating those people that were not of age on whether dogs could consent or not.
Right.
And says that the content was meant to prove that they could.
wasn't just some person I saw on Twitter opened up the DMs and sent them dog porn. This was someone I was having a debate with, and of course they were making, you know, the argument animals can't consent, they don't want to do it, it's all rape. And I found this specific video where the dog is very clearly and, you know, engaged in it. I sent this video as evidence and I said, look at this video, this dog is clearly, you know, enjoying it. Then they just freaked out. Ew, gross, blah blah blah.
And as the call goes on, the two just keep pushing back.
Kind of see how they would.
Sean would still argue and
feel that way, you know,
comparing fully developed animals to children, claiming that animals were ready for intimate contacts, while children clearly weren't.
You're equating fully developed animals who are fully developed to engage in interaction to children who are absolutely not.
And after that, he says that he wouldn't dare be physically involved with what he calls underage animals.
If you actually go pick up a puppy from the pound and then wait until it's old enough to have sex with it, does that make you an orbiter as well? Like, or were you a pet? Or like, what is that?
Well, considering I don't have sex with underage animals, no, I'm not a pet.
Now, for quite some time, there have actually been allegations floating around about Sean, and those allegations were sending explicit content to minors. And this would actually turn out to be a fact. It turns out he's not only been sharing graphic material involving non-consensual acts with animals, but he was also leaking personal information of one of the minors to other people.
He sent it to several minors, including me. He saved and posted a photo of me without my consent. So now not only has he sent me bestiality, he saved a photo of me and posted it as his argument with someone else.
While that alone is already disturbing and definitely illegal, a later post would reveal Sean's disgusting and depraved actions towards animals that makes the situation 1,000 times worse. In late December of 2021, a former friend of Sean by the name of Wintergreen decides to actually expose him for his actions. After getting so sick of him saying and doing things no person should ever even be capable of thinking about, Wintergreen starts claiming that
Quantum also took a young deer's body, stuffed it in his fridge, and had relations with it for 3 days. He's had consistent bloodstains left in his house from engaging with the deer corpses, and his one regret was a rotting raccoon that he engaged with. Quantum is he's even been looked into by the feds for sending explicit material to kids. A 40-year-old's dick for a job too. Totally wants his
what does that have to do with anything? Can't a man suck another guy's wiener for a job in this country?
Quantum apparently has no firearm discipline either. Last time Redacted and Quantum got together, he was acting like a Billy Badass with his AR, had a loaded mag gun, non-chambered, and had the flash suppressor pointed at the dog's head.
These claims,
very cool.
Other messages talking about Sean's
I thought it was in the
actions would be confirmed
Marines.
by yet another set of screenshots showing messages Sean had sent to another acquaintance of his through Telegram, Zerkalo. In them, Sean would just straight up admit, as a teenager he was sadistic toward both animals and people. He talks about hurting a family dog so bad it lost consciousness, then lying
a family
to his parents
dog.
about
I thought he
it.
said
He
duck.
also confesses to physically attacking his
Ah, yes, the
brother
family
out of
duck.
pure frustration, just because he was angry at a mere video game. And this still isn't the end of his message. In the same conversation, Sean admits that starting in 2018, he'd done unspeakable things to the remains of the deer he found along
Yeah,
the
apparently
roadside.
doing
He
roadkill
says
is
it
just like
happened
big
dozens of
in the
times. Sometimes he
zoophile
dragged the
community.
bodies into the woods, sometimes into his car, and sometimes even into his house.
I'm
And in
really-
one case, he kept a deer
I don't
in
know,
his
I
fridge
mean-
for 2 days, so he could continue doing what he did to it. And he talks about how hard it was to be even near it after a while because the stench got so bad. He actually had to wear a respirator just to stay in the same room. And he also mentions a fox, saying
Maybe
that it
we should have
wasn't
just
actually
gotten
for
fucking
him,
rid of
but
the
for
corpse,
someone
you
else who
moron.
asked him to bring it back so they could keep parts of it. And he also casually just admits violating a friend's dog without the friend's knowledge, insisting that the dog didn't need anyone's permission. Now, fortunately, it was only a matter of time before the police got involved, after all the gut-wrenching things Sean had done. In June of 2022, neighbors began contacting the St. Mary's County Sheriff's Office about a foul stench coming from his property. Some even claimed that they saw piles of bones, while others mentioned dead animals and burn pits. and eventually deputies arrived with a search warrant. And what they found was worse than they expected. Animal remains were scattered across the yard in various stages of decay, so they seized his phone as evidence, and when investigators examined its contents, they uncovered that Sean had filmed himself committing acts of abuse with his dog. And even more disturbing, he didn't just keep the footage, he shared it with others online and even invited people to take part. But on August 20th, 2024, Sean Grace was convicted of distributing obscene material, possession with intent to distribute, and 2 counts of aggravated animal cruelty. Then on October 1st, he was finally sentenced to 7 years in prison. This next case, though, wasn't just one person. An entire group traumatized a little boy.
We have uncovered a ring of grown men who have been a young boy over the period of the last 7 years.
It's early 2016. A 38-year-old man named David Parker would come under investigation after a case is filed accusing him of ongoing
I don't think I've heard of
predatory
this
acts against
particular
a child. At first, it seems like the typical case of a deranged person being locked up and getting what they deserve. Until the victim, who we'll call Simon from now on, says something that changes everything. Simon wasn't just being taken advantage of by David, but he would talk about being taken to group meetups where he was harmed in deeply inappropriate ways by multiple men while they wore fursuits, which are these animal costumes. And he names several names, including Kenneth Fenske, who was 57 at the time, and Craig Michael Knox, who was 35 during the same period. And he gives the investigators the entire timeline of when it all started and how it ended, going all the way back to 2009. Simon is 9 years old when David brings him to a house in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Inside, there's already a group of men gathered, most of them wearing full body
I'm not
suits
like
and
super
calling
surprised
themselves
because
furries.
like I
And
said,
as
this
soon
is
as they
kind
walk
of
in, one of them dressed as a red fox and going by the name of Lupine
this
approaches
kind of
Simon,
but that
takes
makes
him
no
upstairs,
sense.
and proceeds
But this
to
kind of
do
stuff like
unimaginable
happens
things. And back in
unfortunately in the furry
2016,
community
with
quite a
Simon's
bit.
testimony and
The
investigation
issue
underway,
is that like
police would eventually confirm that the man who called himself Lupine was
I'm
actually
aware
Kenneth,
that it's
and
not
the house
always
Simon
like
has been taken to in
necessarily a sexual
2009
thing,
turns out to be Kenneth's
but for a
own
lot of
home,
them it
where
is.
those group meetups
And
had taken place.
at the end of the
Now,
day,
Kenneth
like
and David actually get arrested.
that's kind
but
of
one
like
of the names Simon gave,
a
Craig,
catalyst
still hasn't been looked into, but he would also
for
come
opening
under
the door to like a
investigation
lot of
soon
more
enough.
depraved
And
shit
according to
because you know it
Simon,
never gets
Craig
better,
was
it only
actually
gets
the most
worse.
disturbing member of the group. He even took him to a house in Pittston, a different part of Pennsylvania where most of the taking advantage of
And
happened.
so it's like
And
not
Simon tells
super
them that before he even turned
not a super big
13,
surprise
David had
that
taken him to
these
other
kind of
homes
things
and
always happen with
apartments
furries.
where more adults took advantage of him in the same way. Now, fortunately, Craig gets investigated, and the police successfully raid his home.
But I
And
guess
they
at
don't
least
just
with
find
these guys, they
evidence
got
of child
caught.
endangerment. They
In
actually
the
find another
Kiro
person, his
story, like
roommate,
not
a
everybody got
30-year-old man named
convicted,
Stephen Taylor, who
unfortunately.
would also be arrested and charged with bestiality. And later, during questioning, Craig admits that David had actually encouraged him to have at it with Simon. He tells them he took Simon to an upstairs bedroom and defiled him there, and that afterward, David forced the boy to perform explicit acts on him as well. And the police actually arrest yet another man, 40-year-old Jeffrey Harvey.
Jesus, how many fucking people were in this?
As a 13-year-old, an investigator arranged to meet him, which led to his attempt to engage in inappropriate acts. And during the interrogation of him, Jeffrey would surprisingly hand over texts that he exchanged with David. Messages in which he admits wanting to be intimate with both David and Simon. Simon, on the other hand, would enter foster care and begin therapy, while all 5 men would be behind bars for crimes that went on for over 7 years. But somehow what comes next is even worse and far more dangerous.
Seta shared photos of Pernas adopting a black puppy from one of their charity events. The same black puppy.
Oh, this is one of the This is the guy from the Kiro story.
2018, Pseudonym, a person
Yeah,
or
Pseudonym,
volunteer
I
who
remember.
took it up upon themselves to investigate and
I think that Wolf was the guy where they they doxed the cake to find out who he is.
Expose people involved in would post a Twitter thread exposing several names connected to the so-called Zoo Zadist Telegram groups. While many of the people listed had already done horrifying things that most would consider criminal, readers would soon notice one name that stood out. This was someone whose actions went far beyond the rest. Ruben Marrero Pernas, better known online as Wolf SS, or as most people know him as Woof. He is a 36-year-old man living in Cuba. He is actually a highly educated guy.
By the way, this guy is one of the reasons that they, for a long time, and I don't know if this went through in Cuba, but that movements were started to make more strict laws against animal cruelty in Cuba. Like I said, he's part of the whole Cure the Wolf story. Maybe you saw it earlier in the list. His name was actually in there. And again, it's like if you can stomach it. By the way, like actually really gross shit coming up as well, I'm assuming. But if you can stomach this kind of story, then definitely go check out that channel. Sesame Fly, like I said, because they do like a really comprehensive like collection of all the evidence and of all the things that happened in that story, and it's like it's really fucking gross, but it's also really, I think, you know, like important to share the story because it's insane what some people do and what they get away with. This guy, I believe, got actual jail time, but I'm not sure. I guess we'll hear about it in a second.
Cuban Neuroscience Center. But in January 2018, Wolf, or Ruben, would start speaking with another Zoo Zadist on Telegram, going by the name of Snake Thing. The same person I covered in the first Furry Crimes video.
Okay.
In their chats, he shared photos and stories about the horrific things he inflicted on dogs and puppies alike. And at one point, he even told Snake Thing that he made a wooden stake covered in honey to attract fire ants, and once it was swarming with them, he would use it to hurt dogs. Snake Thing would later...
By that, he means, like, literally shove that fucking stick inside them. That's, like... Hurt dogs is a way to say it.
These logs to others, bringing even more attention to what
and would also like record this, send it to other people.
Until 7 months later, when Pseudonym decided to publish the Zoo Zadist leaks. His content wasn't just violent, but it showed a level of sadism that most people didn't even think was possible. But unlike the others, he left behind almost nothing that could tie it back to him personally, with the only details being that he spoke Spanish, worked with electrical equipment, and had once used the alias Work. His messages gave the furry community almost nothing to work with. They wanted to find out who this person was, and so they would begin digging through the photos he shared, hoping they could identify and report him. Some people tried analyzing the plants in the background, although that didn't lead anywhere. So their attention shifted to one particular photo, showing an ice cream parlor near where he worked. And the tablecloth of that photo looked very specific, very unusual. And one of the flavors actually was apple, which was rare enough so they could identify.
So this was like so he doesn't really explain this very well, but the dish he was eating was apple coconut flan, which is apparently a really rare dessert. And through the combination of like that, the table decoration, and some other images that they found, they managed to figure out where this guy lives.
By the shop and narrowed down where he was located. The parlor seemed like a small local store, and over the next few days, people began messaging ice cream parlors and bakeries across the United States. Now there was at least one innocent shop that was falsely accused, but they eventually found the right one. The shop was Himalaya Habana, an ice cream parlor in Havana, Cuba. And with that confirmed, people started searching through bestiality forums looking for a Cuban user with matching interests and behavior. And they eventually found a man on a certain website called Beast Forum using the name Wolf SS. Wolf SS uploaded several videos of himself harming his own dogs, mostly Rottweilers, and on his profile was the email address wolf.schwartz39, which brought up a Google account under the name Wolf Schwartz, almost identical to the alias Work Schwartz he once used while commenting on the memorial page of another zoo sadist. Now, not long after, on a platform called Agate, they found photos of the exact same man, who could be seen in several of the Wolf SS videos posted to
Why is it always military dudes?
That the community
Well, actually, I
searching
know
through the
why.
photos weren't fully convinced. So they decided to take a shot in the dark and emailed both addresses linked to Wolf, and to their surprise, he actually responded. And in the email, he wouldn't deny doing all of these things that he'd been accused of, and he would actually be convinced to join a Telegram group chat where he would drop a text document containing 4,000 words written entirely by him, and in that text message, he begged to not have his name exposed. He blamed everything on other people and even cried about his broken soul, and went on about times he's been nice
I
to
remember
dogs,
hearing that.
but not once did he even acknowledge what he actually did. It was clear he had no actual remorse for what he'd done. Instead, he tried to present himself as some kind of sympathetic victim. But with the new email confirmed to be his,
I remember he like basically talked about like, oh, I got into these like groups of people and they were bad for me, and they egged me on to do all this stuff, and it became worse and worse and worse. It's like, bro, you fucking like raped animals with ant sticks. It's like, that's not, sorry. Well, I'm not sorry. You should like die. But like literally it was that. It was like, oh, I got into these dark circles and they made me do it. It's like, yeah, fuck off.
No question anymore. Wolf, Schwarzweiler, Wolf SS, and every other pseudonym he used were all tied to the same man, Ruben Marrero Pernas. And after that, the community who investigated him compiled everything into a PDF and uploaded it to 8chan. They included his name, his address, and the videos and the photos of him. Everything was in it, an entire docs. And with that kind of proof, it looked like Wolf would finally be put behind bars. But there was one problem. Cuban didn't have any laws against animal abuse.
Cuban didn't have any laws.
Or even the most basic form of cruelty. No matter how much evidence they actually would turn in, the authorities had no power to act. So despite everything, it looks like Ruben would stay free and able to keep hurting dogs with no
I don't think that's true.
That is until someone by the name of Slimeball928 reached out to Cubanos on Defensa de los Animales, or CEDA, a Cuban animal rights group. They were given every piece of evidence collected on Wolf so far, and 2 months later, in November 2018, CEDA would respond with a public statement.
With deep pain and outrage, he posted information
Right, that's what it was.
Sufficient evidence of its veracity. So with full responsibility, and after trying to channel it through the corresponding channels without success, today we report the citizen Ruben Marrero Pernas, 29 years old and worker until now of the scientific pole, responded to a call from CEDA to rescue a 2-month-old puppy in the month of April. The puppy was abandoned in the street in central Havana in a pile of garbage. Unfortunately, this individual, after adopting the puppy, tortured, mutilated, and killed her days later, in a way that's hard to believe that a human being can do.
They continued by confirming CEDA had graphic proof of Ruben's actions, and it wasn't limited to just one dog. More evidence showed he'd conflicted extreme harm on others, then posted photos and videos
Inflicted,
online,
not conflicted.
some coming from outside Cuba. And at the time of their post, Ruben was still free, walking on the streets of Havana. And based on everything they'd seen, CEDA believed he would do it again. And so they tried to warn the public. They released his photos alongside one of the puppies he brutally harmed to make sure everyone knew exactly who he was and what he'd done. The statement also mentioned his involvement in PAC activities, a Cuban animal rescue group, which means he was actually still trying to get closer to more animals. So
I remember.
CEDA urged every protection group and concerned citizen to share his face and spread the warning before more poor dogs suffered the same fate. This news actually enraged the Cuban citizens, many of whom actually called for
Yeah,
justice.
see.
And the police would eventually respond to the pressure. After CEDA and other animal rights groups went public with all the information on him, and his dogs would actually be rescued by the Cuban Dog Tails Rescue, and officers would uncover bones and remains of dogs buried near his home. And as a result, Wolf would get fired and placed in police custody. But just as everybody feared, he wouldn't stay there for long. Cuba still has no laws to charge him under, and despite all the evidence, they would simply have to let him go. On December 20th, 2018, CEDA would then post another warning to keep the public alert.
Let's not forget that Ruben Marrero Pernas and others like him are still on the streets, following animal groups and causing harm to the animals we try to protect.
I'm like
Rumor has it
surprised
he
that he
has
didn't get
contact with
like
dogs
murdered
again.
by somebody.
And after that, Slimeball, the person who first exposed him, would reveal more information about him, saying that some of Ruben's friends were actually already trying to get back his dogs, even though his face could be clearly seen in the footage of what he did to them. And around the same time, two dogs would actually be found dumped in a river near Ruben's house. Now, there was no way to confirm or deny if he was behind it, but the timing and location just made people suspicious. And while researching this video, Slimeball actually posted this.
Wolf was caught out trying to procure a puppy from a new rescue not far from his house just last week. The lady running it didn't know him, but she said something was off. And
Yeah, it sucks
contacted
because, like I said, like at that point, Cuba didn't have any laws against animal cruelty.
Free man until January, where Slimeball would announce that Ruben was pending trial despite being released. No further updates would come out since. And because of this huge public outrage, on April 7th, 2019, hundreds of Cuban citizens would actually march for animal rights.
But isn't it like crazy
the country's history that wasn't run
this
or
kind of
backed by
shit,
the government, and for many,
you
it
know,
was the only way they could fight back against people like Ruben. But even after all of this,
that this kind of
Ruben
shit like
still isn't actually
makes
in
people
prison.
get out there and
let's move
fight
on
for
to the
something
most
that's
disturbing
important.
case of this video.
From the cutting dogs open and their entrails while they were still alive and screaming in pain habit that he has developed.
It's the fall of 2016. Levi Dane Simmons, who will also meet online as Snake Thing, is a 21-year-old man from Oregon. He arrives at a local Motel 6 with a 12-year-old bully mixed puppy, just recently adopted off of Craigslist. Levi rents the room for the night with the puppy inside and does something to her that's absolutely horrifying. This single act would later spark the most disturbing expose of abuse against animals in internet history. But Levi isn't alone. His low wage isn't actually enough to afford a puppy, let alone rent a motel. He doesn't have a car or even a license to get there. There's one person who helps him, and he is somebody who's been plaguing the Pacific Northwest for almost half a century, harming small animals with cruelty and brutality. Timothy George Amoroso, otherwise known online as Timwin or Dog Dude. He is a 64-year-old man
believe
from
I remember
Washington,
him
and his
too, but I
online
don't know.
activity actually goes all the way back to the 90s. During the early days of the internet, especially in Zoom and bestiality-based Usenet groups like Alt Bestiality, he was seen often using the name Dog Dude, and sometimes even actually attached his real name to the posts. Now, in these group chats, he would lay out instructions on how to engage with female dogs, and
I hope
share
somebody
stories
beat
of
his head
own
in.
that he enjoyed, and connect with others who were also
Like, I don't
disturbingly
necessarily
interested in
believe that, you know,
animals the
like
same
all
way
furries
he
are
was.
like that,
Now, over the
because again,
following
it's like I
years,
also
he
have
would
some
attend
friends who are furries right in
meetups
there.
across the West Coast, presenting
A
himself
little
both
crazy,
in
but it's
person
nothing
and
like
online
this.
as just an ordinary guy
And
who
often
loves
for
animals.
for
But at one
them,
point,
it's
he
also
even
just like an
expressed a
identity
deep
thing, and not even
attachment
necessarily
to
a sexual
golden red
thing.
puppy he received back in
But
1996. But behind all of it,
I don't
Tim
know,
has
there's
already
just a lot of
developed
them
an
that are
obsession with causing pain and suffering,
really, really
and
fucked
his
up.
animal victims would stay conscious
And I don't know,
throughout
I
all the
don't-
torture, visibly distressed,
I don't
and
fuck with it.
some wouldn't even survive what he put them through. However, even that wouldn't stop him from continuing to feed his
And like I said, it's a
sadistic
shame
desires.
places like
Cameras
Cuba,
and
you know,
editing software
I think a
on
lot
the
of places
rise
in the
would begin
world
producing disturbing videos
don't
of
necessarily
animal
have
cruelty,
a lot of like
sometimes even
great
working with
laws
other
against animal
zoozadis to
cruelty.
record himself inflicting suffering on animals. Back in 1998, for
And
example,
I don't know,
he gets
it's
together with
bad.
an unknown man
It's bad.
and produces one of the most infamous pieces of work, Hung. The video starts with a dog hanging from a tree in the middle of the woods. Her body twitches for a couple of seconds before the video cuts again. This time, however, she's
How am I doing? I'm doing all right.
Still
I'm just
hanging.
tired now
A
because it's
man then
almost
walks
midnight.
into the frame and does something deeply disturbing. You can probably imagine what it might be. And as internet technology actually advanced, in the early 2000s, Tim would begin to share explicit content regarding bestiality under a different alias of his, Rainsters. And surprisingly, it wouldn't take long for him to become somewhat known for a set of disgusting videos involving a Labrador named Chunky. In one of his posts at the time, he would even say this:
"Here's a famous yellow Labrador."
And in parentheses, porn star.
"And a friend. She reminds me about Chunky from Pet Lab. Is it her? Yes, I own her. She is very sweet. Sweet star."
And he would just continue torturing puppies and filming it throughout his anonymous accounts, which would lead to his videos spreading widely across the internet, until a group of vigilantes whose goal is to target sadists within the community connects this footage back to the name Rainsters, and actually to him as Tim. And they corner him into confessing, and he actually folds immediately. He tells them he will stop, and in response, they let him go. The event isn't well documented online, but the only reason we know it happened is because not long after, Tim would just go right back to harming puppies.
I mean,
which unsurprisingly,
yeah.
it just ends with him being caught online once again. But this time, the person who finds him is actually another bestiality advocate named Douglas Spink, also known as Fausty.
"You were given a second chance in 2009 when we caught you doing this horrific shit again. Some, like me, were opposed. You made promises and promises, promises. We warned you that if you ever got even near another dog, you were done. No excuses, no third chances, no free passes, with the whole murdering, torturing puppies thing.
I mean, I feel like you shouldn't have gotten free passes in the first
Drop
place.
the name Rainsters and disappear from the internet. Is something I would like to say, but unfortunately this isn't the end either. It would be about 4 years before he shows up again, this time bringing his disturbing activity to a new platform, Reddit. In September 2014, he opens an account under the alias MatePups, and his posting history would revolve entirely around a subreddit he created and constantly promoted.
Man, they should have just fucking,
Innocent
like,
Victim Reports. At
publicly
first
hung
glance,
him or
it seems
some
like
shit.
a true crime page, just focus on news stories involving children and sometimes animals. But the first sentence of the page's description makes it immediately clear something is very twisted about this.
"This is for those that like to follow the news articles of the abuse of innocent prey."
And this isn't even the disturbing part though. Tim would advertise this very subreddit on violent roleplay pages like r/struggle, which centered around non-consensual fantasy scenarios. It turns out r/innocent victim reports is his own public collection of real cases involving children in horrific situations, which he actually collects and obsesses over for disturbing purposes. His sadism isn't limited to animals anymore. He now wants to carry out depraved acts on anyone and anything too weak to fight back.
You know,
Now, for
sometimes
reasons
you
that
hear
still
about
aren't
people
clear, Tim
who really
leaves
just
the
want to
MatePups
make you
account
go
in
out
May
there and
2015, and then
find
returns
them
later
and
the same year under a new name, Dogslot.
do some target practice.
He becomes even more blatant about his obsession with causing harm, continuing to post on his own subreddit r/innocent victim reports with increasingly gruesome and seemingly
I did not see
racist
the trailer
titles.
for
And he
Wolverine.
actually created another subreddit called r/deaddogs.
"New animal sub. PM me if you like the use of animals. I do find dead dogs and puppies very."
For the most part, Tim's public sadism posts are only noticed by a handful of disgusted users. One Redditor, however, isn't sickened, but instead intrigued, and starts trying to make contact with him.
"I'm so happy that I put
Oh,
just
Wolverine
becoming friends on
game.
Reddit.
I thought it
I'm
was
so
like a
happy I met
movie.
you." Yeah, Reddit.
I'll look at that
Who
then.
would have thunk it? I know, right?
I'll look at
It's
that and
quite the
then
amazing
Floof's video.
coincidence.
Now, prior to meeting Tim in 2016, Levi actually never had the chance to act on his sadistic ideas of hurting an animal. He lived with his family and couldn't drive since he was legally blind. But Tim was his vehicle. He had decades of experience, a car, and long-standing eagerness to help others to harm animals. And by coincidence, the two lived just 5 hours apart, which meant that they could now carry out their twisted fantasies together. And as you know, in the fall of 2016, that possibility became real. They purchased a female puppy off Craigslist and took her to the Motel 6, and they would do these disturbing things to this puppy. Although the original plan was to end the life of the puppy once they were done, Levi couldn't actually bring himself to do it after looking into her eyes. So instead, they decided to take her and leave her in an unknown location somewhere in the county. Now, the following days after that, the two of them would try again and again to get another puppy to take advantage of. But then out of nowhere, Levi decided to ask Tim one question.
Have you thought of any ideas as well, by the way, as to what we should do with the toys?
And then Tim gives a graphic description of what he plans to do. Now, shortly after that, in between plotting to use another puppy, Tim would ask Levi to get him into Zoo Zadim chats on Telegram, where many other infamous furry criminals were active. And in exchange, he offers sadistic child predator chats from the darknet and agrees to help Levi gain access to Animals Dark Paradise, a Zoo Zadim focused Telegram group chat. Now time passes, and Levi keeps spreading the footage he and Tim made in
Oh, look, Cepheus Rivendare also in here.
Vigilantes like Shadow Wolf and Pseudonym would find these videos and trace everything back to him, which meant that finally on September 14, 2018, Levi would get cornered by the two vigilantes. And everything he does in the next few days will lead to his arrest on charges related to animal cruelty. Tim, however, never gets charged with anything. Shadow Wolf and Pseudonym, for reasons still unclear, weren't able to hand over what they had on him to the police. Instead, they would send all the evidence to the FBI at a later time. But that doesn't change the fact that they stopped the one investigation that had the best chance of putting Tim in prison. Now in April 2019, Douglas, the same guy who let Tim off 10 years ago, gets contacted directly by people involved in the Zoo Zadim expose. And as their conversations would go on, Douglas would slowly realize that Tim was actually involved, which leads to Douglas actually trying to catch Tim again, since he warned him already. But that is when Tim's internet activity would suddenly disappear. Now normally going silent is common, especially for people who know others are out to expose them. But Tim's disappearance didn't make any sense at all. He didn't go quiet until months after that came out. But then after 4 months, in November 2019, Tim would send an email to Togglerad, the co-host of Douglas' podcast, Zooer Than Thou.
Please let Doug know that I am under a LEO,
law enforcement officer,
investigation. I hope he can now rest better for his remaining days. I'm in a recovery program and have been for some time. I know that means nothing because of the damage and destruction I've done in my life. Not sure how I will go out, but it is soon. Regards.
Now this wasn't even it. People actually find out that Tim created another Reddit account called Up For Anything 985. Also using the name Muddling. And he actually made a post in the subreddit r/offender support asking for advice about treatment options for his obsessions.
Hi, I have for over 40 years have done behaviors that are deviant. I wish not to have the desires or compulsions anymore. At the very least, I need the tools to stop. I've been trying to find counseling for my issue. Twice I was told and referred to seek offender treatment. Is it possible to get into a program voluntarily? Everything I've researched says it's for a person that have been convicted of an offense.
He would then also make another post on a similar subreddit.
I mean, it's probably possible, but
urges.
I'm an addict. I've acted out in very bad ways. I'm in an SA group and have some 3 weeks of sobriety. I've heard so many animals from acting out that there's no way the members or God will accept me. It hurts too much. I'll just send it if that comes to pass. This is my last chance to fit in.
Douglas was actually somehow trying to end his compulsions, either through treatment, religion, or even death. But in the end, none of that happened. On December 10th, 2019, just 6 days after Levi gets arrested, Tim shares a news story about a 12-week-old puppy that had been hurt and dumped by the roadside in Boston, reminding everyone he's still free and still out to cause as much pain as he can. Once again, he broke his promises and went back to his old ways. A month later, Tim would be found following Tekida, another zoo sadist on Ink Bunny, a furry community website, showing he fully intends to keep going. And with no charges filed, Tim would once again slip through the cracks, facing no legal consequences.
Damn. I'm surprised nobody actually, like, you know... Well, alright, let's see. What is this? A little bit something more positive, I hope. Oh, yeah, definitely. This is gonna be a PlayStation exclusive.
Been fighting longer than I can remember.
Ah, these guys.
I'd like to say I'm not a violent man. The trouble just has a way of finding me. But I'd be lying.
These dudes remind me of the enemies from Spider-Man.
Doesn't matter where I go. How far I run. Death's always waiting. Just not for me.
I might play this. I don't know. This looks like it could be cool.
Because I ain't no hero. I'm Wolverine.
Fall 2026. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Unless it's like a PlayStation exclusive, so then I can't. I go to that PS5 drip. Word. Quite frankly. My little cousin was being bullied for his big ass ears, so I fixed them for him and now he'll never be bullied again. Now we gotta unvelcro the motherfuckers when the teacher says to put your listening ears on. Nice. What do we got here? In Venezuela, do people speak Venezuelano? It would be funny, but no, it's just Spanish. Spanish. I guess. Alright, last video for tonight. What the fuck? Hell yeah. I love the Squirtle Squad. Never mind. Accurate. Oh, yo, it's him. It's Joseph.
The French team wins. Play ball. Strike.
I love the baseball game in Wii Sports.
Strike.
No bowling. Accurate.
Nice shot.
Oh, not feet. God damn it. Feet funny. I love boxing too. Honestly, Wii Sports was just based. Finally bowling. I'm pretty sure that was a thing you could do, actually. Oh, that's horrible. Oh, damn. Wii phone. Wii police. Well. Strike. Grandma.
Strike.
I guess that's how easy it was to fix. There he go. He gonna win. Nice. I remember running into this thing and getting fucking obliterated the first time around. That's disgusting.
Hey!
Too accurate. I love throwing bombs in Zelda. So fun, but my aim sucks. I mean, like, optimally, you would just wait until the enemies pick him up. This Link, this seems insane. Don't do this. God, the climbing was so fucking annoying. Get killed. To be fair, there were some really, really funny deaths in Breath of the Wild. Improve health instead of stamina, my life was a nightmare. I think, like, if I remember correctly, I did, like, try to do, like, at least 2 full rings of stamina while also doing health at the same time. But, like, yeah, you have to. It's terrible. I feel like I remember that Tears of the Kingdom wasn't as bad, though. Is that an Iron Maiden t-shirt?
It's a little bit crunchy.
Yeah. He's gonna shake his bolas. Get fucking lasered, idiot. I've tried this one so many times, and it works just about as well as you might think. It's pretty good. Warriors be like, truly. He got that good suck. Oh, hell yeah, let's go. Wait, that's not Nintendo. You fucking faker. You know, Sonic the Hedgehog 1 was like, okay. But 2 and 3 are really based. 1 was like, eh, whatever. Are they gonna make a... Oh. I thought they were gonna make a Sonic EXE joke. Eggman Dynamics. You like more Sonic 1 or Mario first game? I definitely prefer Mario Brothers over Sonic the Hedgehog. But every subsequent game of Sonic was better. Whereas I'm not like I like the Mario games, but Sonic was better. Then again, it also boils down to the fact that, like, Sonic was 16-bit and Mario was only 8 for a long while. And I always loved the visuals of, oh god, my favorite Sonic game. And I always loved the visuals of Sonic a lot more than I did for Mario. Yeah, it's about accurate.
Where can his weak spot be?
Sonic R's good songs, though. Yeah, they're
Hey,
good.
I'll play with you some other time.
Sonic R is okay, though. I beat the whole game 100% too a couple times. Once you get used to the controls, you will never be able to play any other video game ever.
Yosh, 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 yosh.
But like once you get used to the controls in general, you kind of like
I'm Shadow
can actually
the
play it really well.
I'm the world's ultimate life form.
Never understood the Chow Garden. It was just basically a thing where it was essentially just like a kind of like a pet raising thing where you could like make your Chow be like super fast or super strong, and then you could like play mini games with it. It was basically like a Tamagotchi, but within Sonic Adventure 2. And we never got like a standalone game for it, even though I think it would be really cool. I understand why people want it back, but I could care less about it. You mean you couldn't care less about it, but yeah. It was just popular because it was like a nice little side thing. I also don't think it was like that crazy. It was okay. Here's Peak, by the way. Shit, rock, yeah. Here's peak number 2, by the way. Here's also pretty good. Team, I forgot their name. They're poor, they just want to pay rent. Team Chaotix. Oh, here's game. Nice. Yeah, that's about my experience. Here's the game that traumatized Floof. I think if it was just this, it would be a better game. Here's this one.
Tis but a scratch.
Here's... I remembered this one being better. Inflation. This one was pretty fun. That's not right.
You'll always be my brother.
Wait, that's not correct. Oh wait, technically it is, because Lost World kind of was like that. Oh, the good one. You played the port, which I heard was bad. What do you mean, the PS2 version? I don't know if the PS3 version would be better, though.
Why, look! A chili dog, all alone out here in the middle of nowhere.
It's me, Mario.
Oh no.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I've baked a cake for you. Wink.
To be fair, also me. It's cheating. Oh, that's fucked up. Is it gonna be the eel? Nice. Based. I did not play. Well, I played Forces on my own.
Oh yeah.
It sucked. Sorry for your loss. Yeah, it was horrible. I definitely wanted to kill myself. So accurate. So real. But yeah, Forces was dog shit. I'm a chuckster. Monkey. Nice. So I always forget that it's Lucky to fucking doing the funny camera behind you. Hey, what's up? I'm old.
Mario.
Mamma mia! Mamma mia! Mamma mia! Mamma mia!
Oh. Aw. That was bullshit. Oh, hell yeah, sunshine.
Super Mario! Fuck you!
That's good.
Google, show me this guy's balls, please.
I'm surprised people don't like this one as much. What, Sunshine? I do not understand how people don't like Sunshine. It's literally the most goated Mario game. I think people were just bad at it, that was their problem. Nice. Hello there, motherfucker. Oh, it's, well... Nice, get fucked. Yeah, pull on his cock. Nice. Up. Okay, that was pretty fucking good.
Oh yeah!
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, I thought he was gonna splat him into the wall. If I hadn't already played Mario Sunshine twice, I would definitely do another playthrough of it. But yeah, like I said, like I already did like 2 playthroughs of it. I think 1.5 or something like that.
Yo, what the? Oh, yeah.
So like I don't really feel like playing it, even though I love this game. I hated that mission. What, the watermelon one? Yeah, it sucked. There's a lot of like annoying stuff in Mario Sunshine, but that's also in every other Mario game too. And I, for one, love the summer feel of it. It's like the best. Oh fuck, it's Fat Yoshi. Very accurate. Also very accurate. Yeah, like I said, there's some like annoying things in this game, but overall, I still love the vibe of it. I still love the visuals. I love the level design. I'm a fuckster. Funnily enough, I never had issue with this one, I don't think. Bye, dumbass. See, this is based, like, there's so many other, like, Mario cartoons where they're like, oh, Mario never get that schnussy. But here, you know, he's always top dog. It's nice. See, that guy was based the entire time through. Oh, the movie. The Mario Brothers. Scuba Dubby. Why did Luigi get sent somewhere else? That was just Nito. I don't know what I can compare that to. Plot reasons, I guess. That's like so inaccurate though. I've seen shit from the movie. She wants that cock. Nice. Wait, that's only gonna happen though. That's cool as hell. Why does he have like a 5 o'clock shadow? That's... fair. Nice.
It is time to embrace the sweet bliss of death.
Chaos reigns. Hell yeah. Got the Nintendo DS Rainbow Road. No, wait, no, that's the Wii one, I think. Nice. Oh my god. You just jump on it. Oh, I was right.
Oh yeah.
Now he gets superpowers. Was that Blake Doom voice? What, the one that I did? What? Start? Was it a clip of a Black Doom voice? No, I don't think so.
Hey yo, back the fuck up! Back the fuck up with your plum ass! Get the hell out of here, plumber boy! Come on now! Come on now!
Oh, that's so good.
Go to that fucking pipe! Plumber boy! Go to that fucking pipe, man!
Well, that's fucked up. God, Wonder was so fun too. Bold. Get oh, it's nice. I was gonna say, it's gonna be the fucking Lion King. Long live the king. Oh, that was so good, holy shit. Long live the king. Hmm.
Whoa.
Meet the ball. Ow. Oh, look, Bowser's inside story. Oh, that was it? That sucks. Alright, well, whatever. I think that's quite enough. Jesus Christ, it's already so late. But yeah, that was pretty good. We had a lot of very opinionated stuff today. But that's fine. I actually do kind of enjoy that type of stuff. Damn one shift. I don't know what that means. But yeah, like I said, we had a lot of stuff in there. Like I said, it was a lot of opinionated things. But I think the conversation, like having the conversation about it on these like viewing streams, is also pretty cool. One shift worth of stream. Oh yeah, 8 hours. 8.5 hours. That's about accurate. I mean, you know, with with the viewing streams, it's like usually a lot easier because I'm just sitting here, like not really giving a lot of input, or rather, not giving any active input by playing games or anything. Like yeah, for viewing streams, I like to go longer in general anyway. But yeah, that's gonna have to be it from me for tonight. Next week, we're starting with the spooky streams. So I hope you guys are looking forward to that. As I also mentioned, the Spooktober streams are going to be the only real footage going up, because I don't really feel like uploading stuff while we're doing like scary games. You know, like Spooktober generally is meant to be like kind of a special thing. But yeah, after that things are going back to normal. But I'm looking forward to Silent Hill F. I'm looking forward to probably Fatal Frame. It'll be cool. It'll be cool. Until then though, thank you guys a lot for joining me. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed. If you haven't yet, please go follow the Bottom Boys. All of their links are in the description. And I will hopefully see everybody on the next stream. Please stay safe. And goodbye.